investment opportunities, engineering, blockchain education courses, and free placement in our new startup school. To learn more about joining the Mousebelt ecosystem, visit mousebelt.com. Mousebelt, the world's first full-service blockchain accelerator.
Our past inspires the decisions we make today to reshape our future tomorrow. In a world where human beings and machines become friends, in a world where fiber optic channels become virtual highways of communication, in a world where everything we know and value is vulnerable to manipulation and destruction. In such a world, we need a revolution that gives us hope. Where some take to the streets and look to their leaders, the modern warrior dares to cut beneath the current and strives to restructure the core without permission. In a technological world, we need a technological revolution. And when the unimaginable happens, the brave must be bold and dare to reimagine.
Oh hi! Frederick the Yeti here with another vocabulary lesson brought to you by Reimagine 2021. Automated Market Maker. An automated market maker is a type of decentralized exchange. The fundamental difference is that AMMs use a mathematical formula to calculate the rate, and not an order book, ask and bid orders, as on a traditional crypto exchange. AMMs brilliantly allow users to trade cryptocurrencies transparently by using liquidity pools provided by other users, who then receive fees as a reward in exchange for creating the liquidity of the market. In other words, the old order book of traditional exchanges is replaced by a smart contract which cleverly uses the liquidity pools created by community members to calculate the exchange value of the trading pairs autonomously. Smart.
So welcome back to Reimagine here at our 9th iteration. Can you believe that, guys? We're nearly at the full and complete 10, as it were, iteration of Reimagine. Amazing we've gotten this far with this conference. And we try and think of themes, we try and think of ideas that are so relevant to the community for each and every conference that we have. And I think none is more relevant at this time when markets are pitching and reeling, are up and down. New innovation seems to be springing around every corner, but also we've got to be a bit of aware of what's good, what's bad, what's beneficial, and what's not in a developing speculative space. So in order to do that, we've brought on today a special guest, which I think can help to really illuminate what some of the key innovations are. I'm talking today with Sahil Dewan, co-founder of the Harmony Protocol, a fascinating chain and project that's focused so much on scalability, on development in that DeFi space, and bringing in so much of the problems that exist that are still being worked out in the nascent industry of dApps and DeFi as a whole. So without further ado, Sahil, thank you so much for being with us.
Thanks so much for having me, Asher. I'm super excited to just participate today, talk about how the blockchain space has completely, exponentially evolved over the past 3-4 years, and how we're seeing some real world adoption happening as well. So yeah, excited to chat more about it.
Yeah, we certainly are, seeing some exciting times in development. And I want to start on something which I find so interesting, with Harmony and the project that you guys put together, because you launched, and I remember, covering this as a journalist at the time. You launched as one of the sort of feature IEOs on Binance back in 2019, at a time when, for those new in the space, that crypto winter was a dark time. It was a rough time. And there in 2019, we were still only trying to claw our way out of it. Not everything was sunny and bright as it is today. So given that context, can you tell me, Sahil, a little bit about, your launch, what that meant for you guys at the time, innovation in that space, and then we'll take that conversation into where we stand in 2021.
Fantastic. I think you've touched a very critical chord of my journey with Harmony, and I think bringing Harmony to life. It's always been a roller coaster ride when you're building cutting edge technology. So, and incidentally, we're almost about to hit the 2nd year anniversary of our mainnet launch, which was back.
Congratulations.
Thank you. In June 2019. So it's been, I remember very clearly, Asher, this is late 2018. We have like a small team of about 9 people. 7 of them are engineers, infrastructure engineers who are really trying to make this scalable blockchain architecture work. We did proof of stake and sharding, pretty much what we desire of Ethereum 2.0 today. And 2019, we had a chance to roll it out. It was a very difficult market condition. It's like, in 2017, everyone realized we need scalability solutions or we need scalable blockchains. And then suddenly in 2018, towards the end of the year, early 2019, everyone's like, hey, there's a lot going on, but we need something else now. So I think as a project which is building a foundational infrastructure which is scalable, it's very important to persevere through all the tough times in the market. And I think it's been a fantastic ride for us. 2019, we did the IEO with Binance. That was a great forcing function for us to make the project public, to think about the community, to not just think about, hey, building in silos, but how do you engage the outside developer community, users to use your platform. And I think it's been 2 years and we've learned a lot. We're big fans of all the activity happening on Ethereum today. There's interesting financial applications being built. There's interesting collectibles, social applications being built on Ethereum and alike chains. And I think we've seen a lot of that activity also happening on Harmony most recently. So we've come to a level where our infrastructure is ready. The blockchain has already been running for 2 years. We're now focusing on reducing the barrier for new developers to come and build on the blockchain. Not just developers who understand Solidity or building on a blockchain, but also Web2 developers. How is their journey coming from building using JavaScript or any other Web2 language, all the way using Solidity, or just abstracting away the details so that they can deploy those apps. So I think we're at that exciting juncture today at Harmony, where we've kind of done a lot of innovation. Transactions get settled in a couple of seconds on our chain. There's gas fee you don't have to worry about. So we're moving along nicely, and I'm happy to even share more about what could new developers, new users look forward to on Harmony, and generally even how the space is evolving.
Absolutely, and I do, so much to touch on in what you said just there, and I do want to jump ahead to that future and sort of look what trends are there and what develop. But before I do, there's one interesting point that I want to stay with, that's sort of back in that 2019 sort of crypto winter period, because it's something that so many developers and sort of long-term holders and OGs in the crypto space always like to say, and I hear it all the time, which is that crypto winters, as tough as they may be, are actually the great strengthening point when it comes to development. That's when the true development happens. When the speculative mania is off the cards and people are there building real projects for the passion, for the heart, for the long term. Before we jump ahead and look where we are now, in the midst of a speculative mania, for good or ill, as someone who went through that, as a founder who was a living embodiment of building in that time, what's your take on that idea?
I 110% agree with that. It's just that there's so much lack of noise and distraction during a crypto winter cycle that if you really are in it for the longer run, you would be pushed to focus on solving the most relevant problems, on solving the problems which are of the future, but you can go deep enough in solving them. I think versus when you have a speculative, crypto boom cycle going on, it's good for the general blockchain space industry to progress, but you also see so much distraction, so many applications that are just riding the meme wave, or different kind of manias that are going on, and you lose that long-term mindset a little bit. So I think when we at Harmony were going through the crypto winter, we didn't have enough cash or enough resources back then, and we were like, hey, we're here to solve this difficult scalability problem. We're infrastructure engineers, so we can, if we put our mind to it, let's just focus on solving it. Let's not jump to all the 3 cool things people talk about that should happen in this space. Let's solve the problem that we think we can really solve, we're good at, and which the world needs. So I think that kind of mindset really helps you to achieve without having a very myopic view of, hey, I'm going to end up making money in the shorter run. So I think that is a very natural human feeling. As much as we like, crypto booms and great cycles, bull cycles, I think just any bear cycle is a very good time for going back, thinking first principles. Hey, what are the problems that people really will care about? Otherwise, it's just a waste of time.
Yeah. Exactly. So, you got to, sow in those tough years so that you can reap the harvest during the good times, I suppose, to use such a metaphor. But so, all right, let's get stuck into that idea now. You spoke about the scalability issues. Obviously, that was characteristic, endemic of 2017. Many people said that, that was the cause of the peak. That was the final catalyst that tipped the market back down into the bear market at the end of 2017, early 2018, was that those scalability issues, clogs, backlogs caused on so many of the main chains in development at the time and in place at the time. Now here we are back in a period where we've seen those high volumes, record volumes being broken on all sorts of chains all over the place, but also a much wider market, a much more mature ecosystem, probably because of that, that crypto winter development, as you said. And so what are the problems now? What are the key issues that need to be solved now? Are we still back with those same old scalability issues, or have they changed? Have they evolved? And if so, how?
Absolutely. I think that's a very good question, and also helps us kind of see what are some of the problems that have been solved over the past 2 years since the crypto bear cycle, I would say, and what are some of the things which have kind of achieved product market fit. So just to go back to 2018, 2019, a lot of the layer 1 blockchains, from an operations point of view, were trying to solve for decentralization, validators, stress testing their networks with externals, and proof of stake, right? We all take proof of stake for granted today, but 2018-19, some of the early chains were actually trying to pioneer and set a benchmark for POS systems. I still remember Cosmos was one of the amazing chains to do, their game of stakes, their incentivized test nets to involve the community to battle test the underlying infra. So I think we've come a long way from there. There was proof of stake and external validators. People did care about decentralization. And that's why I think I remember our mandate in early 2019 was, can we get hundreds, if not thousands, of external validators running nodes for Harmony, right? So we went through that, and we kind of were, lucky enough to get some of the top folks involved, and they've been solid partners for us since then. And then moving along, I think everyone got excited with DeFi, and I think Uniswap was really the killer application, even though it came out of a hackathon, and it was 2 years in the making. And DeFi was very well battle tested. It grew exponentially in 2020, summer of DeFi, as we all remember. And it's been a year and a half, and things like Compound, DeFi, Aave have really shown that this is the kind of application suite in the financial services space that can be built on blockchains. And then later we kind of moved over to NFTs, and everyone now sees how NFTs actually do capture the value proposition of why a blockchain should be used, right? There's so much happening right now. So I feel like, there are these key tenets on which some of our activity has progressed. And one thing that I'm currently excited about, since you asked, hey, what's the next thing? It's DAOs. Now a lot of these chains are built. Some of the primitives that need end users to interact with the blockchain are being built, DeFi and NFTs. And now we're actually saying, how do we open things up for a true open governance style? All of these applications, layer ones, have amassed tremendous amount of treasuries in dollar values in their tokens. Now, how do we actually create a shared governance, a shared ecosystem with other external participants? And I think that's the exciting part that we're already seeing now in early 2021. And I think later in 2021, also it'll be very exciting to see how that plays out. And then I think the last part, which I care a lot about, is I remember in 2018, we used to think, hey, it's going to be a winner take all,
Mm.
mindset. One chain, which is the most scalable, which has all the developers coming in, will succeed. But now suddenly we've started to accept multi-chain world as a reality, and so many people are solving such amazing complex problems of cross-chain communication, interoperability. And I think that's something which Harmony is also invested a lot in building bridges to multiple chains, so that an end user does not need to care about which chain will get me the best yield or which chain can I use the application. There'll be middleware and tools and infrastructure like bridges which will take care of it for end users. So I see like DAOs, interoperability, really lending us the ability to reach out to the next 100 million users. And I think that's an exciting thing to watch in the next year or so.
I want to dive into that sort of last point you made there, that idea of the multi-chain world. I mean, it fits so well with our theme of this conference, that idea of, a game of coins, and whether this truly is, that bloodletting winner takes all, idea, or that multi-chain world, as you suggested. And obviously, there are so many amazing projects out there, testing the limits of whatever it be, whether it be scalability, whether it be interoperability, whether it be, whatever, particular facet they're looking to solve, and people are doing incredibly innovative things with that. But I wonder, once we get past, let's say, the current speculative mania, if we enter, touch wood, we don't, but if we were to enter into another full-blown crypto winter and bear market, the scale of which we had, in 2018, 19, how many of these projects survive? Will there be a culling? Is that a good thing? Is that a bad thing? I suppose I want to delve a little deeper into that idea of, are we, with the thousands of projects out there, how many are really worth keeping around to the long term, and to serve what purpose?
No, I think that's a great question. And I do believe that even though markets are imperfect, but markets are a good kind of externality which affects all the builders, right? And I think every bear cycle, you do see some culling, and there would be naturally culling, which will force some of the top projects to really focus on the most relevant problems to solve. Everyone today is probably putting adoption as a keyword for their 2021 strategy. So most chains, most probably, scalability infra cares a lot about developers using the infra. So I think the mandate for everyone is right. The challenge is, can we iterate fast enough? Can we invite developers uh, to spend their very, very valuable time on our chains, build something that someone uses? And I think that is going to be potentially a power law kind of curve, where there's only a few chains where a lot of activity is happening. Because I do also believe that network effects do play a strong role in getting more and more users, and we've seen that. But I think chains which also think about their key value proposition. Hey, I only want to solve for NFTs, or I want to be the chain which is the go-to chain for NFTs. There are already examples like that. Flow is one example. Engine is just pivoting towards that. There are chains which are probably only poised to serve enterprise, right? So I think there's a combination of things happening. One is some of the chains are trying to find their own specialization. Like, hey, we want to solve for this, so let's just go deeper. And I think that may help some of these chains to kind of go deep and stay relevant within that realm, within that problem statement. And then there's of course the general purpose, how fast can we build our ecosystem? How do we get more developers? How do we get more developers to succeed, build applications, earn money? How do we bring value to users? So I think there's a combination of these things will happen. But I do feel like there will be those chains probably a year from now, which are not relevant for more than 1,000 people, let's say, and they will start to struggle. And I think that's a very natural market phenomenon.
Right, and so I want to delve there into that. As a founder, and working with the Harmony Protocol, when you talk about like a power law and sort of trying to get these developers on board and to give their valuable time. And as we all know, there is a dearth of good developers out there. So many being fought for, so many developing. Why should a developer who can go and develop on an ETH-based app or on a Cosmos or Solana based dApps and programs, why should they come to Harmony and develop over there? Is there a particular cause, or sort of just to give me that example as someone in that position?
Wow. Of course, I think that this is where I will try to not sell Harmony, but even just share, I think what we internally do believe in and what we're striving towards. I think one of the things which we comprehend is that everyone is already used to Ethereum, and everyone, at least people building in the blockchain space, they're used to Ethereum. So we want to make sure that for those people who are used to Ethereum, it's just as easy as it is to deploy on Harmony versus Ethereum. Second, there's also a huge amount of developers who get priced out today on Ethereum, right? So I don't want to make a page. There are other chains as well which have low gas fee, or gas fee not as a constraint for developers to innovate, and we want that. We don't want to have developers deploy contracts after spending $1,000 and then users having to spend another $50 to use these applications. So that's a great level playing field where you don't have to worry about the gas fee. Scalability provides for that, and also finality of transactions. Now you can do applications where you just have to wait for 1 second, or 2 seconds when you're kind of confirming transactions or achieving finality of transactions. So I think that is a key baseline infrastructure offering or a platform offering that we want to provide. Ethereum compatibility without the fee or the long delays of finality. And I think the second bit is we're iterating really fast to adapt to this multi-chain world. So we already have bridges to Binance Smart Chain and Ethereum, and we have one with Polkadot on testnet. We're working towards a bridge with Bitcoin as well, just because we do believe that Bitcoin can participate in DeFi and should participate in DeFi. So I think we're trying to stay ahead of the curve and think about that. And then we also feel like we are hungry for end user adoption. We are trying to work with partners who are thinking about innovating at the wallet layer. Can you create a smart contract wallet where users don't have to worry about security, remembering passphrases, and all of that? And that smart contract wallet connects users with DeFi and all the potential value, yields, etc. So I think we're thinking end-to-end, full stack on reaching to the end users, and that's where we're working together with partners to come and developers to come build this on us. And I think lastly, we're going to have a hackathon coming up very soon. We have our second year anniversary, so we'll have a few things to share then. But our goal is to really get a lot of Web2, fintech, Wall Street developers to start building and toying around with DeFi and connect DeFi with traditional finance. And I think that's something which is exciting. It's a new realm for us, and we do feel like that one market is poised to take off in the next year or two. So that's kind of where we're at, and just probably other infrastructure point of view, where we just launched a couple of DAOs, community DAO, validator DAO. So we're really opening up. I think people do care to build on Ethereum because they know it's sufficiently secure and decentralized, and I think we care a lot about that too. So it's all of these pillars that we're trying to build or move forward on that hopefully should help us attract developers.
And obviously developers are a super powerful part of this conversation, and you touched on it a little bit. Obviously the end user is really the ultimate goal, and getting more users on board, getting those users that are on board with the crypto space even more comfortable and more willing to use products more easily, without those fears of security, without those fears of the slow speed of transactions and all the issues that plague this still nascent industry. What sort of developments or trends do you see, either from Harmony or just in general observation, do you see taking place that are really going to help bring those next level of users on board?
Right. I think that's again a fantastic thematic question. I see probably, if I can bucket them, two trends. One is that we're seeing a lot of financial products, structured financial products being experimented with on the blockchain. So you're seeing fixed yield products, you're seeing derivative products being built, which traditional finance is used to. End users are used to checking accounts, savings account, earning yield in just basic, let's say, interest rates on your dollar sitting in your account. So there's a lot of innovation in the blockchain space happening on how can we create that using staking derivatives or other kind of innovations. And then there's a lot of protocols which are optimizing yields because of all these liquidity pools and yield aggregators. So I feel like that is a natural motivation for, it's a financial motivation, right? For people to see, okay, traditional finance, my current banking system does not offer me these products, or they're actually really not giving me anything. But here in crypto, all of these products are so well designed, or are able to be designed, because everything is done by math and by contracts. And I think that's where one of the big value can be captured by end users with all these new financial primitives and products. So I think that's one kind of domain where I see this happening. The second, I would think, is where you see, well, this thought just kind of got out of my head right away. So I think one element is this, and the second element is, yes, is where fintech is really evolving fast. Fintech is actually trying to uh, become a new stack altogether, replacing the traditional centralized archaic systems. Example, companies like Plaid, Robinhood. Plaid is at an infrastructure level where it's all about just connecting APIs and connecting bank accounts. It's a developer product. Stripe is doing amazing. So you see a lot of these fintechs are participating with the end users and developers. If these fintechs can connect with DeFi on the back end, I think that itself we can piggyback on fintechs to reach end users. So coming back, if you think how will blockchain attract end users, you won't it's not necessary that a new app like Coinbase will attract the next 1 billion users. It is possible that DeFi connects through APIs with fintechs, which are already touching billion users, to provide the value of blockchain. And I think that's also an exciting proposition. Let's see what comes out of that. But we know that fintech is far more ready to adapt, to innovate, and plug in with these APIs from blockchain versus traditional finance.
I mean, are we not already seeing the beginnings of that with the likes of PayPal, now offering not only wallet services and purchasing within their network, but now connecting to other, networks so you can actually take your coins on and off. Obviously, they're only limited so far, but is that not the first step in what you're talking about?
Right.
Powerful tools, nonetheless. All right, I want to start sort of getting towards the end of things here, and so I guess what I always like to ask is, particularly for someone who is a founder of a coin that's, and a protocol as a whole, it's attempting to cut at that avant-garde, at that cutting edge, and deal with those problems that people are still facing in developing, a functioning, good blockchain. I want to sort of look to the future now and sort of say, what are either the big issues that you foresee coming up in sort of the medium to long-term future? I don't want to put a timescale on that, but something counted in years rather than months. Let's just say. And what are the sort of exciting peaks that you're looking forward to as well?
So personally, I think, and this is a very, I would say, now generalized opinion, but I do think that regulation, especially in the US, will have a huge role to play, either to boost the adoption of crypto and crypto products, or stall some of the innovation for some time at least. I am a true believer that it's here to stay in the longer run. But I think medium term, it's already, we touched $2.5 trillion as the market size for the crypto space. And I think it is getting big enough that they're going to have their eyes on it, regulatory authorities. So I think that's one of the possible risks, I would say, more than anything else. But you never know. Maybe Asia is faster to adopt and be fine with crypto and the usage and the products versus out here in the West. So we'll wait and watch. One thing that I'm excited about is what I see is probably in the early days of how probably we were in the scalability days back in 2017, 18, is privacy and zero knowledge proofs and applications that get enabled by zero knowledge proofs. It's not understood at that scale as we understand building on Ethereum or we understand cryptocurrencies and investing in it, but it's probably the most important feature or innovation that will be game changing, not just for blockchain, but for traditional Web 2 world as well. So I'm excited to see how that takes off. I think so far there were technical barriers. There were barriers on whether we could productionize some of these sophisticated cryptographic primitives, but I think we are already seeing great examples of applications that are live. So I'm super excited to see how that plays out in the next 2 to 3 years.
I couldn't agree with you more. The world of privacy, zero knowledge proofs, and the applicational implementation effects they could have are staggering and unbelievable. And I think too few people truly understand the potential there. And as you say, I mean, I think your points connect really well with how regulators would respond to some of those potential tools being put into a wide marketplace. Anyway, so much more to potentially discuss there, but I won't hold you all day. I think we've hit on some great points here and really delved into that game of coins idea. So, Sahil Dewan, I want to thank you so much for taking the time to come speak with us here at Reimagine.
Thanks so much, Asher, for having me. It was a great chat, and hope you have amazing chats ahead as well.
I'm sure it will. So for all you guys watching at home, make sure you keep sticking with us here, Reimagine. So many more good conversations yet to come.
Greetings! Captain Cluck here with another crypto vocabulary lesson brought to you by Reimagine 2021. HODL. Originally a typo on a cryptocurrency forum when someone typed HODL instead of HOLD. Interpreted as hold on for dear life. It's become the battle cry of die-hard cryptocurrency investors who believe that the investment will come good one day. I had a bit of a thing with a HODL once on Alpha Centauri, but she didn't HODL my interest.
Dear citizens of the world, there is a revolution upon us, you see. The old and outdated ways of indirect representation, where those who parade around as if to have exceptional power, in their all but flattering three-piece costumes, claiming to speak in the voice of your values. The archaic ways of our past where we are separated by entry barriers to knowledge, where we are separated by time, space, and the speed at which information can travel. The days left on those bygone years are counting down and dwindling. The shadow of our past that casts itself upon the present is growing dimmer and dimmer by the day. Those of us here who believe in a brighter future, founded on technological innovation, distributed models of power, the separation of money and state, and, above all else, the free and open exchange of ideas. Those of us who believe in these things know what is to come. Through our collective efforts and through a coordinated strategy to educate others, we can, without permission, reclaim this world from the ground up. So, please, my friends, join us. I hope you are ready to reimagine 2020.
At this point, one thing's for sure. Blockchain and cryptocurrencies are changing the world, and they're here to stay. That means we need people like you, now more than ever, to lead the way. Whether you're an entrepreneur with ideas in need of technical support, whether you're an early-stage startup looking to accelerate your business, or whether you're a student looking to learn more about blockchain technology and business, the Mousebelt ecosystem is here to help you on your way. As the world's first full-service blockchain accelerator, Mousebelt offers capital investment opportunities, engineering, blockchain education courses, and free placement in our new startup school. To learn more about joining the Mousebelt ecosystem, visit mousebelt.com. Mousebelt, the world's first full-service blockchain accelerator.
Hey, I'm Evan. I am the co-founder and CEO of O of One Labs, the team that built Mina Protocol, and I'm happy to be here at Reimagine.
Hello and welcome to Reimagine 2021. This is our 9th conference in a monthly series of events bringing you nothing but the best projects, bright minds, and leaders in the space. This month's theme is Game of Chains, Battle for the Thrones. Super excited to be talking about blockchain technology, their use cases, the applications, and I have another exciting interview for you today. We've been fortunate enough to invite many talented individuals and teams to come speak with us, providing updates, insights, and all the above that's happening in crypto. I'll be your host today, Adam from the Mousebelt team, where we focus on early stage investments through our accelerator or providing development support to a number of growing projects, as well as education within our Mousebelt University program. Our main objective and goals are pretty simple. It's increasing adoption, use cases, and real world applications. We seek to educate our audience on blockchain by helping them understand crypto's real impact. So again, thank you all for tuning in. We're pretty much going on a year now for the last 12 months, firing off video content every month. And we actually have a reoccurring guest here. It seems like it's Evan's a friend of the show, becoming a friend of the show. First and foremost, I have Evan Shapiro, co-founder of O1 Labs, Mina Protocol, who developed Mina Protocol. Evan, how you doing, man? Welcome back.
I'm good, thanks. Yeah, thanks for having me on again.
Awesome. So I've heard of your team actually probably a few years ago now. I'm based out of San Francisco. You were obviously based out of San Francisco at one point. Now you're chilling in Hawaii. How's it going out there, man? How's the weather? How's the crypto scene? Have you been able to focus a little more or a little less?
Oh, it's really beautiful, but I've definitely been able to focus more. It's mostly been like me really just, we went through so much in the last 6 months or so with the project. Just really just spending most of my time either just sitting outside where it's nice or just at the computer working.
Typical blockchain day, 24/7, 365, just working. But that's good to hear, man. At least you're safe and healthy. Glad for you to join us and participate. I know you're super busy. As I mentioned in the intro, we're chatting about a few things today, or the topic and theme around Reimagine this month is is just the various technologies, blockchain kind of projects that are out there. You guys have done some solid, work over the last few years. I met some of your team, like I said, here in San Francisco. So first things first, like anybody can catch a lot of your interviews already about kind of the tech, what you guys, the infrastructure, how it's built out. So I want to keep it a little bit fresh this time. And I haven't chatted with you, in the last few months or since you've been on, at the end of the year. But what are your thoughts around DeFi? Like, I kind of want to talk about applications and use cases. I want to talk about how you guys wrote about some use cases that Mina might be good for and things that you're hoping could be developed on, and we'll get that towards the end. But what have been your thoughts after the DeFi summer? We're going about 10 months in. Are we in a good place? And how do you view DeFi from your perspective?
I think DeFi is like really interesting because it's both has a lot of the pieces together to build something, but also I think it's still not really exactly sure what it's there for yet. I think we kind of know what it'll be there for in the future, but at least today it's just kind of like this circular economy of tokens. At the same time, it's a circular economy of tokens built on really amazing building blocks that are a lot better than if you were to try to do this without crypto. And those same building blocks can be deployed for the real world at some point and then be really impactful. So if that makes sense, like I'm super excited about it technically. And I think it's like one of the first steps to unlocking real finance on crypto. At the same time, it's like we haven't applied that yet to its full potential. So it's kind of in a interesting place right now.
And do you follow anything from like the lending side, the borrowing side, just kind of the swapping side? And then how does maybe we could tie it in a little bit into like Mina, and does Mina from a blockchain technology standpoint, like does DeFi fit into Mina, and is that possible and composable?
Yeah, so I generally just follow it kind of very directly following the Lego bricks metaphor. I'm like, I try to follow how the stacks are all coming together. And the way that Mina fits into this is we think about all these building blocks as being potentially extremely useful for real people, but real people not having the opportunity to get on them yet. Like there's already a crazy amount of activity from like rich people trading crypto, but what is the possibility when real people can actually start using this stuff? Mina fits into that. Very, very short on Mina, people that don't know it. It's a succinct blockchain. It's extremely lightweight, so it's very decentralized, and you can scale it without sacrificing decentralization. It also uses zero knowledge proofs, which also gives it the ability to bake in some privacy and scalability features for developers that are cool. Anyway, yeah, back to DeFi. One of the things we're very excited about is the use of zero knowledge proofs in protocols like Mina to be able to pull data privately from the real world into crypto to start kind of creating crypto. I think is like, I don't know if I want to use the word matured. I think it's a little too early for that, but at least within its little bubble, it's matured at this point. There's a lot going on, and it feels like we know what's happening within the space of crypto. I think now it's about how do we start connecting the real world and crypto together, and things like privacy with zero knowledge proofs, things like verifying off-chain data with some of the stuff we're working on with Mina. All that becomes very important in making DeFi start becoming really real with the stuff that we've already kind of figured out within the crypto ecosystem.
Where do you land on the decentralization aspect and centralization? Like, are you, and I've asked this before to a lot of our speakers, regarding decentralization, are you like everything should be decentralization, nothing should be centralization, or are you kind of in the middle? I think when we think of decentralization, some people try to figure out like how decentralized it is, and you're only as decentralized as your central point, I guess. But where do you fall in that spectrum of is it for certain verticals, certain industries, or are you kind of a believer that maybe everything will be decentralized at some point in the stack somewhere?
Yeah, I guess I don't ascribe any kind of like what will happen to any of this. I think it's kind of like what we decide, sort of. I think what's interesting is like, I don't think it matters that much when a space is early to be decentralized versus not. I think that when people are experimenting, when people are trying things out, it's not as big of a deal. Like for DeFi today as it is right now, some things are centralized, some things are becoming less centralized, some of them have paths to being decentralized. It's okay, like we're an experiment. I think that where this starts feeling more urgent or more important to me is okay, like, you know, this may seem crazy right now, but imagine it's 10 years from now and crypto kind of is mainstream, and everyone just uses crypto. No one thinks about it. It's just like part of our lives. You know, it is a good chance of happening, I think. And in that world, when people say, oh, like, yeah, I use crypto, like what do they mean? Do they mean they use some collection of centralized services that are tied together with a composable protocol? Or do they mean I'm actually using something that is decentralized in a way where there's not any single entities that have, you know, kind of control over it, over their users? And what I think is interesting is like, sort of in the centralized world, we haven't actually changed anything about the underlying power structures with crypto if we are in that future. But if we're in the decentralized future, we've like made an immense amount of change. And at that point, it's who actually is collectively owning it as users that makes it a good or bad change, I think. But I think it's extremely important in the long term, because I think that's the promise of crypto, is to create this like better future where users are more aligned with their products. But anyway.
Yeah, no, you bring up some good points there. I think when everybody's experimenting, trying to figure it out, it's just kind of like, let's get some users on board. Let's make sure, you know, it flows right. There's product market fit, as opposed to worrying about how decentralized it is or centralized, you know, it currently is, right? And I think, and I've heard that too. A lot of these projects start out one way and, you know, hope to become a little bit more decentralized as time goes on. But until then, you know, they're just trying to make the best kind of current product for what the market wants, what people need, and maybe what people are looking for. So thank you for that. You kind of touched on a lot of cool points or critical points. Another kind of boon that has recently happened to is you know, NFTs. And I ask about DeFi and I ask about NFTs because, again, people can catch you a lot of YouTube, you know, a lot of interviews. You've done a lot of interviews. And I always like to shed light and extract a lot of the tech, a lot of like kind of what we're building specifically, so that anybody that tunes into this can like really understand where we're going with it. And you just touched on the DeFi aspect of crypto and using, you know, different you know, companies to come in and out of crypto and et cetera, et cetera. So and it's good to get your thoughts and perspectives on, you know, how you see the markets forming and what the direction's going to. But what are your thoughts on NFTs? Do you think this is like a trend or a bubble? Are you a believer? And then also, how does Mina like tie into the NFT kind of tech space?
I think that with NFTs, I think, are this thing that it's not as big as like DeFi. It's not as big as all of decentralized finance, but it's still a thing.
Yeah.
And it's a thing, I think, in that you have these objects which are kind of symbols that a lot of people are kind of all sharing. They've kind of shared agreement on what the symbol is that represents something and how much they care about that symbol. And it's a chance to like, you know, have some ownership over that symbol. I think it's really cool when these things start interacting with other technologies. Like there's a big difference, I think, between something like an NFT that says I have KYC'd or something like that. Here's an identity or something like that kind of NFT, versus an NFT, which is I think the more popular one right now, which is here's like an art piece I own, or here's some community right that I have purchased for some artist or something. I think the thing that's most exciting to me about NFTs are, I don't know, I guess I think that the thing that is most interesting to me is that the possibility of owning non-fungible rights over actions you can perform in a community or things you have access to. What I think is less good about them is that is just like entirely financial. Like, I think it's kind of funny that I could just put a bunch of capital down if if I had it and I wanted to, and I like was this interested in like purchase the right to some action in the community. I don't know if that's like the right way to distribute access in that way.
Yeah.
But I think that they don't have to be distributed access in that way. As a technology, they kind of open up a broader landscape of possibilities. Anyway, yeah.
Do you think there's going to be some overlap with NFTs and DeFi?
I think so. I think that you have to separate NFTs, the technology, from NFTs, the how they're thought of right now. I mean, like, okay, there's a really obvious connection here, which is like, obviously, I think there can be a DeFi marketplace for like the NFTs that represent my art or whatever I bought. Like, totally, that's like a thing.
Yeah.
I think what gets more interesting is if these NFTs start, I guess this is more fungible, but roles within a DAO or roles within a protocol. I don't know. I think usually those are usually more fungible though. So usually more to figure out. I don't know. I think there's good experimentation possibilities in this space.
It's interesting you brought up kind of, NFTs aren't as big or didn't maybe like kind of the value of the NFT market obviously hasn't touched the DeFi market. But I will say that NFTs have been able to shed more light maybe into crypto, like mainstream, and which is good. And I think, would you say like maybe the UI UX is, or kind of the application has been able to support that kind of mass appeal on the NFT rather than DeFi? Like, how do you use swaps in this, rather than an NFT? Like you just explained it. It's kind of like simple, but it's unique, and people can at least get on and off an NFT in some capacity.
Maybe like if we think of DeFi as a platform, then NFT is like an application on it, and I think that's like way more easy to understand. Like there's this abstract notion of all these processes that are going on that are making finance possible. That's kind of hard to wrap your head around. NFT is just like, it's like a thing I can interact with, that I know I can own it. It's like, I know what it is. I think that's actually really accurate. And I think if we like are imagining drawing like a crypto finance stack, we imagine NFTs being like one step up then DeFi, and NFTs can in that way kind of be a gateway drug into DeFi and broader crypto.
Yeah.
Which is really cool. It's a good point.
Right, kind of bring. We got to find something that'll attract more users, different users, everyday users, and whatever whatever the case is. So no, thanks for that. And again, I'm just touching on some of these things that people are still trying to understand what DeFi is, what NFTs are, and it's always good to hear from industry pros in kind of a digestible way that people can understand it and relate to it a little bit better. So let's get back to Mina. How important is it for Mina to build a strong community of developers, users, and the power of kind of your followers, right? People that are looking at your technology. How important kind of Ethereum has a massive community. There's a lot of projects out there developing on, but they also have their own challenges and hurdles and all that. How important is a community to Mina in terms of like growth and ecosystem and I don't know, survivability?
Yeah, I think it's, well, I say this through the lens of a lot of the stuff we do is thinking very long term. We think what can we do to build really strong foundations for things? What can we do to set ourselves up for many multipliers down the road instead of just getting one multiplier now? Like what can we do for these sorts of things? And in that context, I think especially community is very important, and we think about it a very particular way, in that I think these crypto communities are a little complicated. They're not just like, they have a lot of moving parts. They have incentives, they have tasks people are doing, they have relationships between different people, they have people performing extremely different functions. And the goal then is how can you, and you know, you don't also, like, I think as a project, you very light touch at this, like help do what you can to support what I think is kind of the natural kind of opportunity or possibility that lies in the community initially to come out. And this is just to kind of lay the groundwork for me saying that community is very important, and we are putting most of our resources into building up our core technical and core community members.
And especially in this space, right? We're trying to train, teach, educate Web 2.0 devs, university students, getting them into this space. So 2 questions. One, how do we get more developers, developing into the space? What are your thoughts there on engineers, developers, like contributing, right? Training them, and how do we do that? And then 2, how does Mina provide development like resources? And basically, I'm trying to tailor this specific question really to the developers that might be tuning in right now. And if they were looking to develop, what do you guys offer for them, and how can they kind of get more involved and learn about it, and again, get more dApps, built on your protocol?
Yeah, so I'll tell you, I guess, like how we're thinking about this question, we're planning for it, is that I think that for one, we're trying to lower the barrier as much as possible to what we're doing. So we're planning on, or we're it's basically settled, so it's going to happen, supporting our application development through JavaScript. We don't have any new fancy language you have to learn. It's just JavaScript. The next thing I think is what we're doing with Mina also is providing something really novel you can do with this. Something that it's not just something that is. I think, as like myself, I did computer science and I did some research for a while, and I really like programming. What can you give me that is a primitive that it couldn't do before? Like, ignore, like, you can give me a library, that's cool, whatever, but like, what is a fundamental computational primitive I can get that I didn't have access to before? I think crypto gives you that. And what we're doing with Mina is giving you access to that through zero knowledge proofs. We're wrapping those up in a really easy to use way where it'll still be available through this JavaScript framework, where you can start accessing some of the privacy, some of the verifiability features of snarks when you're programming for Mina. And we're thinking about this in terms of, we got to produce like a beautiful SDK. Like, it has to be so easy to use and so like easily understandable that you can start using it and looking at examples pretty quickly. B, we want to do some series of workshops or something of the like, where it gives you a real chance to start learning the new ways you can use this technology. Because it's one thing to say, this gives you privacy, this gives you verifiability, and then not dive into some examples of what that actually looks like and show you as a developer how you can actually do that in some lines of code. And then I think lastly with crypto this is how I usually learned as a developer, is just like, give me like some opportunity or structure to do a side project. Can we do that in like a really cool way? And our strategy around this is basically Mina's zero knowledge proofs unlock all these new functionalities that I think are extremely cool, both within and outside of crypto. We just want to show that to developers and show them what they can do with it. And
no, that's awesome. And what was your experience actually like, I guess, going from, because I think you were at another tech company and you're a developer. How was your transition? If there was a developer right now that was, looking to switch it up, how was your experience going from developing one way, into kind of, blockchain?
Yeah, I think that there's 2 kinds of blockchain development that you can think about. One is protocol development, and the other is application development. And for me, like, I'm definitely on like the protocol development side of this. Like, my background is like computer science, distributed systems, some research. And I think that lended really well to like reading all the white papers for all these crypto protocols coming out and like being able to start interacting with them. I think what's extremely cool, like, I think for me, honestly, like, if I was to be a programmer right now, I think crypto is one of the coolest things you could work on, because it's just like kind of like this perfect connection of all these different fields of computer science that come together in like this really beautiful way in these protocols. where you have like data structures and you have algorithms and you have like distributed systems and networking. They're all kind of there. So I think that's awesome. I think that if you're, I don't know exactly the path to like straight to like application development, like dApps, because I did it through protocol for today's dApps, because today's dApps, you have to kind of learn Ethereum and Solidity. And I think there's a lot of really good templates that you can actually learn that off of. So I'd recommend that probably. There's a lot of really good templates for existing applications and ways to write new applications that are really good. But for us, we're just like, can we just do everything in JavaScript and make this like really familiar to people so that they don't have to learn quite as much of a threshold before they can get going with Mina?
Yeah, no, that's cool. I'm glad that you kind of broke that down, actually, protocol and dApp development and you know, kind of the efforts that it takes either one and you know, looking for the resources available. And, you know, you've chatted you've mentioned a couple things in terms of like developing a protocol that is good, that has some primitive, that is good in multiple ways that you probably couldn't do before. So it's kind of like a good segue actually into applications that you're looking or hoping that get developed on Mina, or you know, the 3 use cases that you guys actually wrote about, and maybe you can touch on some of those. Again, I'm trying to highlight, you know, the purpose, the point, the objectives, the goals of blockchain, and how, you know, founders like yourself and you know, look at the future. So maybe at first, what would you like to see developed? And then 2, let's talk about the use cases that you guys had chatted about, suggested, you know, a few months back, and maybe what the status of that is. If, you know, maybe they come to fruition, or you know, we're back to the drawing board, whatever the, you know, explain kind of that process.
Yeah, so I can definitely go through these. I think that they're all pretty high potential possibilities, but I'll go through like the one that's kind of furthest along and we've also put the most resources into, because I also think it really connects really well back to the DeFi stuff we were talking about earlier, which is that we're working with a Ethereum company, Teller Finance, to provide them access to verifying people's credit scores in a way that's private but still on chain. So what I mean by that is you have all this information that's right now financial, that's like off chain, because in this case, credit scores. We want to go to a smart contract and prove to that smart contract, my credit score is greater than 700. Now, if you were to do this naively on a cryptocurrency, you have 2 problems. The first is you need an oracle that tells you about an individual's credit score. This isn't like a general fact that's just like out there in the world. It's like, what is my particular credit score? And then 2, I want to put on chain a proof that my credit is greater than 600 or something. If I'm going to do that, then how I do that privately? I don't want to put my social, I don't want to put my credit score on Ethereum necessarily, or no, I don't want to do that. So the key with snaps is that we're able to verify data from a website, in this case, creditkarma.com, that says my credit score is X. And then we're able to produce a proof about that credit score that shows the end to claim, which is that my credit score is greater than 600, and maybe that my name is one of the names in a database, but not the specifics, not exactly what my credit score is, not exactly my social security number. And the idea here is that with this sort of thing, we can start bringing on all the off-chain data that exists into crypto and start making things like DeFi more real. And there's a huge market that seems to be like, there's a huge market, for like under collateralized lending, for people to start interacting with stuff if they're not already wealthy or they want to use it for real use cases. And this is a way that
I think that's important.
Yeah,
that's super important for those that maybe don't know, but like in the crypto space, you don't need some of the credit score. You don't need a credit score. You don't need this. The problem with that is, and Evan and his team is working on that, is that you have to over collateralize to borrow. Yeah, you can borrow, but you got to put more collateral down, which kind of ties that up. And the solution that Evan is looking at is hopefully at some point you don't have to do that, and we can rely on other data points to say, you know, I am qualified to lend or borrow or whatever the case is, which is crucial. I guess you're right, which is kind of the evolution of going from DeFi over collateralization to like, hey, let's kind of bring in, you know, traditional aspects, the best of our ability, and still keep it private, secure, and decentralized.
Yeah, exactly. So like, it's this funny challenge of we have to bring all this data into the chain that's already centralized, but there's a lot of it. So you can have like a lot of variety, and you can have a lot of different places you can pull the data from. So it's somewhat distributed, at least in that sense. But then you want to pull it in with privacy. You want to pull that data in securely. Can we start doing that? And like you're saying, exactly, like this is a way to start making that happen with DeFi.
Awesome. And so what other use cases that I was reading on here? Let me see here. Did you already touch on all of them, or
if it's the three, I think I know them all. I can
yeah.
And yeah, like happy to talk.
Okay, cool.
Like I think that the next one I'm excited about is like kind of the general possibility of what it means to pull and verify data from the internet on chain. Like I talked about this example with Credit Karma, but credit scores are just one kind of data. And the transactions I have in my bank account are another kind of data, but also the headlines in New York Times are a kind of data. How many followers I have on Twitter is a kind of data. Like one place I think this is particularly interesting is I recently have like, it's probably like a month ago, but it feels long ago now, like the BitClout controversies of that piece of software. Basically that they weren't necessarily maybe doing the most ethical things with how they pulled Twitter information and started tokenizing it. But you can imagine doing what they're doing in a fully decentralized way, where you start pulling people's tweets on chain and turning them into NFTs without really having any kind of centralized party at all in the middle of that, which is pretty cool if you're a developer, being able to take any website or any information, just put it on chain and turn it into an NFT. Turn it into useful input to another computation. Yeah.
Yeah, no, that's super cool. And like, how does one do that actually at a high level? You know, if somebody's like, all right, that's great. Like, how would I integrate it? How do I develop on this? Like, what do I need to work with Credit Karma? What are kind of some of the inner workings? And, you know, obviously you don't have to go technical into this, but just what does the flow look like if one was like, all right, yeah, I want to pull in credit scores. Do I have to talk to Credit Karma? Do I need a plug-in API? You know, how does it work?
So the great thing is you actually don't need to partner with anyone. You can just do this because they're already on the internet. And the way this works is it uses HTTPS. So HTTPS doesn't exactly give you like a cryptographic signature of data on a website, but it gives you close enough so that if you enter into a multi-party computation with a few people, you can get a verification that, provided the underlying assumptions were true about the multi-party computation, that you are ending up with the actual data that you want. And you can make this multi-party computation pretty safe. You can say that if there's N people involved, as long as one of them is honest, I'm good to go with like taking this data off any website on the internet. And so you can imagine that if you know, I choose my places are, you know, in some dream world in the future where like we've released this, like, you know, it's like O of1 Labs, it's MIT, it's like, I don't know, Apple, you know, you can imagine there being a large variety of institutions that probably are not going to collude. And that lets you, as long as one of them are being honest, pull data off the internet on chain in like a really secure way. From a developer's perspective, this will be a library so that you can just write code that says, you know, X equals pull data in from Y, and Y is like a URL. But under the hood, it's what I just kind of mentioned with that, the one of N trust model and stuff.
Nice. No, that's cool. I think it's good for others to understand kind of how it works, you know, and if everybody watching this, if you want to, you know, learn more, what's the website where they can look some of this stuff up?
I just go to minaprotocol.com is like the best one. We have our blog there. We have like a lot of links to explain a lot of the stuff that I just talked about. Our Twitter is also where you're going to hear updates on some of the stuff I've talked about. So Great. That's the place for that.
Great. So I have like two more questions, and we'll go ahead and wrap it up. So second to last question kind of goes into like education. Do you think our university students get enough support kind of learning about either, people think blockchain's new, but really decentralized, distributed systems, cryptography, algorithms, consensus mechanisms have been around for decades. Do you think there's enough support? I know you came from Carnegie Mellon, studying, through there. How do you see kind of the university landscape and preparing like for the future of tomorrow, workforce of tomorrow?
So when I was at Carnegie Mellon, the blockchain was a thing, but it wasn't like no one taught it or anything. I don't even think there was a club then, but it was something that we talked about on the side, and also sometimes our professors would tell stories about because like they were also learning about it and getting involved. One of them had an algorithm to ramp up and down server farms to be mining centers when that was still like profitable sometimes, and there's some cool stories there on that end. But I think back then, like clearly no, it was too early. I think that now I recently did a talk back at Carnegie Mellon, and I met some people that are currently there, and they have a whole blockchain club. I think they have like courses and related things going on. It's definitely much farther along, and I think it's getting there, but it's definitely still lagging, I think, where the space is going to be. And I will mention, I think that one place in particular that things are lagging is on, I think crypto is really good in terms of optimizing short-term financial markets, but like it's bad at asking where do we want to be in the long run. And I wonder what universities are doing or can do to start getting people thinking about what kind of society do we want to live in with crypto like 10 years from now? Because I think if we just follow short-term markets, it's unclear exactly where we'll end up. And I think that a university is a great place to start thinking about that kind of thing.
No, that's awesome. And we have a university program, and that's the reason why I ask. Like, cool. Some schools have support, some students have support, some clubs do, some are, more advanced. You have your others that are super advanced and consulting. So I just wanted to get your take on kind of your experience and, what we should do. But obviously, there's always work to be had, and contributing in figuring out a way to support them is probably ideal for the whole industry as a whole. And that was kind of that. Last question here. And you might have touched on it throughout this whole thing, but maybe I can just wrap it up. Like when we talked about DeFi and we talk about crypto in general, at one point, even before the boom, I was kind of just thinking like, are we just, exchanges, are we just replicating like Web 2.0 and traditional legacy systems? And I think I've heard you like say like, we're trying to innovate with cryptocurrency, right? Like there are some things that you can plug and play from, Web 3.0 to 2.0, but ultimately we're kind of on the breach of innovating like beyond, these current landscapes into something that we don't even know, like you said, we don't know what's going to happen 5-10 years from now, but it's going to be kind of interesting. It's going to be super advanced. And I just kind of want to get your thoughts again before we wrap this up in terms of how crypto and blockchain, we're not trying to plug into the past. We're actually trying to think of different ways, unique ways of either doing business, managing this, managing that. So yeah, I'd like to wrap it up with kind of your thoughts there on kind of a difference and the impact, you're trying to make, moving forward.
I think that the key opportunity for crypto is I think it will rebuild all the stuff that we've talked about, and that's bad or good, we don't know yet, but I think it will do so potentially in a way that's aligned with the users, where the users are the ones owning the platform. And I think that this is like very clearly what people want. Like if you look at like GameStop and all the other meme stocks, if you look at like Dogecoin, I think people want to have control over their platforms. And I think that's the potential here is like, once you've made this thing into a protocol that can then be forked, it can be modified by anyone, it just like exists out in the world. Can we as people then control them? Can we as people own them in a way that wasn't possible before crypto happened? And this is like the key question that like kind of drives me to like keep putting all my energy into this is like, is that future possible? What kind of technology do we need to make it happen? What kind of community do we need to make it happen? And I think that it's like the only kind of point that is stable, if that makes sense. Like if it's not there, you're going to end up in kind of GameStop Dogecoin world, which is like kind of entertaining, I guess, but I don't know if I want to like live in that society forever.
Totally.
So I think that's where it has to converge if it does converge. And that's I think the potential here with
you're right. I think that's kind of the common ground, like the foundation of, you know, what we're striving for. And for those, you know, following this conference, following all of our, you know, our interviews, this one specifically, like we've gotten so used to giving up our data, our info, our personal, like, you know, lives, that it's made it easier. And, you know, your Apples of the world, your Facebooks of the world, your Twitters of the world, like the Googles, they control all of our privacy, or, you know, information or data points. And I think we kind of forget about that, because a lot of things have come easy, right? To log in, log out, you know, just give it, you know, type in whatever, give up whatever information. And you're right. It's gonna converge back to, I guess, the users and managing it ourselves in terms of like what we think we should give up to applications, companies, and really taking that self-control back as much as possible. So I think you definitely hit the nail on the head. And for those that are watching, that's kind of what crypto and blockchain is all about. You know, we've gotten used to all of the big four, the FANG, and you know, giving them what they want. And I think moving forward, you know, do you, one other question, do you think the FANG companies, FANG, like, is there an opportunity for them to go decentralized, do you think, or provide a solution or a product? And is that a concern or a risk that we should be thinking about, or not really?
Definitely. I mean, I think it's a huge opportunity for us and for them, at the same time as like, got to be a little careful they don't like co-opt it. At the same time, like, and this is something I can see Apple doing for sure. Apple like has shown they actually mostly care about their hardware. They think the software should be user controlled more or less. Where it's a funny little detail in there where they also want to kind of wall everything off a little bit. But at the end, I think they are kind of at least have their heads in an okay place at the end of the day. I could see them doing something. I think Snarks, for example, like their recent stuff around privacy, identity, COVID tracking, like ZK Snarks are like the actual proper way to solve these problems. And so I think it's only a matter of time before we start seeing those like ZK Snarks out in those big companies. At the end of the day, though, like those companies are owned by their shareholders and they're going to want to profit. And if their business model is against the users that they're serving, like in Facebook's case, most extremely, I think you kind of end up at the same place. But there's also opportunity. So
awesome. So I know we've kind of gone a little over here, but Evan, you know, you've been on twice. We want to thank you for your participation. Where can people, I guess, again, you mentioned a little bit, but maybe we could wrap it up with, you know, where can people get updates, insights, and where should they go to learn more? Yeah,
I think our Twitter is the best place. Just like Mina Protocol is a Twitter. We just post a bunch of updates there. And how
about Discord or Telegram or anything?
Discord's good. Telegram's good if you have questions that are high level. Discord's really good if you want to plug into like the more technical community. People there are also really helpful, like, and happy to kind of just chat. So
nice.
And it's like pretty big too. So I think all those are good options. Just depends what you're looking for.
Awesome. So for everybody tuning in, this is Evan Shapiro. He is the co-founder of O1 Labs. They created and developed the Mina protocol. So, you know, we're going to wrap up this conversation. Very pleasant, very interesting, very critical to what they're developing, which is unlike a lot of the other protocols in general. So I suggest you look them up, and you know, you definitely be interested, and you'll like what they're doing and the impact and benefit that they're making to its users, to the industry, and to our future as a whole. So again, Evan, thank you for taking the time out. We hope to have you back or maybe somebody else from your team to the next couple events, but stay safe and we'll talk again.
Thanks. Yeah. Fun being on again.
All right. For everybody, this is Reimagine 2021. I'm your host, Adam, and we'll talk to you again. All right, hello and welcome to Reimagine 2021. This is our 9th conference in a monthly series of events bringing you nothing but the best projects, bright minds, and leaders in the space. We've been fortunate enough to invite many talented individuals and teams to come speak with us, providing updates, insights, and all the above that's happening in crypto. So we've had themed events every month. We've been doing this for a year. We've had What the Fi is DeFi. We've had Tales from the Crypto, Happy HODL Days, NFTs, and everything in between. And so we're super excited on our 9th event, going pretty strong. Very fortunate to have guests come and support us here. So the theme of this conference really is around Game of Chains, Battle for the Throne. And ultimately, it's a concept. Like, there's so many blockchains out there, the pros, the cons, the communities, the advantages of developing on one or the other. And we're going to highlight that today. And today we're actually supported by Algorand. They've been, a supporter of us for a while now, and then they're sponsoring this event, and not only this event, this panel. And really, the funds go right back to our university program and the production quality of this to bring this to our viewers and audience internationally. So I'll be your host today, Adam, from the Mousebell team, where we focus on early stage investments through our accelerator and providing development support to a number of growing projects, as well as education within the university, within the Mousebell University program. Our main objective and goals are pretty simple and straightforward. It's increasing adoption, use cases, and real-world applications. So I'll go ahead and stop talking because I feel like I've been talking too much already. Let's go ahead and introduce our panel here. Super stoked to have you guys participate. Thank you for taking time out of your day. Aaron, we'll start with you. Thank you for joining. Give us a little intro on your spot in crypto.
Hi, Adam, and thanks for having me. My name is Erin Jackson. I'm a product management lead for Cantina Consulting, an innovation and consulting agency in Boston. And by way of Reach and Algorand, we've been spinning up an NFT marketplace product that we're happy and excited to release in the next month.
Awesome. Looking forward to chatting about that during this discussion. Thank you for joining. Addie, how you doing? Thanks for joining. Give us a little.
Yeah, thanks for having me. Hey, I'm Addie Wagenknecht. I'm the Director of Ecosystems and Technical Operations for the Algorand Foundation. I look at everything from project viability to technical deployments and NFTs.
Awesome. What's going on, Chris? How you doing? Thanks for joining.
My pleasure. My name is Chris Swinner. I'm the CEO of Reach. Reach's mission is to actually simultaneously lower the bar of entry for developers into the blockchain space, but also raise the potential for experts, because we don't want to just make it easier for developers to come in and build toys. We also empower experts to actually build things better than what we've already seen.
Awesome. And everybody's touching on something that's very critical. Addie, ecosystem growth, super important. Developer relations, super important. Chris, making sure that the resources and tools are available, and Aaron, applying it, using it, building something, and kind of the pace of innovation, right, is happening so fast. So, like as I mentioned in the intro, we have a lot of base layers, layer ones, layer twos coming on, and not only that, the ecosystem projects that are building on that network, and we're highlighting, what the decisions made to choose one chain over another, and there's a lot of variables involved. But for this specific panel, we're all kind of developing on Algorand. We'll love to kind of get your thoughts here. We have viewers tuning in, students, developers, like exploring what chain to develop on, like why, the purpose. And there's some chains out there that have hurdles and challenges. Anyway, so let's kind of educate them. Let's start with Addie. I don't know. Let's go to some of the key, benefits to develop on Algorand, or like what do you think drives your user base to come to Algorand? I know, you guys don't compromise on security, decentralization, like scalability aspects. From your perspective, like what does Algorand offer?
I mean, so I came to Algorand from another really established layer one, and what drew me to Algorand was the research teams and the product teams are thinking 5 to 10 years ahead, where other chains are thinking very much about now, and they're reactionary. Our cryptographers and our researchers and our core developers are really thinking about the implications of, post-quantum computational issues with cryptographic hashes and kind of these larger long-term questions that will really make or break the sustainability and the scalability of a chain. So I was quite impressed by how forward-thinking they were. I think from a developer standpoint, Chris and Aaron can probably speak to that more, but definitely our developer documents are really clear. We have a really robust Discord community that's pretty much always around to answer questions. And we have multiple SDKs to build out on, which is really great. I came from a chain which was primarily developing out on Rust, so everyone had to learn Rust. And here you have the benefit of multiple different SDKs to choose from.
Awesome. And what are your thoughts, Chris? I mean, you're working pretty close with the onboarding, and one of my questions, and maybe it ties into it. It's like, how do we onboard developers, right? Like we're trying to get Web 2.0 devs, existing devs into the space. We have people looking at career changes, trying to get into the space. We have developers, in general, developers are very experimental and want to like challenge and build things and go after it. So what are your thoughts in terms of like some of the key benefits to developing on Algorand?
So it's a very interesting question, especially when you look at Reach and Algorand. The reason why I say that is that my belief always is what protocols are good at are the speed, the security, the decentralization, and that's what they're really, really good at. What they shouldn't have to care about is onboarding developers. They should allow for developers to be able to just choose which consensus layer, which protocol actually best fits their needs. And that's really what Reach's goal is that we want to actually even the playing field so that a developer can actually learn Reach and then choose whichever platform is the best for their product. They shouldn't have to worry about learning a new platform. They shouldn't, like Addie said, they shouldn't have to learn Rust or something else. So they just know one thing, and through a configuration change, they launch on whatever chain they want. And that's what Reach provides. Why the actual excitement with the partnership with the integration with Algorand is that the thing that they really excel at is that consensus layer, is that network layer. And now, because of the Reach partnership, they don't have to worry about building an amazing onboarding platform, because we can handle that. So now a developer can come in, build on Reach with all of the tools that we, I believe, and what our developers have already said, we've solved the problem with onboarding to blockchain. And now they can launch on one of the best, if not the best, consensus layer without having to worry about any type of hurdles or hoops to actually jump through. So it's kind of like the way that I look at it is that there's a blockchain stack involved, and the protocols that are trying to actually take on the entire stack, there's not enough people in the entire world. So I see it as a layered thing where we'll take on the onboarding, and then the consensus layers, the protocols, take care of providing the features that are truly needed.
And can you provide some examples of what this tooling or infrastructure that Reach is building to enable developers to not have to worry about some of the underlying protocol, like the core protocol development stuff?
Yeah. So traditionally, when you ignoring Reach, when you're a developer, there's a big hurdle when coming over to the blockchain space. Number one is decentralized development rather than centralized. So it's there's a lot of distributed computing that you kind of have to wrap your head around. But the other thing is you have to know how to build a state machine. Traditional developers really don't think at that low level. And by thinking at that low level, there's a lot of things that developers take for granted that if you don't remember, you will fail. You will leave a hole in your application, and people will take all of your money and all of your users' money, and you will go cry for the rest of your life. That is the current situation with blockchain development. What Reach does is it provides a programming language that is a higher level of abstraction that takes care of all of the nitty-gritty things, all of what we'd like to say, the boring things that you really shouldn't have to care about. All you should have to really care about is what you want your application to do, not make sure that you satisfied every timeout condition and every runtime verification and everything of that sort. You should just, as a developer, sit down, write your application, hit compile, let the compiler tell you how many holes are in your application, and just go from there. You shouldn't have to get your PhD in computer science to be able to program your application. And that is the situation that currently is out there with blockchain.
We lost audio.
Yeah, Adam.
Sorry.
No problem.
I can't see the light. One of the critical aspects right there, what you're talking about, really is just being able to let developers develop and innovate and onboard pretty seamlessly. At one point, right, one of the catchphrases, taglines of the industry was build it and they will come. And that's not kind of necessarily the case so much. You could have the best tech and maybe no community. You could have no resources, educational content, all the above. Aaron, I want to get your thoughts real quick in terms of kind of what they're providing. And you're on the other end of it. You're actually applying, using the technology. What was the reason to develop on Algorand, and then how has it worked out for you in terms of actually building a marketplace? And you could talk about the marketplace as well.
Great. Yeah, I think at a high level, we've always known that there's opportunity to develop within blockchain. We've talked about it. We've met with others in and outside of networking events, but we hadn't actually put pen to paper and done it because working in a decentralized way is scary. And so he said, how do we continue doing this? And when Reach brought the prospect of working, with one kind of domain specific language, being able to deploy and test very easily, that sounded like something that was more amenable to us. It's, an approach that allows for a little bit more research rather than you being an expert. And that's really, when you're working in the short term and you're working in little bites and pieces, that's something that's a little bit easier to chew. So from our perspective, it was kind of a no-brainer. Let's test this out. Let's try it. And the more and more we get into here, we're able to see those holes and see the things that, we're not great at. But I think every day we're kind of plugging those holes and building the things that we need to be building. And right now that thing happens to be a marketplace. And we started with that mostly because there just weren't, from what we saw, a whole lot of competition on the Algorand blockchain. And we saw that as an opportunity because, as Addie had mentioned, Algorand is super forward thinking. They're building this in a very sustainable, measured way. And we said, instead of talking about this, why don't we build this? And instead of it being, a large investment up front and tons of oversight and overreach, it seemed like something that we could actually break down into smaller phases of work and do immediately, rather than think about this as a 1, 2, 3-year plan. So right now we're building this marketplace. We literally have just started this conversation in the spring and are releasing a marketplace in the summer. And I think all of that has been possible. One, by the way, this really great community. And I have to say that I haven't been as deep in the community as I am right now, but the willingness for everybody to talk with one another, to invite people to discussions like this has been really wonderful. And I the more and more I get into it, I not only enjoy working with blockchain and NFTs from a technological perspective, but philosophically, just thinking about how we can work together differently and decentralize how we're managing products and systems. It's just something really exciting that we're doing, and each day we learn a new thing. And we're at that point right now where we're trying to figure out what kind of artists or folks that want to create media are going to be in our marketplace to start. And there's just so many there's more opportunity than we thought there was. So tons of people are interested in NFT marketplaces, and they're definitely interested in doing it on Algorand once we kind of tell them a little bit more about what they're getting themselves into.
For sure. You hit the nail on the head. Like, we're learning something every day. You guys just, picked this up in spring, and here you're already launching a marketplace. That's kind of like, that kind of goes back to Chris, like the infrastructure, like what's available, the resources available to get going. If you're non-technical, even if you are technical, you can learn about it pretty quick, and people are experimenting, which is kind of the name of the game right now. What I'm catching here too, which is going to lead into my next topic here, is really community, right? I'm talking with Addie from the Algorand team. We're talking Aaron over here, a consulting firm that's leveraging the technology. We have Chris over here that's partnering with the protocol itself. How, Addie, I'll kick it off with you. Like, how important is community to Algorand, and not only Algorand, but like its global growth, right? And that could be a community of stakeholders, that's developers, the team, the token holders, whatever the case may be. At one point, like I said earlier, like people think they could just develop a blockchain. Yeah, anybody can build their own blockchain, but like, are people going to use it, right? Is there support there? How important is community to Algorand? And I can tell just by this panel, right, that it's pretty strong, robust, and you guys are engaging the community in a variety of ways. So maybe you could touch on kind of how Algorand views that and community growth.
Yeah, so hot take, Algorand is a really young blockchain relative to kind of the competition out there. It's really been out for the last 2 years, and a lot of what was kind of initially focused on was the technology and ensuring that the technology was really solid and really scalable and really secure, but there wasn't as much focus on the community. So it was this notion, I think, of thinking we're going to build the best tech and everyone's going to use it. But with such a saturation in the blockchain market right now, there was a realization that we really actually had to foster and work a little bit to get people to even realize that we were there, because there was so much on the market. So when I initially came to Algorand, a lot of people, hadn't heard about it, and they looked into it and they said, oh, wow, this is a really good project. How come it doesn't have any traction? Like, why is no one talking about this project? And we spent really the last year focusing heavily on developer outreach, educational outreach, academic outreach, good, really strategic hacker spaces and hackathons and accelerators that are strategically placed. And we've brought in community ambassadors and developers. And, like Aaron said, with the NFT space, we've just recently started to develop the standardization for that. And we're trying to, I think, move in parallel with the community rather than being behind it or in front of it, but rather working collaboratively with developers who are, deep into our ecosystem and key stakeholders and investors and everyone else kind of across the gauntlet, and really looking at it from like a all-encompassing sort of taxonomy approach of looking at it and working with people and using that feedback and having AMAs. And, we're trying to make it not this read-only experience, but something where people can contribute and actually see impact within the chain and the ecosystem.
Totally. And yeah, those all play critical. There's a lot of moving parts there. And it seems like, you focus on the tech aspect to deliver something. And then in parallel, right, then once it's ready, like engaging the community, because again, blockchain is a peer-to-peer thing. It's a community thing. It's engaging, like proactive, a lot of meetups, tech events, discussions. Chris, you're kind of in the developer space. Like, you obviously are working with Algorand Foundation and their team overall. How important from a developer standpoint is community? And you guys are obviously tackling some of that, right? And being able to onboard is crucial to get more dApps, more use cases, more applications. So yeah, what's your perspective in terms of community for like global growth and the importance of, especially around in blockchain?
I mean, one of our company values is that without the community, we don't exist. So we want to make sure that we are building things that people use, not building things to just be really smart, because we have really smart people on our team, and building an amazing piece of equipment that nobody uses is pointless no matter how great it is. So community is number one and most important thing. One of the let's talk about the community a little bit in the crypto space, and kind of go against with what Aaron said. I think the community in general in the crypto space is horrible. I think that it's extremely toxic. I think that crypto Twitter is a cesspool of people waving their flags. Totally. And if you tell me that I'm wrong, you're wrong. I'm sorry. Go read crypto Twitter.
Totally. Chris.
It's horrible. And the reason why it's horrible is because they're incentivized to be horrible. Like the whole tokenized system is that, if I make the other chains feel bad or make people feel bad for liking other chains, then my number go up. So everybody's out there yelling it across the borders, telling about how the other ones are bad. And nobody wants a part of that. People on the outside look in and go, why would I jump into this? So this was actually one of the things that we've actually discovered at Reach, that originally when we set up, we were like, okay, well, we're going to be blockchain agnostic. So a developer can launch on any chain they want. Maybe they want to launch on multiple chains. And reality is yes, that is a feature and people can launch their same application on multiple chains, but not really anybody's going to do that because they're kind of pick one chain and just push there. What we found though, is that methodology has actually removed toxicity, because now if you go into the Reach community, you don't see people waving their Algorand flag or their Ethereum flag or their Cardano flag, because it doesn't matter. Developers help developers no matter what chain they're on, and they don't even ask where they're launching, because when you remove that difference at that level, the toxicity goes away, because nobody has to wave their flag, because developers just have to build. And that is my by far my favorite feature out of all the awesome things that Jay and team has built. My favorite one is that Reach has removed the toxicity in crypto.
Yeah, no, I like that. I think it's gotten a little better. I agree with you. Everything was siloed. There's tribalism, this chain, that chain, and there's still some of that. And maybe
some.
It's still going on.
Were you just in Bitcoin Miami? I don't. Their rule was you're not allowed to talk about any other blockchain at the conference.
You're right. That conference was a little too much. But the crowd, all right. The crowd inside was a little aggressive. The crowd outside, more open.
Sure.
That's where I was at. But no, I totally agree with that.
It's getting better. I will say it's getting better. We're far from where we need to be.
definitely far. And I guess what I was going to go to is like people are building more bridges. I see a lot of more like grant programs, like collaborating. I see a lot more solutions to be interoperable with other chains, and that's all good. I totally agree though, the Twitter and kind of that that maxi position, right? Maximalist it definitely is around. I'm hearing a lot more multi-chain, and I am hearing a lot more, there's gonna be more chains available, blah, blah, blah. So that's good. So thanks for your perspective on that and highlighting kind of some of the drawbacks in crypto relating to community, is that it is important. At the same time, yeah, there are, pockets of a lot of pockets within blockchain that, definitely are against, it's not very collaborative. And obviously this is a peer-to-peer thing, decentralized, so it should be more open. Cool. So we'll go ahead and move on here. We did bring up NFTs a little bit. Aaron's working on something, Addie's working on something. I'll start off with Aaron here. Is this a trend or a bubble, the NFT space? It's actually gone more mainstream than DeFi. DeFi, the market cap is a little bit is a lot larger, but NFT has actually hit mainstream more, and we see it with artists and musicians. But at a high level, like is NFT a fad, or is it here for the long term?
My take is that it's here for the long term. You guys already know that I'm an eternal optimist from my responses earlier. So I think it's here for the long haul, mainly because maybe it's an interoperability perspective is like the developer perspective. Like, we believe that if interoperability can be created between all of these systems, like that is the future. And that's what people want. I think in the NFT space, when we think of interoperability for copywriting, for things of that nature that allow artists to kind of take more control over their royalties, I think that is here to stay. And I think it would be hard to go back once you created an avenue and interest at a wider scale to operate under that format versus what we have right now. And I think that's just one really, really great and powerful case behind that leads me to believe that this is a trend that's here to stay. I think in the DeFi space, using blockchain for a backend for finances, I think that's also here to stay. So I would say in the NFT space, from an artist's rights and royalties perspective, we can expect to hear more and trending more.
Yeah, awesome.
Aaron hit on a really important part there. I mean, she said it much more gracefully than what I would have. I personally believe that the answer is it a fad or is it going to be here for stay? Is yes. I think it is. There are parts of it that is a fad. I think that the whole what I call dumb NFTs is something that is going to die, or go the way of the Beanie Baby, is what I like to say. Sure, they're all hot and everything, but then people stop caring, and then the value won't be as high. That being said, like what Aaron really hit on is that calling an NFT as actually calling a collectible an NFT and only looking at describing a collectible as an NFT and not really opening your mind of what an NFT could be is too nearsighted. And like Aaron said, tying in royalties, tying in actual smart aspects to self-sovereign ownership, that is not only is it going to stay, it's going to take over. You're going to see where everything, like just ownership in general, when it has to do with P2P, is going to be digitalized in a decentralized way because it's cleaner, it's more trusted, it has lower overhead, everything. Like I believe in general that blockchain will be used for every bit of software that has to do with one person interacting with another person or one thing interacting with another thing. And that's where we're going to get to.
Yeah, and to add on to that, I think it's kind of the evolution of this, going back to the peer-to-peer thing, and I'll stick with the artists and musicians, right? Like right now, we actually can see a lot of their lives on Instagram, like Facebook Live, right? And there's stories, and people feel a part of of a celebrity's daily life or a high profile. And I think this is kind of the evolution on that peer-to-peer engagement, being able for an artist or whoever to engage their fans, their community more directly, and removing that middleman, right, and providing some kind of sentiment behind the NFT. Eddie, what I wanted to bring up was what Aaron brought up, like interoperability and like NFTs. Do you think that's like a challenge or a hurdle for further adoption? Meaning NFTs right now, are they interoperable? Like, are they only on one chain? Do you think we need to open up that standard so that if I have an NFT minted on this chain, I can move it over and be able to, share it more freely as opposed to, being siloed, I guess?
Yeah, I mean, there's a lot of people working on that. Just to address the removing the middleman point, though, I wanted to say NFTs haven't really done that, to be honest. The platforms that are primarily established within the market space right now are built out on Ethereum. So we're paying as artists, depending on the size of the file, however many megabytes, you're paying up to a few $100s to mint, and that doesn't necessarily equate to selling. So right there, you're already operating at a loss. And then some of those platforms are taking anywhere from 10 to 30%. And then if you're represented by a commercial gallery that's in the physical world and not the metaverse, they want their cut too. So then you're looking at them wanting another 30 to 50%. So it's really not disrupting anything. Like from a traditional artist perspective, if anything, it's another platform to sell your work, but it's not necessarily democratizing it. The same artists that are doing well with NFTs were doing well before with commercial sales. So it's just retranslating sort of what was physically possible like pre-COVID to a COVID-friendly market space. And I think COVID was sort of the perfect storm in the fact that I was consulting NFT spaces the year before COVID started, and nobody got it. Nobody understood why you would do that. And then COVID hit, and it was in with like a few months, suddenly everybody's selling on the NFT spaces because the art fairs and Basel and the exhibitions and museums, everything was shut. So it was like, okay, well, if we're going to make it as artists, like we've got to pivot, we've got to be flexible. So what are we going to do? And then at the same time, these platforms had the ability to pay with fiat. So you didn't necessarily have to have an understanding of, crypto. And it was an instant community. Like it was a social network. Foundation, for example, is basically a social network that's like masked as an NFT site. So it allows you to link people. It shows you who's bought the works of the artist. There's this whole like networking social aspect to it, or social capital. That's quite interesting to me. Regarding the interoperability, I think that interoperability is the future, and that projects that blockchains or market spaces, for that example, wallets that don't address interoperability will essentially become less competitive in the market space, if not completely obsolete. So I think that's something that if chains want to sustain themselves, they need to look at how to communicate with each other. And with wallets and kind of apps and different mechanisms like DEXs, for example.
So I'm going to add to what Addie just said, because I think you.
Yeah, she had a lot. She had a lot to say there, which was really good. Across the board too. Yeah, go ahead, Chris.
So what I would say is that yes, interoperability is the future. I mean, so much so that it's in Reach's roadmap to actually solve generalized state sync. But let's not get ahead of ourselves. Like, we haven't hit the limit to what we can do today. And if we talk about it in this way, to like, oh, well, what about interoperability? Everything it will only actually hurt the growth of something that doesn't need to be hurt yet. Like this is a theoretical limit that nobody has actually felt the pain of yet.
Totally.
I mean, you think about it, like we've lived with different databases forever.
Yep.
The idea of different chains is way less restricted than that alone. So yes, I will believe that. I mean, I do believe that a multi-chain future and the interoperability and like I said, generalized state sync, because I don't believe bridges are actually the answer, is the actual future. But stop. Let's stop theoretically killing something that isn't ready to be killed yet. I mean, there's still so much growth in what we could do right now without any of those functionality, that functionality.
Yeah, I agree. I think we get ahead of ourselves, almost like kind of a little bit on the transaction speed and all this stuff like scalability and throughput. We have hit some of those challenges, but overall, there's still a lot of room for us to.
But like, so, but that alone, like for example, like what I'm gonna pitch what Aaron's been working on, because like they're gonna be able to launch a NFT through their marketplace for under a penny.
Yeah.
Like we're not talking about hundreds of dollars. Like this is not something that's like the way that the current like the lazy minting thing was only a band-aid. Like, and it's a band-aid is looked at as a feature now, but it's only a feature when it costs hundreds of dollars to launch. With Aaron's NFT marketplace, when you can launch for under a penny, who cares really if you'd sell or not? I mean, if you don't sell it, it's now just transferred to yourself, and now you have ownership of it, and you can give it to your grandma if you wanted to. Whatever you want.
Do you think kind of this NFT space is like another ICO wave? Like, is it just another vehicle you think to raise money? You kind of mentioned it earlier a little bit, Chris, in terms of like, I don't know, the risk still associated. If you weren't a top selling artist before, an NFT is not going to get you there. So that might, I don't know, have some drawbacks there. But yeah, so I think like, I don't know, what, Aaron, on your side, like, who are you guys trying to target, I guess, with this marketplace, and how has it been going so far? You guys are right in the thick of it. You just started doing some research and R&D this past spring, and now you're building it out. Who are you guys targeting? Like, you mentioned a little bit on artists or musicians. Like, is this an open platform for anybody to join and launch and buy and sell?
To start, this is an open platform for anyone to join. We're complete opportunists. We are, searching in our own network at sometimes just the people that we come across in the blockchain community, and just kind of seeing what fits to start. And then the hope is that over time we kind of refine what that might mean, or we keep it everyman. We're learning as we go. So we're trying not to do anything too hastily, but we're starting wide, and then I think our goal is to kind of refine and narrow from there.
And you guys are an advisory firm. Do you guys get clients like talking about NFTs or tokens in general? And what are you seeing kind of, because you're a general tech advisory firm, right? You guys do quite a few things internally. So what's kind of the discussions happening inbound from clients, interest?
I think we're seeing a lot of curiosity. I think people are almost a little surprised that we're working on blockchain in some respects. And they want to know more. They're curious about it. I think, yeah, there is this perception in some respects that it's kind of the wild, wild west, and it can be toxic and it can be dangerous. And so they're wondering why we're taking these tasks on. And, our answer is, almost the same as everything that we do. It's research. We'll never truly know the bounds of it until we get started and get our feet wet. And we're complete opportunists and have come upon Reach and have built a relationship with Reach, and it seemed like a way to dip our toe into something without putting in a huge investment. And here we are doing this experiment with Algorand, not compromising our own.
I tricked you, sucker.
Say more.
I tricked you. You're in.
We're in.
Yeah.
I'm really enjoying it, mostly because I don't, there may be, there's tons of things that are, come to mind, not safe for work, potentially nefarious, financial behaviors and things like that. But that really existed everywhere in everything that we do. And we've, had to kind of walk around that and come up with a way to make this accessible and valuable to everybody. So we look at it as a research and a UX problem, and we're not necessarily looking at it as an Ethereum or Algorand or other blockchain problem.
One thing that I wanted to bring up and add in, maybe I'll get your perspective too, Chris, was you brought up metaverse and like physical world. where does NFTs fall in line there? Like I've heard people say like they believe NFTs is like native to the internet, and shouldn't really be applied to the physical world. Where are you at on the spectrum of where NFTs fall in line, between these two kind of worlds?
Am I starting?
Sorry, yeah. Well, you had brought up metaverse.
I want to hear yours first, Andy.
Yeah, you had brought up metaverse and physical world, and I've had other discussions, right? And I've had people say like, this is only like an internet native concept, right? As opposed to real estate or applying it to art. Anyways, so maybe what are your thoughts there in terms of like where NFTs fall, and is it a hybrid? I mean, can it be used for both?
I think from an artistic perspective and sort of an internet life main perspective, when something new is created, it's often resisted because there's not necessarily a language to describe it or contextualize it. So initially, metaverses were used, and for people that don't know what those are, they're like 3D online environments that you can build. Think like Minecraft, you can basically build buildings and place objects in those, and a lot of galleries have done NFT exhibitions in metaverses. But I see NFTs and metaverses, for that matter, being kind of like, if I relate it to the web, it's like Pine, Mail, and the terminal. And there's this huge kind of future possible of, like Chris was saying, smart NFTs, how NFTs are being used, if they open access, if there's secondary functionality once you possibly buy an NFT, from a creative perspective, at least, royalties, circumventing the galleries. I mean, there's a whole like model there that hasn't been explored. And I think because the primary market spaces that have sort of been adopted by artists and musicians specifically have been on one chain with that chain's limitation. And now it's just getting, it's just getting to Algorand, it's just getting to Tezos, it's just getting to Kasama, like whatever other layer ones there are that are kind of looking at NFTs and adopting them. And that will bring a completely new kind of ecosystem, and I think user base to some extent, to the NFTs and the functionality of that. And that will also then, like with Reach, it's going to bring in a whole community of developers who are then thinking about NFTs in a new way and developing for new spaces.
Whoever says that they're not for the real world is silly, because like digital ownership exists in the real world today. Your title, copyright, trademark, supply chain, there's stacks of paper places that say who owns something in a digital world, but in a horrible way.
Yeah.
Like you have to pay lots of money in title insurance in the United States because they're probably going to mess up. So to people saying, oh, it's only for that. Well, guess what? You are living in a physical world that tries to do this in an absolute horrible way. That the blockchain is a perfect example on how to do it better. So yeah, I mean, come on. Of course, it's already hybrid.
And that's a good point in terms of, we kind of hear NFTs only in like the art world and musician, these types of entertainment and media. But you're right, there's supply chain. I think there's a couple projects right now that are leveraging data privacy, and NFTs.
I think the problem is that the word NFT, non-fungible token, doesn't mean art collectible. That all that means is a asset that is not dividable. Totally. And like, really, what does that mean? It's like, okay, well, if it's a item that's not dividable, that's ownership of a thing. So it's just NFT is just self-sovereign ownership and ownership in general. So anything that you can own could be represented by an NFT.
Any thoughts here, Aaron, on like kind of NFT, the metaverse, digitally native to the internet, physical world, tokenizing art, cars, buildings? Think it's all applicable?
I think it's all applicable. I think it's a token, it's representation. I think if we can think about, anything that we have on the internet as, a placeholder for a real world conversation, anything, I think we can think about lots of different communications like that. I always think it's going to be better to like see and feel it in space and time, but there's only so much space and there's only so much time right around you. And so I think that this all makes sense, and I think it will be natural to people. It's just new.
Yeah, I totally agree. Like generational a little bit. Obviously, I'm used to having things tangible. Like, it's going to be like, a new wave, a new business model, new avenue, new channel. Chris, one thing that I wanted to ask you was, what's going to happen to the physical items? So, like, we tokenize everything, almost like a CD. Like, do we not care about the physical item because we have access digitally to it? And what happens, I guess, to these physical items?
So it really depends on which physical item. I mean, you can't really do away with a house. You have to live somewhere. But like, I mean, one of the things that I always say is that blockchain is boring when you apply it to existing things. A lot of people right now are thinking like, okay, what can we do to decrease the cost of this normal thing? Totally. And boring, who cares? That's just technology. Yep. What gets me out of the bed in the morning is when new things are created because of blockchain. And one of the new things that is created because of blockchain that we're going to get there is tradable, resellable digital goods like MP3s, video games. That market does not currently exist. With blockchain, with NFTs. After I get done playing the latest Super Mario, and I'm no longer playing it, and I bought it digitally, I can then sell that to somebody else, and I could lose my ability. That does not exist today without blockchain. Flash loans, not something that exists today without blockchain. This is what is going to be the thing that is going to take blockchain from this thing for nerds to everybody. So to answer your question, like, what do you do with the physical thing? It really depends. If you can move it to the blockchain 100%, or not it to the blockchain because, the inefficiency of blockchain, but if you can move it to the digital world and still retain the physical properties of it, then 100% will go in there. But there'll be things like a car, but even like things like physical art. The benefit of putting a unique item on the blockchain that is a real world thing is, sure, it exists in the real world, but provenance, being able to actually to have auctions to actually resale, all of this stuff can exist in the blockchain and be tied to a real world thing. And like, there are actually companies out there right now that are specializing in ways to tag physical items in a very unique way that can't be replicated, so that you can actually bind it to the blockchain. So it really depends on, like, so to summarize all my ramblings up, if you can replicate the physical properties of the thing fully digital, then the physical item will go away. If you can't, the physical item will still be there, but it will still be an enhanced version of it because of the blockchain.
Yeah. And you're right. I've had a lot of discussions in terms of blockchain. Are we applying it to legacy and traditional systems and trying to innovate there? Maybe maybe it helps, maybe it doesn't. But the innovation is still ahead of us, and we haven't even thought about, like, DeFi wasn't around, right? And then a lot of these other applications weren't around, like you said, flash loans weren't around. And so, yeah, we'll figure out what the future looks like. We can obviously get a glimpse now. Two last questions. Addie, I want to ask you a question. You're pretty involved on the, like, ecosystem growth and, like, projects, and what are you seeing nowadays? We have people tuning in, and we've all weathered the storm through ups and downs, bear markets, bull markets, all the above, and, like, ultimately, during the downtime, the bear markets, a lot of projects, like, become successful. You actually, even in history, right? Your Netflixes, your Ubers, right? They've all came out of trying times, right? Like market downturns, and a lot of the success. Your Facebooks, all came out, raised money. What are you seeing kind of in the Algorand ecosystem in terms of app development, startups, projects, the quality of teams? I'd like to really just paint a picture, right, of what you're seeing on the inflow, and what people are looking at, what they're getting better at, and maybe you can provide, what what you're seeing in the market. Mute.
Amazing, thank you.
Yeah.
I think we've just sort of started to see a lot of NFT projects that have been signed and are starting to launch right now. So that's one of the first things.
Yeah.
Right now, in addition, we have a lot of DeFi projects launching. Yieldy just launched about a week ago. They had, last I checked, a few days ago, they had about 10 million algos staked.
Wow.
We have Acon, who's doing the ORID, which enables essentially enterprise customers to adopt and migrate existing users to Algorand's blockchain. We have a lot of use case specific projects for things like institutional acquisitions or blue chip auctions, migration utilities for NFTs from other chains. We're also looking at high level research projects about primarily multi-sig keys and storage of cryptographic hashes and that sort of stuff. But I would say in general, like there's a pretty big uptick in DeFi, like that's noticeable in the last few weeks. So people proposing like DEXs and different kind of DeFi implementations and DAOs and that sort of stuff. So I think that that's sort of going to be what we're going to see a lot more of in the next few months on Algorand specifically launching. And then from there, I guess we'll see.
Nice. Aaron, you guys are, are involved in heavy in tech. What excites you? Do you see a lot of blockchain overlap into some of the other technology stacks that you have clients for? What are you most excited for moving forward?
I'm most excited for the willingness for people to see the value of blockchain outside of all of the perceptions. I think that it's a valid way to store assets, store information. I think it's in a lot of ways more secure. And I feel like because of NFTs, I am seeing a lot of other clients just come into tune with those benefits for one reason or another. And it's not just about NFTs, but it's about this is here to stay. It doesn't have just one application for DeFi. It has many applications, and it's something that we should be looking into. And so people are willing to say their ideas, even if it means, how do I do this thing anonymously, or how do I have anonymous buyers and things like that? It's stuff that we can and should talk about. And so I'm just happy that people are willing to talk about blockchain as a technology means to solve their problems.
You.
What about you, Chris? Good points there, Aaron. I think it's endless, right? And we're just figuring it out. What people want to do, how they want to use it, the curiosity, is going to drive that. Chris, what excites you, man? You're pretty heavily involved in the space. Pretty active. We've chatted about a few things here, but yeah, what outside of kind of, some of the applications, like what excites you about or moving forward?
What excites me? That's such an open-ended question. So I think one of the things that excites me the most is the developers are coming. Like we opened our doors in September of last year to developers, say okay, here's the MVP. Since then, we've onboarded 1,200 developers that actually have built applications.
Wow.
And that's growing around 10% every single week.
Wow.
And not only are the developers coming, the projects they're building are getting awesomer and awesomer in a short amount of time. To give you an example, we've been running, short, accelerator type of 5-week programs. And the first one, people are like, look, Alice and Bob traded things online. And the one that we're going to be launching, I think today, not sure when this is going to be aired, but is people are building full-blown decentralized NFT auctions.
Yeah.
Somebody built a fully decentralized, censor-resistant Twitter, and they're building these within 4 to 5 weeks worth of work.
For sure.
And that excites me because if anybody asks you, what's the next killer app? There's no way they could ever answer that, because the truth is that the only way to get killer apps is a numbers game. Developers throwing spaghetti at the wall and seeing what sticks.
Yep.
So you need millions of developers building things as stupid that we think like fart apps, because the things that you and I might think are stupid, the rest of the world probably will think is awesome. And that's what we're seeing. Yep. Thousands of developers are coming into the space now, building things that I think are silly, but one of them is going to prove me wrong and take over the world. That's what excites me.
No, I couldn't agree more. We had a development team, years back, and like this is one of the challenges at that time that we realized was the shortage of talent. And we knew like at that point, like, let's get involved now and like, let's pivot and start building blockchain projects and products and solutions. And here we are now, right? Like it's catching up, and we knew it was going to catch up. And, for everybody watching, right, the internet was built on a bunch of protocols, and like now we can make a website in a couple hours, right? Where back in the day you had to like code it and build it from scratch and all that. And we're streamlining that. Blockchain is kind of on that same path. We have kind of the rails, the infrastructure, the protocols being built out. And blockchain is just really a buzzword. Like distributed systems has been around for decades, cryptography decades. And so now it's just kind of coming to fruition with the rest of technology. And so we're all excited here. So yeah, we kind of went over on time. First of all, I just want to thank all three of you for joining, participating. Let me go around real quick. Aaron, where can people learn more about Cantina and get some updates and insights on what you guys are doing?
You can learn more about Cantina on the internet. It's a little thing. I don't know if you heard of it. We are at cantina.co. There are multiple places to reach out to us there. You can also reach us on Twitter to hear more about the blockchain projects that we're working on. We'll be releasing content with Algorand on Twitter and likely on Reddit. And stay tuned.
Awesome. Chris, where can people learn more about Reach, yourself, your team, and get some updates and insights?
Sure. So our websites are reach.sh. Our Discord is very active. If you ask a question, you will get an answer, either from our team or from the community. And
on that, definitely.
And I would say that if you are currently building or want to build on the blockchain and you're not using Reach, you're doing it wrong. So quick, stop what you're doing, throw it away. You'll be back up to where you are and further along within a matter of days. So just come on, join the team, join the community, and let's build real cool stuff.
Awesome. Last but not least, Addy from the Algorand team, one of our proud sponsors and supporters of the conference, which ultimately the funds get used to produce this quality of content. And not only that, goes back to our student programs and all that. So Addy, where can people learn more about your team and get some more information?
Yeah, also on the internet. So Algorand.foundation is our website. You can see different funding models we have, diluted, non-diluted, what kind of research is going on, access to our GitHubs. We have a pretty active Twitter, it's Algo Foundation, and a pretty active Discord as well. And if you have any developer questions that are specific, I recommend you hang out there. You can find me there pretty much as long as I'm awake. Chris is around sometimes too, so feel free to DM me there.
Awesome. Well, I'll go ahead and conclude here for everybody tuning in to Reimagine 2021. Hopefully you enjoyed the discussion. We chatted about NFTs. We've chatted about interoperability. We chatted about Algorand and kind of the benefits and the community and resources available to them. And that's kind of the point of this discussion for everybody trying to figure out what blockchain to use. There's many options, but ultimately you will understand kind of why people are developing on a certain chain. And this is kind of proof right here. Strong community, good bond, resources, education content, grant programs, accelerator programs. Those are all crucial, right? So again, thank you all for tuning in. Chris, Addy, Aaron, we hope to have you guys back sometime in the future, and have a good rest of the day. Thank you.
Thanks so much, Adam.
Thanks, guys.
Oh, hey there, baby. Me, Elvis Presley here with another vocabulary lesson brought to you by Reimagine 2021. DAO, Decentralized Autonomous Organization. DAOs represent a new approach to the management of decentralized crypto projects. All token holders of a project managed via DAO can propose improvements to the project and vote for the proposals of other users. Thus becoming, to all intents and purposes, proactive contributors to the project. Thank you. Thank you very much.
Our past inspires the decisions we make today to reshape our future tomorrow. In a world where human beings and machines become friends. In a world where fiber optic channels become virtual highways of communication. In a world where everything we know and value is vulnerable to manipulation and destruction. In such a world, we need a revolution that gives us hope. Where some take to the streets and look to their leaders, the modern warrior dares to cut beneath the current and strives to restructure the core without permission. In a technological world, we need a technological revolution. And when the unimaginable happens, the brave must be bold and dare to reimagine.
Welcome back to Reimagine. Here we are in our 9th iteration of the conference. For all those watching, thanks so much for staying with us. So much good content going on, so many good conversations that we're being able to have with people about, our current theme from this conference, the game of chains. That idea of looking at the different chains that are out there, looking what they're doing, and looking at the sort of, battle, but also the development and the synthesis that's going on in the ecosystem. This isn't all win-lose. There can be win and win together, although, obviously that depends on who we're talking to. In that being said, without further ado, I'd like to welcome Anne Farber-Willis, the Chief Operating Officer over at Oasis Labs. And firstly, thanks so much for being with us.
Hey, yeah, so happy to be here, Asher. Thanks so much for having me, and thanks to everyone in the audience who's here listening.
All right, and pleasure to have you on. And I think just to get things started, for those in the audience that aren't familiar with Oasis and what you guys are up to, give us the rundown, give us an overview of what you guys are doing.
Yeah, absolutely. So I'll speak to two parts of it. So first I'll say the Oasis network is a decentralized proof of stake network. Our primary goal since founding was to build a network that was that had confidentiality or privacy built into it, and also to make it scalable in a way that Ethereum is not. It uses a very unique type of scalability architecture that's very different from sharding and certainly different than Ethereum as it's designed today. We launched the network, or I should say the community launched the network in November 2020, and it's now fully decentralized. There's over 100 individual validators, all from different entities, based around the world. We have folks in China, Taiwan, Korea, Europe, across Europe, in the US, you name it. And so we have a fully decentralized network that we have a number of different applications running on today, and really excited to see that really take shape. In addition to that, so that's the underlying network. Oasis Labs has built a development environment that sits on top of that we call Parcel, and Parcel is a easy to use development environment that basically allows for data management, the computation and analysis of data, and basically the tokenization of data as well in a compute environment that connects to the Oasis network. And that development environment is really designed to be easy for anyone to use. So it's actually built in Typeform, so you don't have to know Solidity to work in it. You don't have to write smart contracts. A lot of that complication of blockchain is sort of stripped away, but the value that comes from tokenization and ownership and the public ledger that exists are all baked into the platform as well. And so that's one of the things I've been primarily focused on since launching the network.
So there are two, particular parts of Oasis and the sort of overall Oasis project that I think stand out. And, there are two parts that you guys really like to focus in on, that I'd like to get a little more sort of understanding and awareness of what they are and how the direction they're going in. So that's the privacy focus. You sort of advertise yourselves as a privacy focused blockchain. I'd be fascinated to hear a little bit more about how you guys implement that. Specifically on your network, and also the data tokenization, which I know is something that you guys are very keen on, distinguishing, and as a key, unique selling point of Oasis as a protocol.
Yeah. So it's good, and it's good to speak of them in that order because really one enables another. So I'll speak first at privacy and confidentiality. So first off, I'd say we think about this really at the core layer, or really at every layer of the network. And so it's one of really the only networks that does that. The way that we've built this is it's confidentiality at a contract level. So it's not simply about a transaction. So in comparison to something like Zcash or Monero, those are really private tokens. And so the idea for those types of platforms is the actual transfer is in some way held privately. Our network's actually, it's in some ways much more complex. It's not just the transfer that's held privately, it's actually the underlying data and compute. And so the smart contract, as you build it, can be made confidential. The data that is run through that smart contract can be held confidentially or not. And really what I'd say is that design permeates through every layer of the network. So the way the network works is there's a decentralized consensus layer. It's fully decentralized. I mentioned there's over 100 validators running that. And then a number of compute environments. And one of them that we'll talk about it has a core functionality of confidentiality. There are some that don't. But what's really nice about our network is that it's really designed to make it very easy to do. So it's quite simple to spin up a confidential development environment yourself, or to use one of the ones that already exists, because we've built a lot of the hooks in at every level of the network to make it quite simple to do that. And so you can imagine, and we have, on that level, broad development and confidentiality that ranges from things like data tokenization, which I'll go into, but also more confidentiality for DeFi related things. So if you think about private DEXs or private lending pools, those are things that are going to be really important for the future of DeFi. I mean, some of the issues we're seeing now in the DeFi space really are around the idea of front running and the challenges that exist with that from a trading perspective, or credits that, that has to be significantly backed by some sort of asset And so having confidentiality built into a lending protocol or to DEXs specifically can really change the game and open up DeFi much more substantially than it is now. So that's sort of confidentiality overall, and really the high point here is it can be applied in a lot of different ways. From data tokenization, so that's really a unique use case that uses confidentiality. So the idea here is, I think of it a little bit like you think of NFTs. So when you think about an NFT, what you're doing is you're taking an offline asset and you're creating some, stored, essentially a token, right? It's a non-fungible token that represents a very unique set of value. And NFTs, as we think about them today, are really, I would say, like non-dynamic assets, right? It's a picture or a photo or some sort of image. And that's, I think, a really important and compelling first step. Data tokenization is really saying, what if we apply that same type of non-fungible technology and actually applied it to something that's backed by data? And so the idea of this is that you could essentially, the most base level, upload your data to our network, and you would be given a token that basically represents the ownership of that data. It's non-fungible. It can't be, tricked or replaced with anything else. It's unique in that way, and it represents the exact data that you've held and stored on the network. So what does that mean? I mean, that's sort of, who cares? But I think what that really then enables are a whole host of new use cases that, I think will really power the next round of what we call the ownership economy. And so I'll give you a couple examples of what that could look like. So on the more data-oriented side, and on the B2B side, you can see this data token almost being used as like an access token or, some form of like authenticator that you own that data. So imagine a world where you wanted to say, you have a genome or your genomic data, you want to share it with a pharmaceutical company for research, but you want to know that you will get that data back. You can use these data tokens to actually set some time limit to how long someone would be able to hold and use your data. You give it to them for 3 days, they can run analysis. When that time is up, you get it back. This is a great way to think about marketplaces, for example, where you're setting some time-bound limit on data analysis or, the rental of data to some extent. And so that's more of a B2B use case. What I find probably most exciting, however, are the more creator economy and creator-driven use cases. So right now we have all these like creator coins, but they're really not backed by anything other than sort of hype and excitement, right? Like I like an artist, they have a coin, maybe I buy that coin and it goes up in value. What you can do with our data tokenization product is actually have that value be ascribed to actual usage. So imagine an artist and they're a musician, they're a working musician, and you buy their token when it's, they're not as well known. They have 1,000 listens a day on Spotify. With our data-backed tokens, what it would actually do is you can actually use the data from Spotify to represent the underlying value of that token. So imagine that artist all of a sudden starts, having 1 million listens a day. The value of that token would actually be tied to the value of the number of listens. And so, that's where we come up with this concept of sort of like data-backed tokens. So anyway, I've shared a lot there, but I think as you can tell, it's probably something I'm really excited about it. And I think there's a lot we can do with this and just getting started for sure.
No, absolutely. And you know what? It's been so fascinating over the course of this conference. I've spoken to so many people who've spoken about that idea of the lag between, the digitization of everyone's lives and the digital ownership going on in people's lives. And that digital ownership hasn't yet caught up. It sounds to me like what you guys are doing are looking to help change that equation so that the digital ownership does actually catch up with the fact that we all spend, 40, 50, 60, let's not admit to too much, percent of our time online these days as it is. And yet, most of it's, using as a service products or renting products, as it were,
Yeah, I think that's so true. I think if you look at the internet today, it obviously unlocked so much. There's so much that's been unlocked by it, but Web 2.0 also has a number of flaws. And I think one we can all agree on is how the monetization of the internet works. So much value is held by these big companies. And a lot of that is because they're able to amass such large amounts of data. And we as users don't really get any of the value back for helping or for feeding into that system. We get access to the product, but there's a lot that I think many of us have essentially signed on to in a way that we hadn't anticipated, or the ramifications of it we haven't expected. I'd say in addition to that, like one thing that really motivates me is I think we also live in a world in Web 2 where we're sort of forced to trust these companies. Like, and even if you think they're the most trustworthy, there's still an element of trust you have to put in, and your incentives may not be aligned. I think Apple, for example, is an incredibly respectful company when it comes to data privacy, but I have to believe that, right? Like, there's so much data that I'm giving them and taking their word that they're going to use it in the right way. And so I think what's so empowering and powerful about Web3 is it really shifts the financial model. It shifts the trust model to really put us as individual users back in control of how we use our data and how it's monetized. And I mean, up until now, that just hasn't been a choice. Like, it's use these products or disconnect from the world. And so, yeah, I'm incredibly compelled to see what will happen in the next 5 years as blockchain technology becomes more mainstream.
But what do you think? I mean, I wonder with something like the sort of data ownership that we're discussing here, what do you think the uptake is really going to be? And obviously, giving the choice is the first step, and that's incredibly important. But when you start talking about uptake and who's actually going to take that extra step, particularly if it takes 1, 2, 3 extra steps. I mean, we see that at the moment with whether it be cookie access or the most basic sort of privacy and data elements. That unless you stick the button in someone's face and it's a binary yes, no, most people are not going to go hunting through the settings to ensure that they're making sure their data is as private as it possibly can be. And obviously, as I say, giving the choice is so important, but what do you think of that next level of getting people to actually take up that choice and get a call to arms?
Yeah, I totally agree. And I think it's a convergence of a few things. So I like to think about it as sort of like the regulatory landscape, the technology landscape, and then also usability. And so I think what we're seeing now is the beginning of that converging, which is in countries across the world. Obviously, Europe's been a leader, but we're seeing the US take a more thoughtful stance here too. There's regulation that's being put in place to set more restrictions and requirements around how data is used. The second is, up until now, we didn't really have some of the technologies to actually enable the type of data privacy and ownership that we talked about. I mean, blockchain is that example in many ways, but there's other confidential technologies that are really important, I think, in driving this new world. So things like differential privacy, moving from some like a research phase to really something that can be productized at scale, like that's just beginning to happen. And then third, I think on top of that, and really to your point, like it has to be easy to use. Like, I think it's really not a choice for people if they have to choose between a simple, user flow that's really well designed where something may use their data and something that takes 10 more steps or requires, in the case of anything on crypto, like a wallet with, some sort of like hardware key that you have, like that's an impossible choice for anyone to make. It's not a choice. And so I think when will we see this type of convergence, and when will we see this growth? It's when these three areas all sort of merge together. I think this will happen in the next few years, honestly. I mean, I think it's unbelievable to me to think about the type of, even in the last year, like just a huge like set of innovation that's happened both in the blockchain space and also in the data privacy space writ large. And so I can only really envision how that will go even further. The last thing I'd say there is, like, I do think there's some element of motivation and incentive that we have to give or allow people to have. In a world where you're thinking about paying, so we're seeing some trends that are leading to this already, right? So this move, for example, from like ad-based platforms to subscription-based platform is a great way of showing that, like, to some extent, people are willing to pay to avoid that type of data capture. But I think for it to hit mass adoption, we'll need to see a world where the incentives are more aligned to the individuals. And so my guess is that's most tied to them actually being paid in some way for their data or capturing the value of their data in a more reasonable way. And I think there'll be some other aspects as well. It might be that the underlying companies who are data private find their own revenue streams, and so that they can offer a competitive product that's also free, for example. That would be another option. But I think that's another really important aspect of this as well. But yeah, I think if you look to the next 3 to 5 years, I think we'll be in a very different place.
Yeah, certainly a period of great innovation, a period of great change, and a period of great diversity. Yeah. And I think that segues nicely into another topic I want to hit on, which is, I mean, we've seen this conference, Game of Chains, and I think, it's very suited to the time that we are now, in which there are so many different projects, protocols, both layer 1, layer 2, and beyond, that are out there attempting to, achieve, and this is an interesting point, whether to call it supremacy, whether to call it, increased functionality, whether it's interoperability, what the goals are. So, as a representative of a project and a protocol that isn't considered obviously one of the current leaders in the space, what do you see as the role of diverse networks and protocols out there, and the role of, you can obviously focus in on Oasis as your guys' role in the current space, crypto space?
Yeah, I guess I'd say a few things. So first, I'd say I'm what I would call a crypto moderate, which is to say that I'm not a Bitcoin maximalist. Obviously, I'm also I believe that there's a world where you can have many tokens and many networks working together. I don't think that's infinite. Like, there's some limited number, but I do think it's certainly greater than an N of one. And so, for me, what it comes down to is where are you adding unique value? And so I think there are a number of projects that are out there trying to be Ethereum killers. I respect a lot of them. Like, it's incredible to see what projects like Solana have done, for example. But I also don't think there will be that many that fall into that category. I think that the more valuable and more likely mature space is that you have projects, similar to the internet today, that are offering some unique, they're serving some unique need, and they're solving a unique problem. And so in that world, you have, general purpose things. You look at the world today, you've got general purpose platforms like AWS that does absolutely everything. And then you've got more specific platforms like Snowflake that are really good at, specific aspects of data management. Both are very successful, both have really strong ecosystems. And so when I think about the future of Web3, to me, that's where we'll end up. And so why do I feel bullish about Oasis, and why am I so passionate about it? Is because I think really no one has figured out privacy. And it's an incredibly important aspect of how these networks will converge. I mean, the idea that you're going to have businesses running on a fully public network, where every piece of data that they run or analyze on the network, to me, feels very unrealistic. And so providing an environment where you can do things confidentially, where sensitive data like healthcare data is actually being able to be stored on a blockchain network. There's so much benefit to that, but there has to be confidentiality baked into that. Trading as well, as we mentioned, like any sort of DeFi aspect, like there's real needs for confidentiality that exist in the current finance world, and I think will be necessary for us to get to mass adoption in the Web3 world. So yeah, I think I don't think we'll be in a place where every network survives, but I think there is a world where you have many hundreds that are all working together, and there's some level of interoperability. The other thing I'd say, which I think is so cool about this space, just in general, is you never know, right? Like, I think there's so much, it's so cool to see, like, and again, like anything could change, but it's been really cool to see the projects that have just surged in the last couple months, and those that sort of ebb and flow. Like, there's some projects that, like, I've been following for a long time, and they just consistently stay here, right? Like, I'm always impressed with the Cosmos team, like what they've been able to do. And they just they're so reliable, right? Like, they're always going to be there. And then there are projects that seem like they just kind of shoot out of nowhere. And it's like the timing worked, they launched, everything's sort of working. And all of a sudden you can see this sort of like, just like rocket ship take off. And so I think that's one of the cool things about the space is it's so early that it's about being in the game and making sure that you're building great products and making sure people see them and know them. And, I think that the rest will come from there.
Yeah, absolutely. And I completely take your point, about seeing how projects can, come and go and build and shrink. And and those that are steady are not. But I suppose, to me, it's so interesting to see that the idea of sort of, fidelity and durability are so important when it comes to this space. And obviously everyone's going through that challenge right now. No one's older than 12 years at most, and most projects are considerably younger than that. Yeah, considerably. Bitcoin, I'm saying everything else is considerably younger than that. So, that proof of fidelity, and I think what you spoke about there about sort of what enterprise needs, that if you're going to get these sort of, business solutions that are going to help enterprise, they're going to need privacy, because most enterprises are afraid to put their information out in the public blockchain, anything that's sort of limited like that. So what do you think can be done to bring that trust in?
I'm sorry. Sure. Yeah, I mean, at first I was just going to say, like, to me, I've always thought about this industry as a long-term thing. Like we're like not even through the first inning here. And so there's so much development and user experience and talent that I think we'll see grow and change the industry as we know it today. I think 5 years from now, it'll be just a totally different landscape than it is now. For us, we've been very focused on enterprise and B2B specifically. And so we've seen usage from a number of companies of different sizes. So I'll give a few examples. We work with the BMW Group on a project around data privacy specifically. We've been working with them on some things related to differential privacy, the data that they capture from in their own vehicles, and really helping them think through how they'll take that data and give it back to their users, make it much more to allow and create better permissions for them in the network as well. So that's been a long-term relationship that we've had for some time and are working with quite actively. We also worked with a healthcare company in the US. I unfortunately can't disclose the name, but a very large healthcare institute. And basically what they were trying to do even pre-COVID was figure out how to share flu data that they were receiving in their own hospitals with county health departments. And the issue here is that basically health data, I mean, there's so much regulation around it, and there's a lot of questions around ownership of that data. And so they really wanted to be able to share this data without actually giving up ownership of it. And so using a public blockchain that had confidentiality baked in was really a very effective way for doing that. So those are some of the, I think, early use cases we've seen. We also work with a number of smaller teams. Nebula Genomics is a good one. They're a genomics company, and they wanted their users to be able to control their genomes specifically. And so they can basically store it on the network. They can take it back at any time if they don't want the company to have access to it. And they're working even on something, even cooler, which is basically an NFT of your genome. And so just another example of this data tokenization idea. Lots of things in that world. And you can see more of those obviously on our website at oasislabs.com. But I think, we're here for a long-term view of how to actually, bring this technology to become the nascent technology of the future.
I mean, talking about something like, the health data example you just gave, do you envisage, looking into the trends of the future and let's say that, the blockchain, privacy-focused blockchain becomes a widely distributed and utilized technology? I mean, do you imagine, and is Oasis's vision that people will become sort of their own, data banks? I don't know if that's quite the right term to use, but, their own controllers and repositories of their data out into the world, and they'll sort of retract and allow data in and out as they see fit, and that they'll manage that individually. I mean, I know we've sort of touched on this already, but it's just such a fascinating idea to me to see how that works in practice.
It's interesting. So I don't think it's scalable that everyone will want to do that for themselves. I think as we've learned, we're all, myself included, a little lazier than we think. But what I do think you'll see are what I would call sort of like data custodians, which is the idea that some people, think of it almost as you think about your own assets, right? So when I think about the money that I hold, some people want to invest it themselves, and they spend a lot of time doing that directly. Some people hire people to manage their money for them, and some people use some sort of automated service. I expect that there will be some future world for your data as well, where some people will feel they want as much control as possible, and others will want to hold ownership, the custodial control of that data to someone else, essentially to set rules or bounds that custodian can then use to find the best use of their data. And so, yeah, that's really what I envision for the future. And I think you're seeing that a little bit with some of these data marketplaces already, where people are starting to upload and add their data to systems and to set those types of rules. And I think we'll only see more of that going forward.
Absolutely. And as with any network, when you're building these projects and putting your ideas out there into the world, I think at the moment, the two most important and interrelated, elements of any sort of network building are, of course, the community itself that forms around the network, and in the case of blockchain, of course, the developers that come on board and work and give that developer mind share, which is such a limited commodity in our current world. How are you guys finding that? Are you getting the community support you'd hope for, and are developers willing to come on board and develop on Oasis?
Yeah, so I think we've seen a lot of excitement from the community. So I'd say on that front, again, very focused on trying to drive excitement amongst people who really care about privacy. And I think what's been cool about that is we've seen community from, I think, the more traditional crypto channels, but then also a lot of people coming from the more mainstream or more technical backgrounds. So we have a ton of people in our channels who are really just passionate about privacy, and we're the first really to introduce them to crypto and blockchain. And so that's been a really cool thing to see. We have a great core set of about 300 ambassadors, shout out to them. And they've been great advocates for us. And then obviously a much larger set of communities that we do things like grants with. We do weekly, challenges and quizzes with. We have a bunch of community cup style competitions that we do with our community. And so that's been very exciting. The other thing I'd note for your audience specifically is we also have a very vibrant university program. And so this we found is a great way to engage teams really across the world. Our goal is really to focus and work with university clubs. And the reason we wanted to do that is we wanted to interact directly with students. We have a lot of PhDs and professors who are on our team, and so they love the opportunity to mentor and teach students. But essentially, the program allows for a few things. One is an opportunity to set up a validator node on the network, and basically to get some tutorial of how to do that. And there's some staking rewards and benefits that come out of that. Two is mentorship, so an opportunity to get technical guidance and support from our team. Early access to the code that we have, sort of a fast track to grants and other programs that we have on board, our hackathons as well. And then we run a number of sort of trainings and education programs just for university students who are involved in this as well. So if you're out there and you're interested and you are part of a club at a university, reach out to us. It's actually run by our foundation, oasisprotocol.org. But you'll find information there, and we're always excited to have more university teams involved. So that's a great way to think about it. The last thing I'd say is for developers, yes, we've seen some great excitement. Again, what I'd say is what's been cool about this is we've seen excitement from some more traditional crypto teams, particularly on the DeFi side, but also from a number of, I would say, traditional companies that are what I call blockchain curious. They've heard about the benefits, they're interested in some aspect of tokenization, but they're not quite sure what to do with it. And I think our development environment Parcel offers a really easy to use, very welcome environment where it's quite simple to set up your application. So we've seen a lot of growth there. We have over 50 companies building on us, not just individual developers, but companies, and a whole host of other individuals that are building and testing it out every day. And so that's been very cool. If you're interested in that, there's a grants program to support development on that as well. So yeah, lots of ways to get involved.
Fantastic. And I hope that many more companies and individuals continue to grow and become blockchain curious into the future. A great term. I'm going to start using that all over if you don't mind. Fantastic. But regardless, and I want to thank you so much for taking the time to speak with us. Talk about your project, talk about the community. I think there's so much value to share there. I just want to say a quick shout out for our audience. Make sure you keep watching and get all your information on more great interviews at the conference at ri2020.io. But I always like to give our guests sort of the last word out. Anything you'd like to say out there to the audience, the world, guests, your mother, whomever it might be, anything you'd like to finish off on?
No, I just say thanks so much for listening. And if you're interested in learning more about Oasis, go to oasisprotocol.org, or you can follow me on Twitter. It's Annie Fauv, ANNIEFAUV. Follow me there. I send a number of updates every day about the network. So hope to catch many of you there. Thanks so much.
All right, wonderful. Thanks so much for watching.
Yar, ahoy there, mateys! Long John Silverbells here with another vocabulary lesson brought to ye by Reimagine 2021. Liquidity pools. Liquidity pools are used in decentralized finance, mainly to make trading on decentralized exchanges more efficient. Users who have cryptocurrencies and wish to generate income from their savings lock their holdings, usually in pairs, into smart contracts, which provide the liquidity needed for transactions between users via decentralized exchanges. In return for this service, those who trade pay a fee, which is distributed proportionally to all liquidity providers. Yar, I always thought liquidity pools were what you walked the plank into. I've got a lot to learn.
Kevin Wang, co-founder of Nervous Network. Happy to be here at Reimagine.
Hello and welcome to Reimagine 2021. This is our 9th conference in a monthly series of events, bringing you nothing but the best projects, bright minds, and leaders in the space. We've been fortunate enough to invite many talented individuals and teams to come speak with us, providing updates, insights, and all the above that's happening in crypto. We've done a themed event pretty much every month. We've done What the Fi is DeFi after DeFi Summer. We've done Tales from the Crypto during Halloween. We've done Happy HODL Days. We just did NFTs, State of the Art Chain, which is super exciting. And now our next theme for June for this conference is Game of Chains, Battle for the Throne. We're talking to a bunch of base layers, layer ones, layer twos, the pros and cons, advantages, really just shedding light on what kind of technology they offer for developers, for investors, and really educating our audience, you that's tuned in to watch this. I'll be your host today from the Mousebelt team, where we focus on early stage investments through our accelerator program, providing development support to a number of growing projects, as well as education within our Mousebelt University program. So our main objective and goals are increasing adoption, use cases, and real world applications. It's pretty straightforward. I'm happy to have a special guest of ours. He's been on the show at least once or twice. Nervos is a partner of ours on the Blockchain Education Alliance, supporting students, clubs, organizations globally as much as we can to give back and contribute and make sure everybody understands what blockchain is and how we develop on it. So without further ado, Kevin Wong, co-founder of the Nervos Network. How you doing, Kevin? Thank you for joining me today.
Hey, Adam, how are you? Good to be here.
Awesome. So, I've been working with your team now for quite some time, and the Nervos kind of community in general. Super great team, super how should I say, involved and engaged with the ecosystem, the community. I'm based in SF, so I've seen Nervos for quite some time. So very fortunate there. Thank you for joining. Let's kind of get into it. Let's talk about a little bit of your background as an engineer and how you got into blockchain. We have a lot of current Web 2.0 devs trying to think of a career move. Should I do this, do that, right? And I'm sure you went down kind of the same thought process and path. So give us a little background as you as an engineer, and then what kind of led you into blockchain?
Yeah, absolutely. So I was trained as a software engineer and started my career working in like a research lab in a large company. So IBM Silicon Valley lab, worked on big data solutions. I think I think for a lot of us that got into blockchain was Bitcoin. And again, this is quite a few years ago. And for me, from the last financial crisis, I started to sort of self-educate myself about economic theories and understand, trying to understand, what was going on, and at the same time, sort of ran into Bitcoin, the white paper, and then read it. I think for me as a software engineer, I definitely was very much attracted to a different way how standardized systems can be built. But on the other hand, I think the message of a sound money and then sort of borderless currency, and then doesn't belong to anyone but belongs to everyone. That was just very appealing from a philosophical point of view. So I think more than anything else, that got me into Bitcoin and into the blockchain industry. I think sort of continue on what you just said. I think for software developers, this is a really exciting place. I definitely encourage everybody to at least use a weekend and tip your toe into this. And I think trying to understand what this new platform is about. I think a lot of folks, I come from this background, and just whenever there's a new platform, there are just a lot of opportunities. And then whenever you have sort of the paradigm shift, if you will, if we go back to, decades ago when, you shift from hardware to sort of this sort of open hardware or commoditized hardware. There's this is where Apple was founded, opportunities, and then you go from hardware to software, and then this is when the likes of Microsoft was founded, and then you go from sort of control of software to like open source software. Now there's a new platform to be built, internet, and open source, and then you can argue this is a lot of the giants that we have today, and this is when they're built. And then now what blockchain does is really open up that monopoly again, right? So they will no longer have monopoly of data. Now everybody has access to data and on blockchain. So I definitely believe this is like a new era and great opportunity, great time for developers to jump on board.
No, that's great. I mean, the evolution, right, from Web 2.0, Web 3.0, centralized, systems to decentralized systems, maybe putting the control back into, for those tuning in or watching Reimagine, they'll probably get the sense of feeling that this technology really gives the power back to the end user in some capacity, in some degree within their application. Currently, we give up a lot of our info and data, and let's try and hone that back, as much as we can. So, so where does Nervos fit in all this? The theme of this conference is Game of Chains, Battle for the Throne, and really, it's just a concept in terms of there were a lot of blockchains created, attempted. You guys, I mean, I've heard of Nervos now for a few years, based here in San Francisco. You guys seem to weather the storm, have always just been, in development, producing things. You have a lot of dApps, on the network, and just really engaging the community in terms of resources and being available. So let's talk about what Nervos is and kind of maybe some of the nuances to share that that we can learn about.
Yeah, I think the way we look at where the industry is, obviously it's still very early, and it's a open platform, just like the internet is. So if you use the internet as an analogy, I think we're at the time when this is probably before the modern web browser, right? This is way early. And then people are using applications attached to specific networks and specific servers. So this is pretty much like today, right? We have multiple blockchains, and then if you want to use applications on them, then you have to use a specific wallet. You have to use have to know how to interact with them, and then you will have access to their native token, and then the tokens issued on these platforms, and so on and so forth. Right, so it's pretty much segmented, paradigm for users. The only place, the only sort of the only use case I would say that actually works, and then be able to provide user the seamless sort of crossing experience or interoperability experience is centralized exchange. Because once you go on centralized exchange, yes, you can do this one thing, which is trading cryptocurrencies. Super smooth experience, and then you don't have to care about which blockchain you're interacting with. The app just abstracts all that out of the way. So what we are trying to do, and what we believe is, this is for the blockchain in general, as a big industry, this is where we're going as well. We just need to figure out how to solve the problem, right? We just need to figure out how to get a plumbing, connecting all these platforms. And then there are several issues, right? Connect all the platforms, and then provide user with the seamless user experience. And also, it's just like a modern web browser, abstract away the differences between particulars of different blockchains, so that when you launch applications, when developer launch applications, users from anywhere can use the application, and then assets from all the blockchains can be utilized by the application, right? Again, just like the centralized exchange experience. Users go there and they can self-custody of their cryptocurrencies and funds, and then just whatever applications, DeFi, NFT and other type applications, and they can just go and use the applications instead of reaching all the way to the bottom of this abstraction, and then have blockchain specific concerns that they have to be aware of and take care of.
So how does so what are some of the features? What are some of the features that the Nervos network offers in terms of maybe at a high level? Maybe we can chat about a little about scalability, throughput, and you kind of just touched on some of the things that that we're trying to work on in terms of infrastructure and all that. Well, what are some of the features if people were looking up Ethereum and Polkadot or some of these other chains in the world? What kind of differentiators does Nervos present itself?
Yeah. So again, we can continue, the topic we're talking about just now. To be able to enable that experience, right? The blockchain have to be designed in a specific way. For example, uh, every blockchain uses different crypto primitives, right? So on the infrastructure side, so to provide a trustless platform that abstract away that that difference between different blockchains. Um, on the crypto structure side, crypto primitive side, I mean, you have to be super flexible, so you can plug in any of these primitives, and then so that you can trustlessly connect to everybody. Um, Now, we have seen applications trying to do the same. If you look at some of the leading apps, a lot of them are doing multiple platform deployments, like for example, Compound. So they build a new blockchain, and then on this new blockchain, they connect to multiple blockchains, and then they have to build in all these primitives themselves, right? So depending on which blockchain they want to connect. So the way I look at it, it's like back in the day, we had Bitcoin, and then we want to enable multiple experiences, and then we just keep adding opcodes into Bitcoin, right? But now we know what actually works is Ethereum. You have a virtual machine, and you can program whatever you want, and then not just keep adding in opcodes manually. So what we're trying to do is the same, to really build this network of connecting different blockchains to enable that universal experience, right? It's not good enough just to keep adding precompiles of primitives and um, and for like every hard fork of the blockchain, right? So fundamentally, it has to be flexible enough to be able to connect to everybody. Also, because we are now sort of the connecting tissue of every blockchain, and then we want to be easier to launch applications on this. Um, the abstraction level has to be very low, right? So in other words, if you look at what Nervos does, Nervos uses something called cell model. A cell, which is a piece of data, right? You can think about a piece of memory that applications have access to, and so that's the lowest possible sort of abstraction that you can have. Developers can combine them in any way that they want, instead of sort of handcuffed into the account mode of Ethereum with key value mappings. And similarly, our virtual machine is very low level as well. So we can support any other virtual machines running on top of other virtual machines. So this is all very technical, right? I think the killer feature of our platform is actually the abstraction level, right? So because we're so low level, that it's very easy to bend, our memory model or our virtual machines and our crypto primitives to work with everybody, and that's crucial if you want to have if you want to have like an internet like infrastructure, because otherwise, I mean, you have seen this cartoon, right? So like, oh, there are 18 different standards. Let's come up with one, so everybody just conform to that, and we're gonna have this new world and just interconnecting with each other. That won't happen. You're just gonna have like 19 different standards. So what we do is we just seamlessly bend into everybody else, and then and you can use us that way, connect with everyone.
What goes into, I've had this discussion the last few days in terms of being interoperable with other chains. How do you guys pick and choose what chain to collaborate with, partner with? There's a lot of blockchains, right? And then fundamentally, each chain has their own philosophy, their own kind of consensus mechanisms and structuring and all that. What goes into the process to say, hey, we want to collaborate and partner with chain 1, chain 2, chain 3, and do they have to meet any kind of not a requirement, but like security, risk, right? It's not just let's just be interoperable with many chains. I'm assuming you pick and choose which chain would be suitable as a partner to maintain the integrity of not only like the Nervos network and your users, but also, I guess, their network and vice versa.
Yeah, I mean, there are some, obvious standards, which is, we want the chain to be in production for some time, and then, has been around. We don't want to partner with a chain, just launched last month, for example. In this space, time is probably the most best measure of security in a way. And other standards are, we want to be able to enable unique experiences for developers on the other platform and users on the other platform. So yeah, so we definitely look at community. We definitely look at, whether there's a lot of things going on in that space. Yeah, so obvious. I mean, some of the obvious choices are, Bitcoin, Ethereum. We recently announced partnership with Cardano as well, and we definitely have plans to extend to more chains.
Nice, nice. And what goes into the developer aspect? We're talking about a lot of interoperability. We're talking about abstraction, and trying to make this flexible and bending. What do you guys do to increase, or what do we have to do from your perspective to increase or like to onboard more developers? There's a lot of traditional web devs. And then there's, in the future, there's going to be native kind of web 3.0 devs that are used to this. What kind of, I don't know, approach or strategy do you guys take maybe specifically, or that you think personally we should do to get more people developing on Nervos?
Yeah, I think the best way, because our founders all came from engineering background, and including myself, right? So the best way really to attract developers is to offer them a platform to build unique products. If people build products, just the same product here versus they can build it elsewhere, then it's, then you come with like, why do I build here, right? Why do I build someplace else? So I think that's the most important. And this is what we've been working on. And then, build these solutions, build these building blocks that we can show people, like, this is the type of unique products that you can build here that you wouldn't be able to build anywhere else, right? So we have a few applications that will be launching pretty soon. One actually pretty much next week. But it definitely, I think that's probably the best way. And then obviously we'll do like hackathons, we'll do outreach, and then we talk to developer teams and so on and so forth. But fundamentally, I think the best way is to show them, hey, here's this type of product you can build here. And we have been met with a good success in that way.
Nice. And can you talk about maybe a few projects or a few applications that you're kind of seeing, some that are public or some that you think are going to pop up? But what are some of the projects that you're hoping to see or that you do see that have developed on the Nervos network?
Yeah, I see the upcoming applications mostly fall into two different categories. One is like more on DeFi space, which is we talk about the cross-chain experience and then sort of the abstracts away from different blockchains. So now instead of building DEXs and lending apps, for example, just for Ethereum and its tokens, wrap Bitcoin for like exception, but now you can have the entire sort of coin market cap top 100 at your disposal to be able to build apps, right? So that's and you don't have to focus on one thing. It doesn't have to be just one DEX. It could be lending plus stablecoin. So there's just a lot of design space that can be built there, and we have some people doing that. The other category of apps that we actually see happening quite a bit, and there are some larger ones as well, is actually in the NFT space. Again, this is coming back to like the super flexibility of our architecture. Just 1 second. Oops. Yeah, the other space that we see things are happening is the NFT space, because again, developers building on Nervos, they found they're able to do unique things with NFTs that they wouldn't be able to do elsewhere. For example, because NFTs are very different from DeFi, right? For DeFi, most users using DeFi today are like crypto people, so to speak, maybe like 1 million. I don't know. I don't have the exact number, but it's definitely smaller than a very small percentage of the world population. Whereas NFTs, it's a very interesting because a lot of the non-crypto people are very attracted to NFTs, right? So, for example, we've been talking to artists and celebrities and people with a big fan base, and then for them to issue NFTs, the users would be, I mean, they have a lot of fans. They have, and they know nothing about blockchain, and they probably don't care. They care about their idol, or they care about their artist, but they don't care about crypto wallet and so on. But they care about having NFTs, and they know what they are, right? So for them, it's a very, I mean, they want a very different experience, right? They want to be able to just interact seamlessly in an environment where they're already comfortable. For example, some yes, web browser is still one of them, but a lot of them, for example, in China, happens in WeChat. This is where people buy things. This is where people meet with friends. This is where people interact, and so on and so forth. So they just want to operate in there, right? And then I'm sure in other countries there are like Line, other chat apps as well. And then again, almost all of them have their unique cryptographic infrastructure that we can hook into. And this is why we talk about the universal applications, right? So, I mean, everything is the platform. It's not just about multiple blockchain, including like real world applications. We want your application to run everywhere, right? And again, mobile devices, right? So, I mean, very few people have crypto wallets, but everybody has a mobile phone.
Yeah.
And then the modern mobile phones, what do they have? They have, you can scan your face. They have secure enclaves. You can put your private keys in there. A lot of the Samsung phones. So, and this is where I think when we talk about decentralized applications or apps really get into the mainstream, I mean, you have to imagine and envision like a future like that. So we see a lot of applications, especially in the NFT space, are happening because developers realize this is the only choice that they can have to be able to reach out to mainstream users, to let people use the app where they feel comfortable and they're used to in the ways that they're familiar with. Also, not every, like when people send NFTs to each other, don't let them go to Binance to buy some Ether and then to pay for and gas. I mean, it's just not going to work, right? Just click a button, then it's sent, right? So something happen under the cover, take care of transaction fees and stuff like that. Again, if you're technical coming from the Bitcoin UTXO space, you probably know like open transactions and then what that means and everything. But again, that's pretty unique that we can enable. But I'm going a little bit too technical here. But yeah, I think coming back to your question, we see a bunch of cross-chain DeFi apps in the pipeline, and also like quite a few, and some of their exciting NFT projects as well.
Well, no, that's great, and you touched on a lot of like critical aspects of not only DeFi but NFTs. And you're right. I think obviously DeFi boomed, had a lot of TVL, a lot of assets flowing, a lot of capital, but that was in the crypto sphere. Yeah. And NFTs actually were less of a market cap, I guess, and more of an impact of the more of the adoption and more of the broader mass appeal to outside of crypto.
Yeah.
And you're totally right. It wasn't really about the tech as it was about, it's actually kind of the underlying fundamental purpose of blockchain crypto, which is peer-to-peer and engaging like one another, right? So now, you have your Instagram lives, your Facebook lives, and you could see people's lives and stories. Now this kind of takes it one step where now you're tokenizing like memories and offering, right, another piece of memorabilia in terms of being digital and being one step closer to your fan base and community, which is what blockchain and crypto are all about. So it's kind of interesting. It's kind of cool.
Yeah, absolutely. I think we're just seeing the very much beginning of NFT. DeFi as well, right? DeFi is going to have a long road as well, but NFT, I mean, too, because when we talk about blockchain and real world applications, it almost always means NFT. Because the real world, people are not fungible products, and places. Nothing is fungible other than money, other than finance stuff. So
Going back to what you said, did I hear this right? Kind of the universal application that you're building. Nervos is providing a network, a layer where the idea is to be able to transfer in between, regular dApps and other traditional or legacy type of platforms, to also be able to integrate with blockchain networks and protocols itself to interchange like assets and tokens and NFTs and stuff like that. Is that what you were talking about?
Yeah, I mean that's definitely
the goal.
The goal and the broader definition of universal applications. It will probably take us some time to get there, but
definitely.
Again, we're seeing the beginning of it
for sure.
And then really it comes down to anything that has a cryptographic infrastructure, we can seamlessly hook into it, right? Be it other blockchain, be it your internet infrastructure. A lot of internet infrastructure runs on encryption and cryptography. We have a domain name service that's launching like very soon, and then that's kind of take advantage of that, both these aspects and anything else, and anything developers can have their imagination, and be it user access and wallets and user experience, you can take advantage of a lot of that. And also, internet infrastructure side, you can hook into those. So we want to. So ultimately, we want to enable those like internet-like experiences for decentralized apps.
No, yeah, I think that's very important. I think one thing that maybe you can talk about real quick, people will understand. You were talking about domain names.
Yeah.
So people are familiar with domain names. Can you explain how blockchain plays into that and what a domain, leveraging blockchain does for, why would somebody want their domain name on a blockchain, and what are the benefits of doing that? I think people think a website is, or, your URL, website address is, I don't know, open, or you can't take it down, which is not the case. There's been websites in other countries where they pull the website down, government pulls them down. So I'd like to highlight maybe that where people can kind of understand that a little bit, and understand kind of how blockchain plays a role in this existing technology where they might not otherwise know. And so can you explain like why someone would want a domain on blockchain, or what that benefit provides?
Yeah, I mean, look, domain names, fundamentally, it's just a registry, right? It's just like a mapping from one string to another string, and then, one human readable string to like IP address for the internet, basically. And currently that registry is maintained by, a hierarchical like authority collection of organizations. So yes, if, and a lot of them are within jurisdictions that listen to the government, right? So if in the government they say, hey, let's take this site down, and they will take your site down. And then if users, put a domain in the browser, try to map to the query that registry for the server to connect to, they can't, right? And that is where it breaks down. So because blockchain or public blockchain, right, especially layer 1 public blockchains are designed to be censorship resistant, just like a Bitcoin, Ethereum, Nervos network. So there are not just one single source of truth or one server that's hosting that registry, or like hierarchical permissioned organization that do that, but everybody can run a copy and replicate it and everything. So if you register your domain name on the blockchain, it cannot be censored. They cannot remove it, right? And your users, again, fundamentally, it's just a mapping between a human readable name and the IP address or to a server. Then users can query that registry, right, and then know how to map their, either browser or specific application, and then acquire the content from there. So it's the ultimate tool for censorship resistance.
Yeah, no, I think that's pretty cool. I think people underestimate or don't think that a lot of these, I don't know, challenges and hurdles when, if you leave the States, or depending on where you live in emerging frontier markets, where government has a lot more control than maybe our government in some developed countries, right? And you can't even post a website because it's some, it's just kind of your beliefs and it doesn't match kind of the government mandate or whatever. And we, and I've seen it happen. Like it's crazy. And so blockchain definitely provides the capabilities of sensor resistance, censorship, and being able to leverage that technology for humankind and to have some control of what you're trying to build or what you're trying to share, that's legal, and we're not talking about anything illegal here, but other items. And so it's kind of cool that you highlighted that, because I think a lot of people can grasp that and really understand like what we're talking about here in general.
Yeah.
Last question or so. I have a couple questions actually. First one, how important is it for, especially in the blockchain space, how important is the community, right? Developer community, user community, technology community for like global growth, right? I mean, this is borderless, Nervos is borderless, the technology is borderless. Anybody can use it, as we've talked about. It's open source, you can build things on it. But more importantly, and we know this with Ethereum and a few others, right? The community is kind of what drives people to adopt, to continue to use it, even if there are challenges or hurdles or whatnot. They're confident in the platform and the network and the team that's behind it. So how important is community to Nervos and its long-term success?
Yeah, I think it's very much important. And for a public blockchain, there's a diverse set of stakeholders, if you will. There is miners or POS stakers. You have token holders, and then you have developers as well. So collectively, that's your community, right? So obviously, developers are building on the network. Make it the platform more usable, and then more, with more features and more reasons for users to use it. And then you have miners secure the network, just like Ethereum and Bitcoin. And then you also have token holders. So our economic model is designed actually, token holders also play a very important role to secure the network as well. I mean, people can go and read our economic paper on that. I think at the end of the day, we want to make sure that everybody are incentivized to contribute to the permissionless protocol. And I think right now, as we're bootstrapping the network, there is a centralized foundation to help allocate resources and get the growth started. But definitely, we want to. All this is to be able to have people, use the network and build on the network and grow the community. That's really the ultimate goal.
Great. And you bring up some good, I couldn't think of the word, but stakeholders, community Nervos stakeholders, and that spans across not just, foundation members or team members, but the miners, the token holders, the developers, everybody that's contributing, right? And everybody plays a role. And that's kind of the good thing about blockchain, is that it kind of vets out those that are believers, not believers, and supports those that are believers and not believers, and incentivizes them for helping out, one way or another. So that's great. Last question here. Do you think there is a winner? And we kind of just talked about a lot of interoperability, so there's a lot of chains. But the theme of this topic the theme of the conference is Game of Chains, Battle for the Throne. So a lot of blockchains are doing their thing. Some have fallen by the wayside. Some have maintained. Nervos seems to be going even stronger since I've seen them, years past. Is there a winner take all? How do you see kind of the blockchain landscape playing out? Is it one chain, 10 chains? Or hundreds of chains, and it could be general purpose or even niche, specific chains for some specific. But what are your thoughts on a winner take all here?
Yeah, I definitely don't think it's going to be winner takes all. And I think, uh, like you said, I mean, there are going to be application specific blockchains. There are going to be more industry focused blockchains. There are going to be blockchains that the operators or their users have specific reasons, and some being more regulatory compliant, and some being more support specific use cases, or supply chain and whatnot. So you just have so many different contexts for blockchain tech to exist. It's very difficult for me to imagine that it's going to be one chain that will just and that's it. Now, I think the topology in my mind, what will happen is, I think there will be a few important blockchains or layer one blockchains, and then they have their own like constellations, right? They have their own, side chains or layer twos or application specific blockchains, or their niche, the main use cases they will enable, and they have their own community. Um, and then you have these sort of cross-chain protocols that make sure like these superhighways connecting these important sidechains. And then yeah, I mean there were probably just many applications directly run on these layer ones, but as time go by, I think the layer ones that survive will become more and more sort of store of value, or layer of settlements, and then giving security and storing assets for like layer twos or other chains connecting to them. um, that I see is probably the more likely outcome. um, uh, you know because one, layer one blockchains are very, it takes a long time, a lot of R&D and research to build. So I don't see there will be many like general purpose layer one blockchains, like for example, hundreds of them at the end of the day. And then there's also this network effect. So, so I don't think there will be too many. On the other hand, even general purpose layer one blockchains can have their specific niche in terms of technology trade-offs. Either performance or decentralization, security, and all that, right? I think for us, we take the trade-off of very decentralized and censorship resistance, and then also being a core store of value blockchain. And then also we give like this, very flexible and higher level abstraction. So this is where we want to be. And then, we see ourselves going into one of these hubs, but also connecting all these, main blockchains. So, yeah, so that's how I see it. And there are many specialized purpose, special purpose blockchains, and they don't have to be super secure. They don't have to be super generalized and so on and so forth. They just need to do what a developer want them to do, and they likely in the end attach to these one of these layer ones.
Yeah, you bring up some interesting thoughts there, and I haven't heard that before. But like, yeah, I could see that where there's some base layers and layer ones, right, that are providing a lot of the foundational security and I don't know, finality, right, on chain, and then you probably have some other tiers and layers beyond that will help some of the scaling and provide specific use cases and all that. But that's interesting. No, this has been a great discussion, Kevin. Like, again, we appreciate kind of Nervous's support overall. You guys are one of our partners on the Blockchain Education Alliance side. We're working with you on some development stuff, which has been going great. And you guys have been a really great team over the last few years here based in San Francisco. And so, we look forward to having, if not you again, obviously somebody else from Nervous to kind of represent as we continue to host these conferences and really just educate everybody else that's just coming into blockchain. But in the end, there's a lot of information that we talk about that's really for everybody, whether you're an expert, advanced, or even a novice or just an enthusiast trying to understand like what blockchain is and what each team is doing. And so I appreciate you coming on here to talk about kind of interoperability, universal applications, how you guys look, how you and your team look at blockchain technology and kind of the purpose of why you've built, Nervos in general and the whys. So again, I appreciate you coming on here. Where can people learn more about the Nervos Network? Where should they tune in for updates and insights?
Yeah, the obvious choice, we have a Telegram they can go to for the community. We have a Twitter account they can follow, and also just nervous.org. That's our website.
Awesome. Well, again, Kevin, thank you for joining. This is Kevin Wong, co-founder of the Nervos Network. Everybody tuning in to Reimagine 2021. Thank you for listening in. We're hoping you're having a good time. You can catch some of our other interviews with Kevin at our Reimagine YouTube channel. Go ahead and check that out, along with our hundreds of hours of content and video for you to dive into. So again, Kevin, thank you for participating. We hope to have you back, and we'll see you again.
Absolutely. Thanks, Adam.
Thank you.
Our past inspires the decisions we make today to reshape our future tomorrow. In a world where human beings and machines become friends. In a world where fiber optic channels become virtual highways of communication. In a world where everything we know and value is vulnerable to manipulation and destruction. In such a world, we need a revolution that gives us hope. Where some take to the streets and look to their leaders, the modern warrior dares to cut beneath the current and strives to restructure the core without permission. In a technological world, we need a technological revolution. And when the unimaginable happens, the brave must be bold and dare to reimagine.
At this point, one thing's for sure. Blockchain and cryptocurrencies are changing the world, and they're here to stay. That means we need people like you, now more than ever, to lead the way. Whether you're an entrepreneur with ideas in need of technical support, whether you're an early-stage startup looking to accelerate your business, or whether you're a student looking to learn more about blockchain technology and business, the Mousebelt ecosystem is here to help you on your way. As the world's first full-service blockchain accelerator, Mousebelt offers capital investment opportunities, engineering, blockchain education courses, and free placement in our new startup school. To learn more about joining the Mousebelt ecosystem, visit mousebelt.com. Mousebelt, the world's first full-service blockchain accelerator.
Welcome back to Reimagine here in our 9th edition of the conference. Here we are. The game of chains is the focus and theme of this particular conference, and such an interesting time to be talking about this sort of conversation. So many different projects, developing for better or worse at the moment. There's a lot of hype around. A lot of sort of bluster, but also a lot of really good work getting done. And separating that noise from the signal is so critical to really understanding the space. So with us now, we have a man who I think exemplifies, that sort of ardent key development that needs to be done in the space, and is trying to, put his money where his mouth is and make that happen. Of course, I'm talking about Anatoly Yakovenko, co-founder of Solana. Anatoly, firstly, thanks so much for being with us.
Absolutely. Thank you. Thank you for having me.
All right, so I'm not going to beat around the bush here, man. You guys have just coming off the back of announcing your $314 million funding round. Obviously, huge news, plenty in the war chest. Tell us a little bit about it, what that means to you guys, how it came about. Give us a little bit of context.
Well, the ecosystem has been growing so rapidly since we launched that it became obvious that this network is really I think the true, if there's going to be an alternative smart contract platform, not necessarily what people expected, but I think Solana is definitely now in the running, and that's been obvious for the last year for a lot of folks that have been watching the space. So the investors that came in really wanted to invest in the ecosystem and the kind of growth that's happening all around us.
There's certainly, some powerful growth, some big scale investors coming on board. But now that you've got this, this war chest, as it were, and it really does seem to be a battle for that alternative smart contract space, as you say. What are your aims for the money? What are your plans? How do you intend to sort of move forward with it?
Yeah, this is a tough challenge. When you look at something like a mature ecosystem like Google or iOS, there's 5,000 engineers at Google. That's $1 billion a year in engineering costs, right? Even with what we raise, that's basically insurmountable to us, right? So I think these alternative platforms, alternative to the Web2 stacks, to the Google, Apples of the world, are really these wide ecosystem plays in the true form of open source. We have something like Linux, right, which kind of started to penetrate every industry in the world, had engineers in basically every major corporation in the world start working on it. That's really what we need to see out of crypto networks. So our goal is really, to unblock folks, to get them started, get them going, and really have them develop the value that they seek out of cryptocurrencies.
It's so important to see that value, but you touched on a key point there, and one which I think really fits with our conference theme, that idea of the game of chains, which is, at the end of the day, particularly in the blockchain space, there's a limited number of developers. And there's really more coming on every day, and people are it is a growing space, whatever. But as it stands right now, that sort of labor productivity, sheer developer hours that can be put out there into these projects is limited, and everyone's fighting for it. What Ethereum has that sort of network effect that allows it to be ahead of the curve in many ways. That it got in so early, but what do you see as being key to enticing developers over to build on Solana and to make that the space for good smart contracting, dApps, and beyond?
So for us, I think we really picked, these technologies are complicated, and solving a really hard problem, which in general is one of the hardest problems in computer science. And the trade-offs in these solutions are what's typically called they're Pareto efficient, right? You pick some aspect of the tech that you really want to optimize and do your best in everything else. But that one particular thing that we picked is this idea of maximally censorship resistant network for information flow, like right now, right in this moment. Like how do I guarantee that a market maker's order gets into the chain? How do we guarantee that any transfers between any two funds are fairly scheduled? That kind of performance is really us targeting. We're not like trying to replace Ethereum. We had our sights set on NASDAQ, on CME, and London Stock Exchange at when we started building this. We weren't even considering like Ethereum as a competitor for that particular use case, because the design is just so different. And when you have something that is different, developers that see opportunity to leverage that and build their own applications, especially in finance, that's where they flock. So we've seen that over the year. A lot of folks, saw Serum being built by a team out of FTX, and now it has become its own ecosystem. A lot of developers that saw that there's now a new primitive for decentralized finance that isn't Uniswap, it's a true central limit order book. Just their light bulbs went off in their head to start building this next generation of financial products. So that's really what we're seeing in our ecosystem. And that doesn't mean that there can't be other, like you pick a design, you pick a specific product or an idea that is the key thing that you're building for, an ecosystem could form around that. So we'll see how that kind of plays out. But I think there's certain aspects of the technology, like the difference between GPUs for graphics and CPUs for general applications, that will just kind of naturally form into their own, chunks of ecosystems in the wider cryptocurrency space.
There was an interesting point you made before, which I'd kind of like to circle back to in conjunction with what you just said. So you said, when you're comparing to, the Apples and Googles of the world, that, no matter what you sort of raise or develop or whatever, you're never going to be able to scale against them for the time being, because, there's too much of a network, too many resources, whatnot. We talk about this, new technological development in the crypto space, new chains coming on board, or chains coming on with different, operability or technical capacity. But I wonder, at what point do we hit that sort of tipping point, that sort of where the Metcalfe's law effect is so high on the existing, I don't know what number it is, but let's say 10 chains that exist out there, that it's going to be impossible for new players to come into the market. Does that point exist? Are you worried about that? As a project that's sort of only now building in the space, although you've been around a while, but to sort of now sort of get upscaling in the space. Is that something that concerns you?
I would say that we will see that point when we get to 300 to 500 million users with self-custody, with their own keys, that know what they're doing, to the level that people know how to use a web browser. When we get to that level of adoption, that's really when I remember seeing an inflection point on the internet. You had 300 to 500 million people on the internet. You saw things like MySpace, Friendster, and later Facebook pop up. And 2 years prior to that, there was 50 to 100 million people using AOL keywords, and there's zero chance anybody could have told me that sharing pictures of your kids with your family is going to be worth $500 billion, right? Like it's going to be like the biggest network in the world, right? That's just something that was totally unexpected, but was truly formed by the internet because of the interconnectivity that it solved, like at the just human connection and being able to share experiences together that was not possible before. What I think is interesting about cryptocurrencies is that onboarding people to cryptography, it doesn't matter where they onboard, whether it's MetaMask on Ethereum or God forbid Binance Smart Chain or whatever, right? Like it doesn't matter where, right? They onboard to cryptography, then them switching to a different use case and a different chain is a much easier task. So right now, I don't really look at our competitors as like zero sum. Like we're growing the market really quickly. Like anyone that finds a new innovative way to get more people install a wallet, figure out how to use a seed phrase, how to sign stuff, how to play with these systems, is growing the pie for everyone else.
So that's so interesting, that sort of integrative approach, as you say, that rising tide lifts all ships idea. And you said that, it was a good quote I saw from you in a recent Forbes article in relation to your big funding round. It said, you're so focused on trying to get the first billion users that it doesn't matter whether they first show up to Ethereum or not. That to you see it as a truly integrative process. That goodwill, I guess, it's so anathema to so much of the tribalism that exists in the crypto space. Do you think you're, I won't say alone, but relatively, unique in that idea, or is this a more pervasive idea?
People were tribal about file systems on Linux.
Just in their nature, man.
It's just in our nature, and part of it is okay. I think there's a lot of negative, toxic parts to it, but I think in the best light of it, like if you try to look at it from the best perspective, it's just people being really passionate about the technology because it unlocks something for them in the future that wasn't possible before. It's something like that they see that is bigger than just the current implementation. I think that idea, that aspect is just really powerful when you combine it with, ordinary humans with cryptography that are able to coordinate like seamlessly around the world. I think when those two things meet, we're going to start seeing like what we saw in DeFi Summer, but at 1,000x bigger. So DeFi Summer was what, 30, 40,000 people all coordinating around a meme. Imagine 30, 40 million people.
It is kind of hard to imagine, honestly. Just what that looks like from from a community perspective, because there's so much focus, right now on, these new people coming on board into the space and, new people coming into crypto for the first time. And it's something, as you've said, you're focused on just getting people to, have that first bite and sort of have that little taste and then, open up to this new ideas till we get to the first billion. And as noble and great as that is, I so wonder about, misinformation coming in. I wonder about, what if that first bite's sour? What if that first bite is a scam or a dodgy deal or, coming in and mistiming the market and they come in at the top and think that's it? Does that not risk poisoning the well for good news?
So my first experience with crypto was really when this company promised to ship a ASIC for Bitcoin mining, and they built it, and then they used it to mine Bitcoin, for themselves for 6 months, and then they sent it to everyone else, which I think was like really hilarious way to screw people over, because you just wouldn't even expect it, right? It was just so clever, right, at that time, right? Like, but like just delaying shipping the stuff for 6 months, they were able to like squeeze something out of their users. I think right now, like the Wild West of it is kind of like part of the charm. Like I think if you've been in crypto for a year, you've seen, but if and you haven't been involved in something that just went totally south, you haven't really experimented enough. I think that's worthwhile for people to be aware of it and kind of understand that this is like a true peer-to-peer world. That means that anybody can interact with anybody. Everything is super connected, and that you're responsible for those keys, right? You're the custodian of those keys. That's why this stuff is interesting, and it's not nerfed like everything else. And it'll probably change. There's probably going to be like things like you already see that with more branded protocols. Like everything's open source. There's no moats. I can literally take Aave, Uniswap, and fork it and rebrand it and launch it. But because Aave and Uniswap come from these teams that have put tremendous amount of effort to make sure that these things are secure and work well for the users and the user experience is as good as possible. It's just I'm fighting an uphill battle. I'm fighting a network, not even the tech. So we'll start seeing that kind of like, we'll start seeing those moats form around like good technologies and good teams. But part of the charm of crypto is that it's easy for smart people to get together and launch something globally. And in this current state that it's at, like the design space and the kind of product space, it's just so wide open for innovation that it's better to let people just kind of go innovate, see what they can accomplish.
Absolutely, and there is such great innovation coming out. But I suppose, and this is one theme that's come up again and again throughout this conference and talking to different people, is that we sit at the moment at I don't know if to call it a nexus of innovation, but it sort of feels that way of this tipping point where so much great potential and different scales of growth can start to be achieved. And back to that idea of people coming into the market, people are looking for, I don't know if to say, the benevolent leader or the charismatic figures or, that VIP culture, that influencer culture, so much in a way that I don't think, crypto was ever intended to be for. I mean, the whole idea of Bitcoin and Satoshi's disappearance was that there wasn't this leader to rally around. And, from there, it's, the ethos of do your own research and, all the notions, not your keys, not your coins, all these sort of things that, people who've been in the space a while might know, might believe, might even be skeptical of, but still are aware of. And so many new people in the space are coming in, and from, your Vitalik Buterins to your Charles Hoskinsons to your Elon Musks, whoever it might be, people are looking for these leaders and these rallying points. Do you think that's detrimental to the industry or just a natural part of its, sort of fluctuations?
I think it's interesting, and in a lot of ways, I think that if Satoshi was known, it wouldn't have become this like massive persona, right? Because we don't know who that person is. It's easy to like start building like a cult around it, right? I think like if you've ever met Vitalik, you're like, it's just a dude that's really into math and computer science. It becomes a lot more human. And these things are interesting to observe. I don't know what lasting effects they will have. You have some of these personalities in tech, like Steve Jobs, obviously, and like Jeff Bezos. But we'll see how this stuff plays out. At the end of the day, you still need to build products for users, get users to use them. Like get users like something interesting, something that they want.
And what is it do you think users do want? I mean, what is it that users are really pining for now that you think either does exist and needs to be developed or doesn't yet exist?
I think we're still in these early stages where the founders that are coming into the space are building. They're more visionary than like your standard Silicon Valley product iterate cycle. Where you can have KPIs and look at user metrics grow. Like still, like the space is so early that it's more moonshotty big ideas that are going to win out. And that's really hard to predict. Like, where is that magic combination, that secret, recipe of like this amount of cryptography, this amount of like, UX, and for this particular product. Some of the more exciting stuff that I really like are like things like Audius, which is a consumer application, but one that is really uses crypto in an interesting way. Like music is such a financial industry, right? If as a musician, like if you like everything with music is finance, and the idea that you can have a decentralized platform that doesn't have any intermediaries, right? Like my music, my fans are connected directly. Like the data is all open. Like all this stuff is totally transparent. Seems like a pretty revolutionary idea, and one that I think might be disruptive because the people want it to be, more so that it's 1,000 times better than like Spotify or something like that. But there's a chance that like Audius could win because people want it to, right? There's like this inherent belief that we don't need any intermediaries between myself and the artist that I want to listen to. Like there's like a human connection between me and the people and the musicians that I like, that I think can overcome a bunch of the UX problems we have today. So stuff like that, I think it is like, if you have these big ideas, this is where you should be. It's time right now to take those moonshots, right?
Absolutely, and it does seem the time is now, before that heavy regulation enters the space, when it is still that wild west, as you sort of spoke about, where people can go out and innovate and take those moonshot ideas that 95%, 99% might fail, but the 1%, could change the world. And it does seem powerful, but I suppose I always wonder, there was so much, in the early days of crypto, and maybe it was still in the early days, but in the earlier days of crypto, I don't know, people would talk about, crypto as a revolution and blockchain as a revolution. And now so much more the conversation is of an evolution. And whether that evolution, involves the legacy finance world, whether it's about enterprises coming on board rather than, toppling the old system and the new. Where do you think we stand with that idea? You use the word revolution, the word to Audius, but I mean, that's about our music. There is money involved, obviously, but that's not about our day-to-day money. So is the idea there different?
So I think the difference between now and 3 years ago was that people are shipping products right now versus just ideas. A lot of people were like just, their mind opened when they understood like the power of like peer-to-peer cryptography, and all of these ideas seem possible. Social networks, everything, like these like negative business models of stealing your data, selling you ads, those are all possible to replace with just peer-to-peer cryptography. But 3 years ago, none of the stuff could work, right? You don't have high performance blockchains. Today, like all this stuff is doable. Like you can literally go build your like Reddit without any ads, with just social tokens, run it on Solana, and you're done. And then try to figure out how to do the hard work. Then how do I build a community? How do I like nurture it and grow it, right, to a really strong user base with a bunch of people that want to engage and create content there. That's the harder part. that's real work. The tech is done, and that I think that's the main difference now, is that you're seeing people slow down from imagination, right? The speed of imagination. I can ship white papers all day long, right, to now I have an idea and I have funding, and I need to go build products that actually get those users onboarded. And that's a slower process, but in reality, crypto is moving, 1,000 times faster than any of these big companies. Like how many teams are formed, how many teams are funded, and products shipped, it's just astronomical.
So then, I mean, what obviously, when as chains battle it out, at Solana, you've thrown your hat in the ring, made a big splash and said, look, here we are, we've got a proof of history approach. We've got, the speed, the scalability, all these elements that we want developers to come on board. We have the capacity, the underlying tech is here, come and innovate, come and create in this space. But what sort of, I don't want to use the word advice because I think it sort of comes across as maybe a little pedantic. I don't know, but what sort of hope, attitude, whatever are you trying to give to developers? What sort of base would you like to give to developers to really help launch them off and let them run with these crazy ideas, whether they be good, bad, or ugly?
I think the hardest part for a lot of devs is to just kind of commit full time. Go, quit your big job at Google and like go try something. Taking that step is pretty tough for a lot of folks. It was tough for me as well. But just kind of want to remind people that as an engineer, you're basically like, if you go do a startup and it fails, you'll be able to get your old boring job back at Google if that's what you want. Like those doors are not going to close for anyone, because it just engineer talent is just constantly keeps growing in demand, and you really won't know what it takes to go get funding to build your first product, build an MVP until you quit and that pressure's on. And that kind of like that pressure cooker is a pretty important factor in this. So I don't know what advice I can give to people except to, just fully commit to it, jump in.
Pressure makes diamonds, man. I mean,
yeah,
that
exactly.
Seems to be pressure makes diamonds, and it is so critical to get people on, out there making those risks. And I guess that's sort of what crypto's looking to do. But at the same time, I guess I always hear people say that the way we get blockchain into the world and out to those next billion is to, in essence, make it boring and or invisible, right? Like that the actual blockchain technology should in and of itself be so sort of behind the scenes as to be uninteresting anymore and just a part of day-to-day life. Do you agree with that sentiment? And is that sort of a goal and any thoughts you guys take up?
No, I think it's more like the internet and browsers, right? Like you didn't eliminate browsers, you didn't eliminate, like we still have a URL with an HTTPS tag on it that, what percentage of the population understands what HTTP or HTTPS mean? Right. Pretty small, right? But it's all there. The tech is still there. The true part of the internet is there. People do understand what a browser is and they understand what links are. And that level of understanding is what we need for cryptography and keys and signing. It doesn't have to be deep to the level of an engineer that understands layer 7 internet protocols, but it needs to be there. And I think it's achievable because people can kind of get it. They get what secrets are, they can get what a wallet is and get this idea of a trusted environment that's signing things for them. And once that becomes kind of general accepted knowledge, you will feel like the internet has kind of melted away right a bit from our lives. You don't really think of it anymore as a separate thing. It's just kind of become part of everyday use. We'll start seeing that with blockchain as well, but that'll take a while. I mean, it took, close to 20 years, right, of internet development. You really needed like a generation growing up that was internet savvy.
So yeah, I mean, and in terms of that blockchain sort of nativity and savvy, as you speak about, so much of the internet age, was driven by these big, tech hubs. Obviously Silicon Valley, being the most obvious one that people think of. When it comes to sort of crypto development in the space, I mean, you spoke about, the sort of typical, idea of a Google engineer, leaving their job and going out and trying something. But so much about the narrative around blockchain and crypto is this idea of democratization and distribution, and it can be across the entire world, and they can be sitting in Lahore or in Berlin or wherever, Kinshasa. Who cares where these people are? It doesn't matter, and they can communicate with teams across the web and use the underlying technologies to do that. They don't need to be in that sort of geographic hub as was once the sort of in the pre-internet days or in the the sort of pre-Web 2.0 days. I mean, do you believe that that's the future, or is it still happening in the sort of Google centers of the world?
I think Silicon Valley still has a bit of a gravity, but it's definitely like the teams that we see forming are nearly always outside of Silicon Valley and nearly always more plugged in and like more crypto native than anybody coming in right now from Google. Like I almost feel like the folks quitting Google into crypto is going to be the last stage of this last stage of crypto, which is I think an interesting phenomenon. What's I think also kind of part of this is that there isn't any single central space that these folks are at except the internet. So it's really more like not Silicon Valley being replaced by Miami or Austin or, you know, Berlin or something. It's really being replaced by the internet itself. You know, those communities where we meet and hang out, like crypto Twitter or whatever, like that's the new Silicon Valley, so to speak.
It is and it isn't though, right? Because then you have something like, you know, people do hang out on crypto Twitter and they do all that, but then you got something like, you know, Bitcoin Miami, in which people actually get back in a room together, and for better or worse, you know, they start to form those connections again. And still, I think there was something about that conference, you know, as sort of the symbol and the emblem of, you know, we're back together, the world can be back as one and actually meet in person, that kind of drove home to me at least that nothing beats being in a room with someone, and at the end of the day that geography still matters as much as you may have spoken infinitely online. What are your thoughts?
I think the genie is out of the bottle, to be honest. So at least for anybody that's seen growth and development over the last year, like some of, you know, I didn't meet Sam Bankman-Fried from FTX until Bitcoin Miami. Like we, right? And like folks like that you're able to connect with online and like form a you know, deep relationship with, both like, you know, like that can now happen. I think prior to this, like last year, forced internet communication, like you still relied on these like warm handshakes as a way to establish trust. That initial kind of point, okay, you're a person, I can trust you. But I think now we can do this over Zoom, which is really weird, but also kind of, you know, I think this will really kind of accelerate like culture development like across the entire world.
Certainly, it is a tipping point for better or worse, and maybe you are right. That genie is to some degree out of the bottle, you know, and people will no longer care for the warm handshake. Warm handshake. All right,
well,
but
I don't think it's necessary, right? I think people will find it easy to kind of like just take that first step, right? Just from an online conversation and be like, okay, I know this person just from talking to them. And then you still have the freedom to like meet up and everything else, but there isn't this strong requirement that everybody is in Silicon Valley and San Francisco, that we all like, you know, graduated Stanford and got funding on Sand Hill Road. Like that bit I think has kind of been flipped, you know. we're in a different world where this stuff can happen on the internet and move just as fast, and if not faster.
Right, exactly. No need for a 12-hour plane flight from, you know, some part of Europe to some part of wherever else. Exactly right. And all right, so, you know, I want to start sort of you know, wrapping towards the end of this conversation, but you know, I guess, you know, we've spoken about your big funding, you've hit this next milestone, but as with anything in the crypto space, you can't simply sit on your laurels and laud your success. Where to from here? Where to next? What is the next big goal that Solana is thinking and focusing on?
I mean, yeah, we never got a chance to take a break. I don't know if you've been watching our hackathon. We had over 12,000 people sign up, and right now are sifting through like I think over 400 submissions for teams. And looking for those like next generation like startups, founders that want to build these like, you know, decentralized products for 1 billion people. So that's definitely like kind of what we plan on doing is really accelerating that part of the ecosystem growth, getting as many more teams in, as many more teams building like really cool products. I don't know, folks should check out Metaplex, which is an NFT platform that can do everything that you ever wanted with NFTs for like, pennies. Like one of the first drops was multiple gigabyte videos, which is pretty interesting. Um, that that like kind of level of like let's just try a bunch of stuff and let's see what sticks. Like seeing those developers with their ideas like coming into the space is what's really exciting to me. Because like I said in the start of our conversation, there's no way we can build a 5,000 person team and try to compete with Google. It's going to be this ecosystem, right? It's going to be a bunch of folks that have their own ideas, their own vision that are all driving towards it.
Certainly right, and getting all that vision together in one space is a hell of an achievement in and of itself. But so much more still to come, and so much more development to come. So, Anatoly, I want to thank you for taking that time to speak with us. Here at Reimagine, and everyone else watching. I want to make sure you stick with us. So much more good content in and around this conference. But Anatoly, last word. Anything you want to shout out to the world at large?
Shoot, didn't have anything prepared. Right. I want to just like think all the devs and validators that are like really the heartbeat of the network that keep making this thing work day after day. So yeah, keep at it.
Yeah, important message coming off the spot, and I think a key one for everyone to pay attention to. All right, Anatoly, thanks so much for being with us.
Thank you. All right, take care.
Oh, hi there! I am Frederick the Yeti, and it is time for another crypto vocabulary lesson brought to you by Reimagine 2021. Mining, the process of finding new bitcoins, which involves compiling recent transactions into blocks and trying to solve a computationally difficult puzzle through hashing. But if you're planning to do any of that mining, please don't do it on my mountain, eh? Thanks.
At this point, one thing's for sure. Blockchain and cryptocurrencies are changing the world, and they're here to stay. That means we need people like you, now more than ever, to lead the way. Whether you're an entrepreneur with ideas in need of technical support, whether you're an early-stage startup looking to accelerate your business, or whether you're a student looking to learn more about blockchain technology and business, the Mousebelt ecosystem is here to help you on your way. As the world's first full-service blockchain accelerator, Mousebelt offers capital investment opportunities, engineering, blockchain education courses, and free placement in our new startup school. To learn more about joining the Mousebelt ecosystem, visit mousebelt.com. Mousebelt, the world's first full-service blockchain accelerator.
thanks for having me, Adam, on Reimagine. Really happy to be here. This is Scott Smiley. I've been working with the Icon project for over 3 years now. I've touched a lot of different pieces of it: token economics, governance, high-level strategy, engaging with the community, and most recently, I'm focusing the majority of my efforts on the first DeFi protocol to launch on Icon, and that's Balanced.
Hello and welcome to Reimagine 2021. This is our 9th conference in a monthly series of events, bringing you nothing but the best projects, bright minds, and leaders in the space. We've been fortunate enough to invite many talented individuals and teams to come speak with us, providing updates, insights, and all the above that's happening in crypto. We've had a theme pretty much every month, dating back to what defies DeFi, disrupting the system, tales from the crypto during Halloween, happy holidays during the holiday season and even NFTs just this last month. This month is a little bit different. We decided to go with this concept, Game of Chains, Battle for the Throne, which is pretty interesting. And it's really just a concept that we wanted to talk to a lot of base layers, layer ones, layer twos, and not only the blockchains themselves, but the projects that are developing within their ecosystem. So I'll be your host today, Adam, from the Mousebell team, where we focus on early stage investments, through our accelerator and startup school, or providing development support to a number of growing projects, as well as education, which is critically just as important within the Mousebell University program. Our main objective and goals are simple. It's increasing adoption, use cases, and real world applications. I'm excited today. I have a repeat guest, a friend of the team, a partner of mine, a colleague, Scott Smiley from the Icon Network Foundation. You name it, he's all about it. As well as you mentioned at the intro, Balance Network, which is one of the DeFi dApps building on top of Icon. They are one of our proud sponsors, super stoked. They've been part of all of our conferences and events. So again, Scott, how you doing, man? Thank you for joining and taking time out of your day.
Yeah, absolutely, man. It's doing good here, and really appreciate the opportunity to come back on and speak again.
Definitely. You guys are pretty active. You were guest speaking at one of our university events, and we've had a couple of your colleagues, obviously, on the during the Reimagine series. But today it's a little bit different. For all those tuning in, you can go back to our past videos. To catch Scott talking with us. You can find him on YouTube discussing, everything from crypto, blockchain to not only that, like the Icon and their community. He's pretty active in the space. So today I'm going to try to keep it fresh. As I mentioned, we're talking to a lot of blockchain teams, a lot of projects, a lot of layer ones. We have people tuning in that are trying to still understand like what network to build on, like what's the difference, what are the niches, right? And hopefully today, after talking with you, Scott, we can kind of come down to the bottom of what Icon really is, how it differentiates to others, and provide everybody else updates and insights to what's going on. So one of the things I want to get into is the evolution of Icon, really. You've been with the team for a long time.
Right.
So I believe it wasn't EVM compatible. Now you guys are building, bridges, and you have this upcoming, or what just recently launched, or the BTP kind of project that you guys have been building cross chains, right? So what's kind of the evolution? And maybe we'll take it from your perspective, because at one point it was like, let's build a blockchain and like not worry about anybody else. Build the tech, they will come. And there's kind of been this, tides have turned a little bit in terms of collaborating, building bridges. So I want to get your thoughts on kind of Icon's evolution from, this blockchain to now this like decentralized aggregator, right? Of interoperability with various chains. So what has evolved over the last few years?
Right. Yeah, absolutely. I would say like, in terms of evolution, things really started off with more of like a specific enterprise focus. In Korea, where it was going to be the Icon network was going to be kind of like the public settlement network of various different enterprise blockchains. And that's still something that's very much possible with the endeavors that Icon Loop is working on. But since then, we've really focused just specifically on just interoperability in general, right? Like the Icon blockchain, once we launch Icon 2.0 and we deploy BTP, the blockchain transmission protocol, that's our flagship product. To connect different blockchain protocols. Once that launches, Icon 2.0 is going to be focused very narrowly on just growing the BTP ecosystem and adding more blockchains to that ecosystem. And then, what we recently announced is that the application layer, like Icon 2.0 still supports smart contracts. It's going to have Java virtual machine, Python executor, so you'll be able to write in both of those languages. But in terms of just like the focus of the development teams, the Icon 2.0 development team is going to be focused much more on just optimizing the network for BTP, creating as low latency and reliable cross-chain transactions as possible, and cheap as well would be one of the goals. And then the ICE network, which we recently announced, is going to be using the Substrate SDK, and that's going to be our EVM and EWASM compatible layer, which will be focused more on the application layer, since there's so many existing tools and existing code base out there to build dApps in Solidity and kind of EVM compatible architectures.
Yeah, and let's kind of break that down. A lot of information there. So many blockchains, so many technologies, and you kind of just touched on a little bit of everything. So let's kind of break that down, and I'll let you kind of take it how you want. But let's break down either Icon 2.0 first, or BTP, and kind of what that brings to the table as far as features goes.
Right. Yeah. So I think I'm going to go ahead and just say that at this point, those two should be considered one and the same, right? Like Icon 2.0 is a network that's going to be optimized for BTP. And BTP is our novel interoperability solution. It's secure and decentralized compared to many existing bridging solutions, which are essentially multi-signature wallets with a handful of, handpicked validators that secure it. I'm really excited for BTP, both from a technological standpoint and kind of a community growth standpoint.
And we'll get into that too. You as a community guy, I've been chatting with quite a few Icon leaders in the space and other projects, and a lot of good things, and we'll touch on that. So who are you guys like bridging with, or what are some of the other protocols that you guys you talked about kind of Polkadot. I think there's a few others in there. What were the decisions really to kind of, I guess, partner or integrate with some of these other specific chains?
Yeah, I would say like the opportunity for cross-chain liquidity and like some level of adoption of their network, because there's got to be, or some level of traction is really more like it, right? Like there needs to be some applications built on there. DeFi specifically is kind of a use case that we're targeting. Me personally, I think that is a killer use case for blockchain technology that we're only going to see continue to grow. So having some traction, either the DeFi space or something that is going to have like a good good use case for
some users, right? Some users, some volume, yeah. and that's kind of like important. And I'll let you continue. Don't mean to cut you off, but like people think that you just bridge to whoever, let's just for the sake of being interoperable with some chain. But there's a lot of and you're touching on them. There's a lot of factors that go into just not bridging with another blockchain, right? There's like underlying or fundamental principles that need to be followed in terms of like security, privacy, right. Users, volume, whatever the case is. And those are strategic like bridges.
Right. And I want to say like specifically, it doesn't necessarily need to be DeFi. It just happens to be a good example, but there needs to be some reason that you would use the cross-network transactions. And I think just a primary use case of that is essentially cross-chain arbitrage. In the same way that you have centralized exchanges that have different prices for the same asset, you can kind of withdraw from one exchange, go to another. It's going to be very similar to cross-chain arbitrage between different automated market makers for the same assets.
And so what are some of the other, can you name some of the chains that you guys are compatible with? Or
so the only one that we've named publicly so far is the Polkadot ecosystem. We're working with several different parachains.
Yeah.
We do have a few more in the pipeline, and nice. Honestly, we're looking forward to just kind of sharing it and getting it out of the bag. You could also check our GitHub repo for BTP is open source, so there could be some information in there as well. Nice. And then so in terms of like who we're specifically working with, that's kind of the only one I can share right now is the Polkadot ecosystem. But really what we're trying to do in terms of who we work with, there's the strategic benefit that we talked about just now in terms of like utility for a cross-chain, but then there's also trying to cover different blockchain architectures. right? Like EVM compatibility is definitely one architecture that we have covered through the Polkadot ecosystem. And then we're looking at, WASM as well. And then there's also different consensus mechanisms to consider. So like two pieces that are important in a BTP integration is the virtual machine, right? It's a smart contract layer protocol. So, being able to port the smart contracts from one network to another makes it really easy for integrations of the same virtual machine. And then there's consensus as well. So anyone that's using like, Grandpa consensus is on Polkadot parachains. So it's really easy to integrate anyone else that's Grandpa consensus. Tendermint would be another kind of example of a standardized consensus protocol that would make it easy. Once you implement one chain with Tendermint, it makes it easier to implement other Tendermint-based chains.
And was that the reason behind choosing Polkadot first?
I think
some of these factors, or
Polkadot was that they had the EVM compatibility through the Frontier palette, plus some good traction in their ecosystem with a lot of different projects to work with. I mean, and everyone was very supportive and helpful. Like I talked to a lot of different people in their ecosystem already, and it was really just good, easy to navigate.
Yeah, no, definitely. And we can kind of maybe stay on that topic a little bit in terms of like community. You're a big community guy. You're engaged not only with Icon, but with Balanced. How important is it? How important is a community to like global growth, either for Icon or for Balanced? And community can mean a lot of things, right? It can mean validators, it can mean stakeholders, it can mean users, token holders, right? There's kind of this developer community. How important are these factors, for Icon? And you guys have had a strong community for years, a good following, very engaged. Everybody's very proactive. So like, how important is that for the growth of kind of your guys' ecosystem?
I mean, I think that's extremely important for any blockchain ecosystem. We're essentially creating digital nations here is something that I've always felt passionate about, laying down, the financial infrastructure, the governance infrastructure. These are, I think there's just a lot of parallels there. And having a strong community that's actually going to participate. I mean, if you lay down the foundation of this digital nation and then it's a total ghost town and there's no one there, I mean, that it could be the most amazing, vibrant digital nation in the world. If no one's there, it's going to be totally worthless. So, I mean, the community is really what gives any blockchain network, any DApp, any value at all. It's really all it comes down to, in my view.
And what are some of the factors in like achieving that? Is it just like a Telegram channel? Is it just like documentation? All the above? What have you seen from your success? Because you guys, you and your team have been pretty successful in this kind of spectrum of rallying the troops and getting everybody on board and executing. What are some of the factors that you've noticed that have helped you succeed in terms of growing a community?
Yeah, I think like definitely spending the time to educate the community and work with them. Like, when Balanced first launched or even was first starting to get traction, I was in the Telegram, constantly. I mean, like the majority of my day answering questions. And a lot of people are like, oh, it's like the same question over and over again. Why do you spend time? Blah, blah, blah. Let someone else handle it. But like, curating and fostering the growth of the community from the start is like a huge way to kind of hit the ground sprinting once the product launches and once it starts gaining some more traction. I mean, you need to have an educated base that's passionate about the protocol. They need to feel empowered. So I think like decentralized governance and giving like a lot of decision making to the community, of course, with some guidance is really important. And I think it's really important to, curate toxicity, right? Like unproductive commentary and toxic commentary that can just like, poison a Telegram room in seconds. Like it just needs to be rooted out. It just doesn't help the growth of the protocol, doesn't help the growth of the DAO. You really need, it's important to have that curated, focused, passionate community, considering, especially when it's a DAO, they are the ones running the network for the long term, right? So, making sure it's a positive environment where people can have good discussion and actually make decisions is extremely important.
Yeah, no, that's super important. And I can vouch for you, man. I've seen in my Telegram alerts like constantly with discussions and Q&A and AMAs and just handling, feedback, community feedback and suggestions. And yeah, man, I feel like you're up 24/7, honestly, handling the community. And that's kind of why I brought it up, right? Like, I think there's a lot of, we have people tuning in that have watched Reimagine. And I think we've talked about a lot of projects and a lot of people and leaders and kind of, from the tech side. But, that one saying used to be like, build it and they will come. Like, I don't know if that actually plays a role. Like you mentioned earlier, you could have like the best tech, but no community, no support, nobody's going to use it. You could have some, challenging tech, but a lot of resources, education, whatever the case is, and you can drive users and people value that, as opposed to having something that's shinier and better. And that necessarily doesn't always, result in people flocking, to this emerging tech, whatever the case is. And that's why I brought it up. And I've seen you super active, and it's good to highlight that, because when people are thinking about developing on a blockchain, where to look, how to build, I think, Icon obviously is a great spot because of the community and because of the team that's very engaged.
Yeah, no, I mean, absolutely. Like Balance got like 10% of the circulating supply of ICX and deposits within the first 2 months. I thought that like really blew me away in terms of
yeah. No, totally. I heard that too. And like, that's nuts, which it's great. Obviously people believe in it.
That's an engaged community right there. If 10% of circulating supply is going to, jump into a DeFi project within 2 months of launch, I mean, that's definitely like a sizable support from the community.
For sure. And let's talk about kind of this application layer. We talked about Icon 2.0, kind of the evolution, the features that are being added, and kind of the interoperability, right? That you guys are going to go, cross-chain, and, currently starting off with Polkadot, and then there's other chains in the works. So let's talk about this application layer and the growth behind it. There's a few projects actually, and I'm going to highlight these because they're adding value, they're in development. There's traction, there's momentum, there's users, right? And people are talking about it. So first, let's talk about maybe let's talk about Bridge. Like, how does that add value? Like, what project is, what are they doing to contribute, and how does it work? And what are some of the key features of that to Icon?
Right. Yeah. So if for those listening, if you want to check it out, it's at bridgepay.money. And really, I think Bridge is a huge component of our ecosystem that I'm really excited about. We really are trying to build our products with user experience and user interface front of mind. And I was even having someone in the Balance chat room comment about just how much easier it's been to use Balance versus the other DeFi products that he's touched. And the place Bridge comes into play is a seamless on and offboarding experience into a DeFi ecosystem, where it's essentially it's a wallet, and it has a fiat on and off ramp built into it. But the way you log into the wallet is just with your email. So people, a user comes into Bridge, it's either a widget or it's on the Bridge website. They enter their email, they get a confirmation link, and boom, they have a wallet. They don't even know it. All they know is that to log into Bridge, they need to type in an email and click a confirmation link in their email. And that's through our partners over at Magic, the Magic SDK. Great guys to work with, and really, love using their technology. So from there, a user logs in with email, they can click deposit, and then they'll be able to deposit cash, linking their bank account using Plaid. And what'll happen in the back end is we'll actually mint them a stablecoin backed by the dollars that they just deposited, and then they'll be able to take that stablecoin and use it in any of Icon's DeFi apps. And then the longer term vision is to include all blockchains that are connected via BTP into the Bridge wallet. So this can kind of be like a user's one-stop shop to use many different protocols, and they don't even necessarily know that they're using blockchain. With Icon's fee sharing structure, we deposit a very small amount of ICX into the Bridge wallet, and then that and then we cover 99% or 100% of the fees, of the transaction fees for transferring the stablecoins. So again, the user doesn't even necessarily know that they're using blockchain. They just know all right, I deposited cash into my Bridge account, and through my Bridge account, I can use this thing OMM.finance and earn, whatever percentage yield on my assets. And that's all they need to know. And it's quite easy. So that's really the goal that we're doing, is trying to grow the pie, right? Not fight for this tiny space that we have right now, right? There's very few users existing in the industry. Yeah, go ahead.
And why is that? Even before Balance launched, like your core focus ultimately from the beginning was UI UX, right? Like and you know, we have our audience here that may not understand why that's important at this stage of the game in terms of like UI UX and adding, you know, the flow that's user friendly, product market fit, and how important is that? How important is kind of what you're just discussing in terms of the concept of onboarding users, fiat, you know, using your email, you know, connecting with Plaid, which, you know, people are familiar with from the traditional side. How important is that, I guess, for like to further adoption? We'll just stick with the DeFi ecosystem, but how important is kind of this flow for the average user that's like, you know, trying to get into crypto, trying to understand it, and you guys are really trying to make it not complicated for them.
Right. Yeah. I mean, I think that's extremely important, right? Like people have very short attention spans these days, you know, like it is what it is. It's kind of the sign of the times. And, you know, if there's any sort of barriers or frustrations when they're trying to do something, unless there's like a serious amount of money waiting on the other side, you know, they're not going to fight through it and struggle through it to get like, you know, 5 to 10% yield. So
for sure,
to really make it that seamless that you just like click a couple of buttons, you hook up your bank account and you're good to go. I think that's like really important to get, you know, DeFi in its place is like, I almost view it as like a back end infrastructure for, you know, a future financial system.
For sure. And so we're just talking about onboarding, getting people, you know, into the community, into the ecosystem, leveraging crypto, minting stable coins. I want to talk about, I guess, OMM, which I don't think is launched yet, but I think that's it's in the works.
Yeah.
So can you talk at a high level about what OMM does and what that's going to offer? Is that?
Yeah, absolutely. I'm not leading OM. That's my colleague Daki, but, you know, I'm happy to talk about it. It's, you know, a money market product with a focus on user experience. You know, they're going to be kind of the pioneers of the Bridge wallet when it first launches. That's kind of like the first major use case that we had in mind for Bridge was OMM finance. And, you know, like that's really the goal is they're going to integrate, you know, the fiat backed stablecoin and then integrate like a number of other cryptocurrencies that you'll be able to you'll be able to get leverage against your crypto. And, you know, and then normal, like non-crypto folks, that's really kind of the broader target market for OMM is, you know, the non-crypto person who's just looking for a higher yield in their savings account. Right. Like I remember my dad was talking to me. He was like so excited. I was, you know, I actually live at home now and then. You know, I've been staying with my parents a lot throughout the pandemic, and you know, I've been going on a lot of walks with my dad, and like, you know, he was so excited about 37 basis points of interest. He's like, I'm telling you, you got to try that. There's this new high yield savings account that I found. It offers you 0.37%. That's almost double what I get on SoFi. I'm like, oh wow, like that's amazing. Like you should check out this thing IconFi, or this other app BlockFi, or this other app Celsius. Or I mean, like these are all CFI solutions. They're just like easy for, you know, kind of like easy for them, but still, I mean, like there's so many. Like the fact that he was so excited by 37 basis points. I mean, I'm looking forward to showing him OMM when that launches and how easy it is to use.
No, I mean, yeah, and that's kind of what like I'm really bringing this up, right? I think there's a lot of videos of you talking about Icon and kind of from technical perspective and kind of consensus and all this other things. The reason for bringing you on this time around or this topic was because I want people to like learn and like understand how these like parts are coming together, right? We just hear DeFi, we hear open finance, we hear blockchain. And I'm trying to put all the pieces together for them to understand like how blockchain plays a role, like that foundational layer. And not only that, what our partners are building, what our friends are building that's relatable to the real life. You just brought it up, you know, same thing with my parents too. Like they're excited of earning, you know, 25 basis points, right? Or like not even 10 basis points. And there's these other solutions that, you know, provide an opportunity to earn more on your assets, as you mentioned, just like a savings account. And it's really not that complicated as you guys are building the components and parts to onboard somebody to, you know, anybody can log in and like, you know, move their money into an app. And then you guys provide kind of the back end applications for them to earn interest or do whatever they wish kind of in the space. So again, I'm just highlighting that to really showcase that it's not that foreign. Like you guys are working on, the user flow, and then there's all these other options that really you probably don't even know it's on blockchain. And it's peer-to-peer and it's decentralized, and which is great. So let's talk about, so OMM is a lending platform. Let's talk about Balance Network. Like how does that fit into these other applications?
Yeah, so Balance is kind of that base layer, what's it called? DeFi infrastructure. I feel like I've been saying that a lot. What's it called? So it has, an automated market maker, decentralized exchange to support trading of icon-based assets and anything that comes in through BTP. But primarily it's a synthetic asset platform where we have developed like a novel pegging mechanism where you can, so you deposit ICX and you can borrow against it. So far, the first asset that we've added, and we kind of want to make like a stable platform before we add any more assets, but is the Balance Dollar. So it's very similar to kind of like MakerDAO plus Uniswap in one platform, because when we allow people to mint these synthetic assets, such as the Balance Dollar, if we went to like Balance Bitcoin in the future, we want somewhere that people can trade them immediately. Great. And that's where kind of the AMM comes into play.
Yeah, no, awesome. And that's kind of a big thing for quite some time. You guys have been working on it for quite a while and had a successful launch. And obviously that's kind of a result of community, believers, enthusiasts. How do these three applications drive value, I guess, to the network or even like the token holders that are involved? Right off the top, obviously it's attracting and also retaining its community, which drives more value. What are your thoughts there on why these play an important role in kind of Icon, its ecosystem community? And this kind of stems for all blockchains in general, but when people are looking to get into crypto, like you got to look at what's being built, how secure it is, privacy, like what's been going on. And I feel like Icon obviously has, everything in the bag in terms of a solid spot for people to kind of dive into the DeFi ecosystem if they wish.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, I think that's what we're trying to build over here. And I think like, just kind of generally speaking, like you mentioned, for any blockchain, I think like, debt and leverage are pretty essential to, what makes the world go around, and like, giving cryptocurrency holders the ability to get leverage against their assets unlocks a ton more value. I mean, I think right now there's like 15 million Balance dollars in circulation. Those are treated as $1 by people in the community. That's an extra $15 million of value that's being exchanged on the Icon network. It's unlocked, right? You're unlocking value from the existing assets on the network. And that's really the role of debt and leverage within an ecosystem. So I think it's important to have these kind of base layer DeFi Lego pieces, built these building blocks in any public blockchain with a cryptocurrency. And I think, what we're trying to do at Icon is make it as user-friendly as possible.
The applications that we're talking about, are those composable? Like, can people integrate that into, and maybe you could elaborate a little bit on like what, Lego, money Legos and kind of composability is, and how that plays into the application layer that were the different dApps that we're talking about.
Right. Yeah, absolutely. I mean, I think like just giving people like developers a playground to start building different things. I mean, I've had like a lot of people reaching out to me in DM, like asking me about like, certain balanced APIs. And I've seen, there's people like deploying smart contracts that take advantage of arbitrage on the Balance DEX. And they're like fighting, there's like a couple of different people who have gone and done that. And like, they're competing for arbitrage profits. And I think it's just really interesting to see, leverage unlocks more value, but it also unlocks like the potential of the community, where I see a lot more people taking initiative to build things, building like statistics pages, building bots, trying, give people like the opportunity to start, putting in more work and start making more money. And a lot of the times they'll do it. So I think it's been a great way for us to unlock both more value for the Icon ecosystem and unlock the potential of our community.
And how do you see, we're talking a lot about DeFi, financial services, products, solutions, the innovation from CeFi to DeFi, the innovation from, centralized to decentralized. People are probably wondering, like, do they have to go fully decentralized? How do you see CeFi and DeFi can they cohabitate? Can they, you know, operate together?
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, I think like having like a friendly user interface that sits on top of a DeFi protocol, like even friendlier than what you have for Balanced, but something that's like, you know, just kind of deposit your ICX and we'll do like the best we can with it and deposit it in these different areas to try and maximize your yield, like something kind of more centralized like that, I think will absolutely have a place. I mean, they're already having a place with those applications that I named earlier, like, you know, IconFi and BlockFi and Nexo and Celsius, like, you know, they take in assets from their users and then in a centralized fashion, they try and optimize their yield. And a lot of that, I'm sure, comes from DeFi protocols. I'm sure comes from lending to VCs and hedge funds that use DeFi protocols. So yeah, I'd say it's already starting to happen that way.
Nice. One other question. We're talking about, you know, giving the opportunity for people to innovate, experiment, try things out, right? Build something cool. How does Icon, how does a community, how do we get more developers like from Web 2.0 to 3.0, you know, training, obviously like moving forward, you know, the devs might be native to Web 3, you know, Web 3.0 and kind of developing these various dApps and applications. How do you see Icon onboarding or supporting like the developer community so that they can continue to build? What are some of the efforts that you guys have seen, you know, worked or you know, and or what else would you like to do or that you think we should do, you know, to attract more people, because there's a shortage of talent like overall.
Yeah, for sure.
And you know, there's computer science programs, you know, at the university level, there's YouTube now. And then obviously Icon has a lot of like material, educational content, tutorials, webinars, you know, all the above. How do you guys see supporting kind of the developer community to get people to attract people to develop, not mainly on Icon, but building these types of cool products?
Yeah, I would say like just going back to, again, like the Lego pieces, building blocks, base layer infrastructure, you know, whichever buzzword you choose. You know, like you give people an opportunity to start kind of like having fun building stuff, right? Like it's really daunting and overwhelming to say like, oh, you know what, I like Icon and I'm just going to build like a whole DeFi application and market it and get users and do all this stuff. Like that is daunting. But you know, have someone like myself and, you know, our core team, core contributors to Balanced start, you know, working together on building this. And then it's a little less daunting when, you know, all you really is like, oh, look, there's like this decentralized exchange and I can maybe build an arbitrage bot and see if I can make some money. It's like not going to be a huge time sink. It's not a huge commitment. It's an opportunity they can kind of like challenge themselves. Like in my view, developers like a challenge and they like something fun and interesting, right? Like there's a lot of money flowing around for developers. Like, you know, if they just care about money, they can go get a job at like, you know, Google or Apple or Facebook and absolutely crush it, right? You know, it comes down to giving them that playground and a place that, you know, they can come and have fun and build cool stuff while also making some money, of course. The money does need to be there, but it also, I think, like what is going to attract people from other industries is the freedom and the fun that kind of blockchain can afford with like kind of this DAO mentality, kind of open source environment.
No, yeah, you're right. I think, you know, and you know, hit the nail on the head. And I asked this question because we have, you know, people looking for career changes, you know, looking to find something new. We have existing developers. We have, you know, I guess future developers, you know, watching this conference. And I think it's important for them to know, like, you know, the tools and resources that are available if you want to try some stuff out. And you're right, it shouldn't be that daunting. There's, you know, a lot of these applications that you can leverage and everything's open source. And so that's good. And, you know, I'm trying to get more people excited to come into the space and continue developing kind of in these efforts. So, you know, I think we've come up on time here. Last question, like outside of maybe DeFi, just kind of blockchain in general, crypto, what excites you about the future? You're actively involved, you're building products, shipping product, building solutions, very engaged in the community. Like what excites you about the future? I just heard like, I forget, was it Ecuador, El Salvador, that like, was it El Salvador?
Yeah.
that made like crypto, or Bitcoin, legal tender. Like that's pretty exciting. Like what excites you in this space, 5-10 years out?
Yeah, I mean, I really am looking forward to adoption, as like kind of lame and tacky as that sounds, but really looking forward to the point where it is like genuinely easy for my parents to use the products that I've been putting so much time and effort into, where it's like actually reasonable for them to participate. And I think with that, the industry is going to need to be cleaned up a lot. There's going to need to be a lot of, it needs to mature, right? Like the market needs to mature. Like having one tweet from Elon Musk or something tank the market by like 5 to 10%. Like, we need to have a more mature market, more mature participants, and, we'll get there for sure. It's just going to take some time. And I'm really looking forward to like the level of adoption where, these markets are, kind of safe and usable for, average people as well.
Yeah, I couldn't agree more. I think it's just going to be an alternative, way to generate yields, earn an income.
Much more efficient way to do it, absolutely, than the existing system we have.
Exactly. And you come from, institutional background in finance, and I come from banking. So we kind of, understand the lay of the land there and like what's happening. And yeah, it's kind of scary. And you're right. Like this whole peer-to-peer thing, this decentralized approach is very valuable. And I think you're putting in the effort, you're making an impact as much as you can. And you're right. Our parents, that generation, we'll get them on board, and you guys are putting the pieces together here. So it's been great. Where can people learn more or follow, the updates, the insights from Icon or Balanced, to continue like following?
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, follow me on Twitter, Benny_options, and you can follow Balanced at BalancedDAO. And excited to have you part of the community, and really appreciate the opportunity to come on again, Adam. Thanks again.
Yeah, no, for sure. You've been a great friend of ours and mine, and based here out of San Francisco. We used to have a couple beers, and we've come a long way. It's I don't know, 3-4 meetups a week and conference
Back
circuits.
in the good old days.
Yeah, the good old days, pizza and beer, and man, I'm very fortunate for those.
You can survive your whole life only on crypto meetups. Just
man, those were like very valuable though. Like I just went to the Bitcoin conference and seen a lot of people from the previous conference and meetups, right, and just industry stuff, and it's still small, but it's definitely grown. And yeah, a lot of the going back to this peer-to-peer thing, this decentralized aspect, like. Hitting up these events was just like that, a very community driven. Like I had to meet and greet and say what's up and learn about so many projects, met a lot of colleagues in the space. But we've always been partners here, and you've supported our education program and Mousebelt in general. And so we're lucky to have you guys as a sponsor and just a supporter across teams, between teams. So without further ado, Scott, obviously we'd love to have you back. If not you, somebody from the team. And, after this, we'll go ahead and sign off. Everybody tuning in to Reimagine 2021. This is Scott Smiley from the Icon, Network Foundation, and also Balance Network. So check them out. They're doing a lot of good things over there. And hopefully you're enjoying the conference, and we'll see you again. Thanks, Scott. We'll talk again.
Thanks. See you, Adam.
Welcome. I am Greytail the Old and wise, yes, and I bring you another vocabulary lesson from Reimagine 2021. STO, Security Token Offering. The offering of security tokens differs from the ICO, mainly in what represents the token issued and the resulting legal and regulatory implications. To simplify, a security token can be thought of as a share in a company that will give real rights to the company, such as profit sharing, voting on the board of directors, or other. And when a wizard offers you a security token, you take it.
Our past inspires the decisions we make today to reshape our future tomorrow. In a world where human beings and machines become friends. In a world where fiber optic channels become virtual highways of communication. In a world where everything we know and value is vulnerable to manipulation and destruction. In such a world, we need a revolution that gives us hope. Where some take to the streets and look to their leaders, the modern warrior dares to cut beneath the current and strives to restructure the core without permission. In a technological world, we need a technological revolution. And when the unimaginable happens, the brave must be bold and dare to reimagine.
At this point, one thing's for sure. Blockchain and cryptocurrencies are changing the world, and they're here to stay. That means we need people like you, now more than ever, to lead the way. Whether you're an entrepreneur with ideas in need of technical support, whether you're an early-stage startup looking to accelerate your business, or whether you're a student looking to learn more about blockchain technology and business, the Mousebelt ecosystem is here to help you on your way. As the world's first full-service blockchain accelerator, Mousebelt offers capital investment opportunities, engineering, blockchain education courses, and free placement in our new startup school. To learn more about joining the Mousebelt ecosystem, visit mousebelt.com. Mousebelt, the world's first full-service blockchain accelerator.
So welcome back to Reimagine. Here we are in the 9th iteration of this conference. We started off as Reimagine 2020, but already we've had to move into the new year and well beyond that. So here we are. I think there's so much still to talk about, so much still to develop in this growing ecosystem and growing space. And speaking of developing, one of the key things we need to talk about, and an underspoken about element of the blockchain ecosystem, particularly in sort of mainstream coverage and media, is that, of course, of the developers. I think so many people sort of think, that's just going on in the background. It's inevitable. It is what it is. We don't need to think about it. Developers do what developers do. But the guest I'm speaking to today says otherwise. This isn't simply a case of it's going to happen organically. There needs to be, conscious thought put in. There needs to be new iterations put into the space. And if we want to get the sort of productivity that we hope for out of this space, we need to iterate and develop. So without further ado, I'd like to welcome Chris Swenna, Reach co-founder and CEO. Chris, firstly, thanks so much for being with us.
Thank you so much for having me, Asher. I'm so happy to talk about developers because that is the number one thing I care about in the space.
It's such a critical element of the space. So before we do, get into that conversation about reach and the role that you guys are trying to play, let's move things backwards. Let's, do a little bit of a narrative switch here and help to define the problem. Because I think that's something that's, so often put backwards in the space where so many companies exist and so many products exist looking for a problem. But with you guys, the problem existed fundamentally. So let's imagine a world where reach doesn't exist and bring that problem to the fore and break it down. And I'll start it with a question. What does the current landscape look like for blockchain developers?
Sure. Yeah, this is the thing that gets me out of the bed in the morning. The blockchain development is hard. It's very, very hard, and it's not like traditional development. So many people think it's like, oh, well, there's tens of millions of developers in the world. They're just build blockchain applications. That's just not the case. And the reason is because blockchain development is so different than traditional development that they can't just transition over. Right now, if you were to ask me and say, Chris, I want you to build a DEX, I would not hire a developer that doesn't have at least 1 year of full-time experience building smart contracts, which is nuts because there's not many of them out there. So it's really hard to find developers to build things. Now, the reason why it's so hard is because when you're building blockchain applications, you are thinking at a different level of abstraction. You're building a state machine rather than what you're traditionally doing. You're coding at a higher level, closer to business logic. Now, this is not something that regular developers think about at all. Like figuring out all the potential states that your machine will need to handle, all the different positions that someone's going to try to attack your application because of it being out in the open. But it just takes a long time just to kind of switch your thinking over. Now, yeah, so that makes the blockchain development longer to learn, and it takes longer to actually develop because it's a low level as well. But say you actually figure out, okay, I have a developer, they have a year of experience, now they're going to build. But here's the other thing, because of how blockchain is that there's zero budget for bugs. Like, I don't know how many developers that you know out there, but I've never met a developer that has never written a bug. Like, that's just not possible. So, but because of the immutable state of the blockchain, if you accidentally put a loophole in your code, you lose. It's game over. Like, somebody can come in and it's easy to see where the hole is, and someone can just pull all of the money out of your contract and then they're done. So what has to happen is that the audits have to happen. So you hire that team, they spend a long time building it, and now you have to go out and get an audit, maybe 1, 2, 3, depending on how much money's going to be on the contract, and that is expensive. We're talking about even Ethereum, which is the biggest. You're talking like $60K to actually get an audit done. The other chains out there that don't have that many auditors are over $100,000, $200,000, and startups can't afford that. And if you don't, you're risking all of your users' money. So you have to figure out that solution. What do you do there? And then, like, say you have it audited, but now you're trapped. Now you're only on one chain, because if you want to go to another chain, the technology is completely different. You have to learn a complete new technology to launch somewhere else. So, so there's that, but there's also the whole thing is like, since every chain, or not every chain, but most chains have a different technology and different way of building, it fragments the community even more. A small community is even smaller because of the knowledge required to build on that specific chain. So it's really hard to actually get that help and actually kind of build a community. So kind of to sum it all up, the state of blockchain development right now is extremely hard.
Extremely hard, and I think it's such an important point you raised there about, this equals money. Most people, when you think, most sort of startups and development that's going on in the sort of more classic sense, it was more, maybe they're, setting up a cool social media space, or maybe they're, an API connecting kit, or I don't know, but it's something that, there's a tolerance for bugs. The bug occurs, okay, we fix it, we deal with it, but this is people's money we're talking about. We talk about most blockchain development, you're either talking about like critical infrastructure, logistics, finance, money. People have a very low tolerance for screw-ups. right?
Right.
So, I mean, that just can we just sort of give it a little more credit to that weight there, about what this means, about what that tolerance for error really is?
Yeah, I mean, just think about it. When smart contracts start getting close to trillions of dollars of money actually locked into them, which it's coming, and we're not quite there yet, but we're getting there. That is a sweet honeypot. That is like real assets that are locked in an immutable way. Now, as a hacker, I think if I crack into that honeypot, I could be a trillionaire if I figure it out. They're going to try really, really hard because there's no taking it back. I mean, sure, you can go around you talk about, okay, well, if something that did happen, it would decrease the actual price of the token, so they don't really get that much. But either way, like there's zero budget for bugs because like you can't roll back a database. I mean, you do. You're doing a whole hard fork that's changing everything. So that's kind of like the space. This is not centralized development. Like in centralized development, somebody hacks your servers and modifies the data, modifies the state of your application. You just tap into your backups. Hopefully you do have backups, but then you send out a letter to email to all of your users and say, hey, sorry, there was a hiccup. I slapped my wrist, but we're fine. But in blockchain, you slap on the wrist, you lost all of your money. Like that's a different story.
Right. So I mean, okay, we've defined the problem. I think we've really set up what the stakes are. So I mean, in terms of developers now, how many people out there are there that can actually reliably develop and audit in this space? I mean, we talked about the high barriers to entry, but who are the people? You say you need at least a year of experience and whatnot.
Right.
What are the sort of numbers we're talking in a rough sense?
So the last information I read was, I think, from Electric Capital, as a VC that came out last year, and it was they measured it in the low thousands. I think it was something like 5,000 or 6,000 developers working on blockchain full time in the entire world. Compare that to the tens of millions. But let's talk about why is blockchain being hard and so few developers an actual problem? Developers, users are what matters. Who cares? But if you look at other industries, you look at the personal computer, you look at the smartphone, what took it from a niche platform to mainstream? And that is killer application, a killer application that users use, right? Well, how do you create a killer application? Like if I asked you what will be the next killer application, would you be able to know?
No idea.
No. That's the thing, is it's impossible to know what the next killer application is. If it was possible, VCs would invest in one company and then cash out. So by the definition there is that killer applications are a numbers game. So blockchain will never be mainstream unless more developers are in the space and throwing ideas at the wall that I and maybe even you think are idiotic, but end up being the next killer app because of memes or something that takes off. But that will never happen unless there's hundreds of thousands of developers making stupid things like fart apps because it's so easy to build blockchain applications on the blockchain.
A critically important point, there about growing the space and taking it to that next level. So let's stop dancing around the bush. Let's get to the point here now. Reach, what are you guys doing? How are you planning to change the game? And sort of what is your approach to fixing this problem as we've defined it, of a lack of developers, high barriers for entry, high costs for entry into the space? Yeah,
so there's multiple issues, and we would have been crazy to try to tackle them all. Well, we are crazy and we took a big risk. We said, okay, well, not only does it need to be easier, it needs to be safer, and we need to make it so that we can have extreme network effects. That is something that we need to do. We need to do it in a way that's not iterative. It's not good enough to take the current way of building things and making it a little bit better, because a piece of crap, a little bit better, is still a piece of crap. And that's where we are with blockchain. Blockchain development being a little bit better by building development tools to make it a little better won't move the needle. So we asked ourselves, okay, well, what does blockchain development look like if it's 100 times better? And the answer was blow everything away and start over. Forget what blockchain development is, and really kind of bring in the best people in the world to build an entire ecosystem that makes it so that a traditional developer can come in and within a week build a safe, sophisticated blockchain application. But not only do we need to lower the bar of entry, we need to actually raise the bar of potential, meaning that this same tool in the hands of an expert can do more. That is the other thing that we need to do, is because we didn't want to build like a toy that gets people into the space. We want to actually completely revolutionize what blockchain development is. And that's what we did with Reach. It was a huge risk because obviously, as you can understand, tackling that many things took a long time. My co-founder, Jay McCarthy, has been actually a computer researcher for the last 15 years. And the last 15 years of his research has kind of like bundled up into what Reach is today. So it took a long time of him and his knowledge to be able to do what we did, what we have. But what Reach is, it's a programming language that is a JavaScript syntax that is, so it's a higher level of abstraction. So you don't need to think about building state machines anymore. You build at the participant level. And it's because it's at a higher level, it's much shorter and quicker to write. So a regular developer can actually read it and understand what application is doing without getting confused about building a state machine. But the other thing that we did is we harnessed a thing called formal verification. And what formal verification is the best analogy that I use is if you remember back in geometry where you're given a formula and your teacher said, hey, prove that formula is correct. You didn't just put values into the variables and test what the output was. You actually wrote out a multiple line proof to prove that formula is correct. Well, that's what formal verification is, but it's the art of turning your entire application into a math problem and then proving that math problem is correct in all potentialities. So that's super PhD math level things that companies like Runtime Verification, who some of the smartest people in the world do in a manual way. And they do it for like NASA, and they do it for hardware manufacturers, or and even like in Uniswap and Maker do formal verification as well. But the problem is doing it that way is really hard, like even harder than blockchain development, which you heard me talk about how hard blockchain development is, and it takes a long time to do. But what Reach has done is we've put that power in the hands of the developer, so that through the compilation process, our compiler automatically generates those proofs. And all the developer has to do is put in single line assertions into their code, and it will automatically generate the proofs for you. So it puts like the power of these super geniuses in the hands of regular developers, our developers building an application. And the final thing that we did was we made Reach blockchain agnostic. So a developer can come in, write their application, and then decide after they write it where they want to launch it through a configuration change. It's the same exact application. When we first started this, we thought, hey, like this is gonna be cool. People can launch on multiple applications. We found out through this process that nobody's really actually launching on multiple different chains. They kind of pick their chain and kind of launch there. But what we did actually find is network effects. In our community, we have Ethereum developers helping Algorand developers, helping Cardano developers, and they have no idea. They're building tools, they're building frameworks that they're sharing help, and they don't even ask where they're launching it. So it removed that toxicity as well. So like, oh, your chain's trash, like it's gone. And that's really one of my favorite features about Reach is like the crypto toxicity is now gone.
And that interoperability is so critical. It's sort of the next, people call it a buzzword, but I think it's a next critical step, a next critical trend, in the crypto space, going from this, one winner takes all sort of, reductionist sort of deductive, approach, distributive approach to negotiation, to an integrative approach where we can all grow together and the pie as a whole can really be sort of, grown no matter what chain you're in.
Right.
And I guess that's so critical to think about how the community has responded. I mean, you touch on that a little bit, saying that there's been this good integrative sort of approach happening between developers, but how are developers as a whole responding to Reach, as a community and what you're trying to do?
The thing that has actually been really exciting to me is how hungry traditional developers are to actually build blockchain applications. Because the thing is like, well, if there's only a few thousand in there, people just must not care. That's not the truth. The truth was that they couldn't do it. And the fact is that in September of 2020, we finally opened our doors and said, hey, we finally have an MVP that people can use. Since then, we've actually grown 10 to 20% every single week to the point of we just onboarded our 1,200th developer in that amount of time. And like in the development platform space, that's nuts growth. But like, when you actually look at it through the crypto lens, like saying that we have 1,200 developers building blockchain applications on our platform is extremely amazing. Well, I mean, I'm a little bit biased, but yeah, our growth is through the roof.
Something to be proud of, and no need to be humble in this space. Achievement's a good achievement. But is there a way you can tangibilize this for me? Bring it down to brass tacks. Before you were saying it was 60,000 to develop on Ethereum and 100 to 200 on other chains. It was taking months to deploy, all this sort of thing. Do you have sort of a breakdown of what it stands now versus what it would have been before Reach in sort of the pre-Reach traditional space?
Yeah. So what our goal is, like I said, we've grown 10 to 20% every single week. Where our goal is that in the next 18 months, we want to onboard 16,000 developers onto Reach. And what that means is that when we hit 16,000, we believe that the majority of applications in all of blockchain will be built on Reach. And we're actually ahead of that growth path. Where would we be with the outreach? I mean, we'd be in the same spots as we always were, as blockchain development being too hard. And there's great tools out there, Hardhat, Truffle, that iteratively make the blockchain experience better, but iteratively is not good enough. It's making the hard thing better rather than just making it practical. And that's what Reach does, is it makes blockchain development practical.
I suppose I wonder as well, I mean, is your focus, when you look at who you're aiming to bring on board, obviously you've said you want new developers and developers that haven't worked in the blockchain space before to come on board, but is your goal simply to make it simple enough to bring these developers on, or is there an educational aspect to it as well? And for those who haven't developed in the blockchain space, are you trying to educate them on the advantages and possibilities?
So I'll let you peek behind the curtain a little bit of like what our growth and how we actually been able to grow so much is that it's purely based on education. The way that we look at it is that there's a two-pronged approach to education. There's the hunters and gatherers. There's the hunters that go out and inspire. They build applications that are practical solutions that the traditional developer care about, actually doing practical things. And we use Reach to build those tools, like say building a DEX, building a lending platform, building NFTs, whatever, in a very simple, easy way, but use Reach as the platform to actually inspire developers. The other prong of that fork is all about curriculum and education. It's a plan to actually take somebody from beginner to expert, but not a beginner to expert in Reach development, because people don't care about Reach development. What they care about is being able to develop decentralized applications and provide value. So our curriculum is not only how to build things with Reach, it's what do you need to think about when you're building in a decentralized way? What are the gotchas? Why are you actually even attempting to do this in the first place? And answering those questions to make sure you build a solid theoretical foundation so that you can pair that with the actual coding itself.
An absolutely critical point to think about, getting to that true educational space, that true iterative space. And, I want to step back to something you said before. You spoke about blockchain agnosticism. You spoke about, having developers, in an interoperable manner, go across chain. But surely, when you're talking about development in the blockchain, as we think about, different chains out there and what they propose and what they offer, surely there must be some, all chains may be equal, but some are more equal than others. There must be chains out there that are better for development purposes, that are better to work on. Do you take a view on that at Reach, or are you truly aiming for pure agnosticism regardless of quality of product that's out there?
So the way that I look at it is that Reach exists and has synergy with all blockchains to take away the thing that they shouldn't have to care about. Like, we are focused on onboarding and allowing developers to build. We want the protocols to focus on the underlying pieces, the consensuses, the way that they actually make whatever the development work, be it to focus on speed or scalability or whatever. And at the end of the day, we want to make it so that developer can actually pick a chain based off of the features and not how hard it is to actually build on it. And so what this has done is it allows for chains like Algorand, which has much more scalability, much more so scalability, the actual cost is really low. And what we've done is we've made it easier for developers to actually launch on that platform without having to learn a new language. And so you can take advantage of, they can now take advantage of reach handling and onboarding, so they can focus on making those things better. The actual make it even faster, make it even cheaper to actually be able to launch on it and to grow. And this is actually, I believe in a future world where blockchain, there will be many blockchains, because the blockchains will offer different things. Like say like, oh, I really don't care about decentralization. This is not an application that is very big on that. So, well, we'll pick blockchain X because it's cheaper, faster, but maybe it's not decentralized. Or maybe we go and say, okay, well, I really care about decentralization. I really care about censorship resistance. And maybe we pick one that is fully decentralized and can handle it. And developers shouldn't have to really like completely commit to one way or another and completely learn new technology. They should just be able to pick learn reach and let us handle the boring underlying parts.
So that's so interesting to me, because I have been having this conversation across this conference with different people about whether or not we're heading for a mono-chain world or a multi-chain world or a highly diversified multi-chain world, maybe a bi-chain world or whatever it might be. There's only a few surviving, many surviving, whatnot. You're presenting a picture in which ultimately, by having this second layer, this alternate layer, accessibility for developers, they will want to develop on whatever chain most suits the particular
Right.
DApp or whatever they're producing at the time. But is that really? I mean, is it a best technology wins, or is there not a sort of like a Metcalfe's law effect where eventually one network reigns supreme or a couple of networks reign supreme and the others go to the dust? How do you think about that in terms of a future trend?
Yeah, I mean, let's be honest. The issue is that that has never happened before in the history of technology. I mean, for the actual infrastructure parts, like if you look at like different type of processors, there's different type of processors, different type of operating system. There's different type of a lot of technologies to fit the actual need of the tool. By trying to actually cram everybody in one way, you're trading off. So as a developer, knowing what you're building, you should be able to choose what your trade-off is. There's not a perfect solution. There's not something that scales infinitely, that is infinitely secure, that will never exist. The perfect solution will never exist. So what should happen, what will happen, is that different chains will focus on different features. And those chains are going to house different types of applications. Like say, maybe one chain will host DeFi with trillions of dollars of value baked like on the chain, because sure, it's slower. Maybe it's not at 100 million billion transactions per second, but you can guarantee that it's going to be real. It's going to be what you expect. But say you're building a decentralized Twitter, and you care more about censorship resistance than maybe every message I put is going to be there, or I can guarantee that's going to be there. I don't want to be it to be removed. You know what I mean? So maybe I go with something that's a little bit less decentralized, or whatever factor is. Like it's just the developer will want to decide what their own trade-offs are, and they won't want to completely learn a new technology when making that decision.
Absolutely, an important point. People don't want to have to completely start from scratch and get locked into particular ecosystems. All right, then. So in sort of you've touched on it, but I sort of want to drill down specifically into looking at what you see the future of the industry truly looking like. If we project out, I don't know, everyone has their own time scale. I don't want to give you a set one, but we're talking long term, 1 year, 2 years, 5 years, however far you can comfortably think ahead. What do you see the blockchain development space truly looking like in that time, when in your utopic vision?
Yeah, I mean, the issue is that this kind of ties back to the whole, you can't predict the killer app, right? It's impossible to actually predict the use case of blockchain, because we are just scratching the surface of the potential of blockchain. So what I will say is Reach is, you can build on Reach now. You can build and actually, like, any developer can launch an application on Ethereum or Algorand and soon Conflux. And, you know, we're going to be adding more and more chains. But what we'll discover in the near future is these creative people will come in, and because they're now able to build things much easier and iterate much quicker on the actual development, things are going to actually be built that never existed before. And those are the things that are going to kick off the explosion of blockchain, of cryptocurrency in general. So it's very impossible to actually just say what is that thing that's going to be. But one thing that we do know for sure is I have faith in the innovation abilities of humankind. That if you give them the tools, they'll figure out how to put them together in a way that we can't think about, because it's a numbers game. And that's the thing that I'm actually focusing on. And I do believe this is coming quickly. I mean, one of the examples that I like to talk about is the idea of the flash loan. You know, a lot of people talk about, oh, it's the bane of existence of crypto or whatever, but it's actually one of my favorite things that came out of the crypto space or the blockchain space, is because it is a tool that doesn't exist outside of blockchain. Right. These are the things that are going to completely, like, change the space of everything. Is things that so many people are thinking, like, okay, how do I make things more efficient built on blockchain? They exist somewhere else, but now they're on blockchain. Boring. Sure, that's, you know, maybe they're more efficient. Maybe we can bring down the cost. Great. The super exciting things are the things that don't exist today. The things like the flash loan, things like resellable digital like video games, resellable MP3s, doing things like this that don't exist previously, that create entire new markets. That's when you're going to see that blockchain blows up and people stop saying blockchain, because it'll be so easy to use that people don't care. How many times have you heard of somebody describe their application as a NoSQL based application? Right. You don't. Right. And that's where blockchain is going. And Reach is going to lead that, is because Reach is going to make blockchain boring. The exciting thing will be the applications built with Reach.
Well, a powerful message and a powerful vision. And I think you're 100% right. Once blockchain is the plumbing, the architecture that's tapped into the walls we don't even see, we don't even think about, that's when we know that no longer is this a rebellion, but incumbency has been achieved.
I mean, and I'm talking about, like, this is going to happen within a year. Like, we're not talking about like in 5 years. Like, we're to the point now where, like, we have some features at Reach that are coming out this month that make it so that anything that's on DeFi that is created can be written in Reach. Like, that is where we are, like, and how soon things are. And so, like, this is when people start going, okay, well, what if we tweak this knob? And people are like, oh, that's loony. Why would you ever want to tweak that knob? And people do, and they're like, whoa, look at that awesome thing. So, like, that is where we're going to get, because blockchain itself development will be boring, and the exciting thing will be the developers building the stuff on it.
Yeah, an exciting vision, and I look forward to seeing which knobs do get tweaked into the future.
Me too. I have no idea.
Exactly right, and that is the best, most exciting vision. But all right, Chris, I'm going to wrap us up there. So many good ideas to think about, so much to consider. And for our audience at home, make sure you stick through this whole conference, Reimagine. We go talking about all these sort of integrative, intuitive and unintuitive ideas that are coming through the space. But Chris, last words. I'll just let you take us out. Where can people go? What should people look for? If I'm a developer watching this, what should I be doing in regards to make the most of what you've got there?
Yeah, I mean, if you're a developer that doesn't have blockchain experience, there's not another option. You can spend a year learning how to do things the hard way, which you'll get there. But then even when you get there, you're going to be limited to what you can do. So the option really is Reach at this point. And the way to actually find us, it's a free service. It's an open source thing. It's not going to cost you any money. We have great tutorials. We have a very active Discord community. But if you just go to reach.sh, you'll be able to find everything there, everything from our Discord community to our documentation to information about the company. And then you'll see, if you want to talk to me, just jump in the Discord. I talk probably way too much there. So.
That's what we like. We like a founder who's passionate and speaks directly to the community. All right, Chris, thanks so much for taking the time to speak with us. And for those watching, stay with us.
Thank you so much, Asher.